Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite was never ever on Epstein's Island and never asked to go to Epstein's Island, Adam Friended.
People always be leaving me out. Jesus, I never get invited anywhere. Fucking bullshit.
You know, that's true. You know what you're never going to see? You're never going to see me and Adam mentioned in the Epstein files, okay?
Yeah, because no one
Not
invites us
involved
anywhere.
I know. What a jip, right? We're fun guys. We can hang out.
Come on, invite us.
Freaking JF. Okay?
Not to Pedo Island, but invite us to some fun thing, okay?
There you go.
Come
right?
on.
Yeah, I'll eat sushi off of a naked woman as long as she's above 18.
Yeah, well, that's good. I'm not a
JF,
big sushi fan, but
the white nationalist guy who maybe some people think got
he's
rid of his
in there?
autistic
no
wife.
way.
He's
No.
in there.
You're kidding me.
He
For
received,
real?
yeah, because he received
Holy
money from Epstein. For some fucking weird reason, Epstein gave him money.
Oh my god. Yeah, because he was doing that science thing. He was like challenging evolution or something. He had some new evolutionary theory.
Yes. Who the fuck knows?
Oh
It's so
my
bizarre. And I guess that kind of lines up with
He
like
took
the
money
weird.
from a Jewish guy. Oh my god.
What a betrayal! I know. Oh, oy vey.
Exactly.
But I guess it's even weirder now because now there's like that. Excuse me. There's like that weird accusation of like
Accusation?
Epstein.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, person in the Epstein files claiming that Epstein was like really into genetics and like trying to breed people for purposes. That is the whole thing's fucked. Anyways. So today, actually, we will be looking into the dumpster fire of the Epstein file drop that just never fucking ends. Every day, something new, something horrible comes out, and we will be going through some of that stuff after. But first, we're going to be watching, not this whole video, I think like the first 6 or 7 minutes of this. This is from, you remember Birdman? Remember that guy?
Oh yeah, look, I'm a fan of Birdman. I watch Birdman all the time.
No, Adam, not that Birdman.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Birdman, the weird socialist, racist Birdman.
Yeah, that's the guy I'm talking about.
Oh,
who do you think?
I thought you meant the movie or the cartoon show.
He's the most racist man. Oh, I like that Birdman too. But this guy, most racist guy on YouTube, right?
Right.
Everything is the white man's fault.
Everything is. Because there's a little bit of a culture war controversy where I don't actually.
It's basically the POV question, right? I mean, that's basically what it is.
Is that what it is?
I think so. Yeah. Refresh everyone's memory what the POV question actually is. It's been a long time since we asked anyone the POV question.
The POV question. I don't even remember how this came about. It sounds
it
very
had to
degenerate.
Be you. It had to be you.
I
didn't come up with this shit.
Obviously. Listen, I always come up with the interesting questions. Okay. You're obviously talking about something.
Well, I'll give you that. It is interesting.
You were talking about something perverted and degenerate. And somehow in the conversation came up that different people view pornography differently. Some people place themselves within the midst of the scene. They imagine they're a participant.
I
can already remember why this came up.
Story.
I probably was talking to someone about why I don't like lesbian porn. And I says, because I can't place myself into the scene. There's nowhere for me to participate. Right.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not really into lesbian pornography either.
There you go. But upon having that conversation, I think, because I think you and I, we both have like the POV perspective, but people in the chat have some people have different
perspective, as some people call it.
Yeah, some people have the voyeuristic perspective of like, well, they don't envision themselves as a participant. They're like watching it,
Right.
They're sitting in the cuck chair and they're just watching.
That's so sad, but true.
They're just watching the activity. And so, but it was fascinating because we started to ask our guests, people like, well, when you, if you, right. Because we have to give them wiggle room. If you would, partake in something so degenerate as pornography, how do you, do it? And it's very interesting because like whenever we ask people this question, like no one thinks about it really, that other people kind of interact with it.
Well, they're kind of blindsided that you're asking them in front of 1,000 people. So
that's true too. That's true too. But it is an interesting question, I think, psychologically. And when we polled the audience, it was like, I think it was like 75-25.
Oh, yeah. No, it might have been
something
75.
Like that. Maybe it was a little, it was like, but majority of people were POV, and then there was like a quarter or a third that were voyeuristic, I guess.
Degenerates.
No, so what does this have to do with this video we're about to watch?
Well, the controversy is over Helen of Troy being cast as the ugliest woman that they could possibly find, right?
Wow.
Well, she's black. Look, I find plenty of black women attractive. I think there's lots of attractive black women. I don't particularly think this woman is an attractive black woman. I think she's an unattractive black woman.
Hmm.
But that's why I bring up the POV question, because I think a lot of people are saying, if their friend is going to go on some campaign to destroy another nation over this woman, they're like, oh, you're throwing your life away.
Right.
She's not
Right.
hot enough for that. You need a hotter woman, right?
Yes.
So it's hard for them. They basically can't understand the perspective of the protagonist. They can't put themselves in the protagonist's shoes, and they're like, this ruins the movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a guy going to war for some ugly girl. They're like, what? This doesn't make any sense.
Right.
It doesn't
Right.
feel right.
So if you don't know, okay, there's a rumor.
Mhm.
I don't believe it's been confirmed or yet or not, or whatever that
This this isn't even true. Look, I'm not going to see this movie because my POV is that of you have to go to war for someone that's really exceptionally hot, and this woman is not hot enough to go to war for. So I am boycotting the movie on principle.
So this actress Lupita, who I'm not going to say her, I can't say her last name correctly, and if I say it wrong, Birdman will accuse me of being a horrible racist. So I'm just going to say Lupita, who she was in Us actually too, which I've forgotten about.
Yeah,
Who
that was good.
I think Us was the only movie I've seen her, and she was good in the movie. I didn't really like Us, but her acting was good. I disagree with you in terms of I think she is attractive. I think she has the problem of if when she I don't like girls, especially black girls, when they do like the no hair or the short hair look. I think it looks bad.
Oh, so you're
So
thinking if she had
I
some
think it's the
hair, she'd
hair.
be attractive. Okay.
Yes, I think she has a pretty face. I think it's the hair. Just get longer hair. It's
She's
fine
got the
or
correct
whatever.
bilateral symmetry.
She does. I think so.
How's her
Now,
limbo ring game?
well,
F minus.
non-existent.
F
Okay.
minus.
Okay. Now that being said, even though I think she's hot, is she like Helen of Troy levels of divine goddess hot? I would say no. Right.
Right. Yeah. No,
Not
agreed.
quite that level.
There's
But
nothing hotter than a black woman with blue eyes and limbo rings. You're like, oh my God. It's
well,
like,
it's
wow.
it's so interesting actually that you say that.
You see it every once in a while and you're like, oh my God, you're a goddess.
Because I actually, part of kind of like looking over this and everything in this video, have you ever seen like the Odyssey miniseries from 1997?
Oh yeah. I was just watching that this morning.
Oh, were you now?
No.
Were you now? Okay. Well, I'll send you a
No.
picture. It's kind of interesting because there was an actress, Vanessa Williams. She played Calypso. Now, Calypso is a goddess in Greek mythology. She is supposed to be white. Now, she was black in the miniseries. Obviously, no one cared because it was 1997 and everything was very different. And she's black with light blue eyes. I just sent her light colored eyes with very
there you
prominent
go.
rings.
There you
I just
go.
sent you a picture.
Right
So,
there. Yeah.
so
No, that's
actually,
the look. I'm telling you.
I sent you a picture. Actually, obviously she's, too old now, but back in those days would have been a better choice, for Helen of Troy, because that's kind of like an interesting person, dark skin with very light eyes is very like striking, right?
It is. Yeah. You're like, this is unique.
Yes, yes.
You travel
But
the
so if you
world
hadn't
for this
heard,
kind of uniqueness.
so there's a rumor that Lapita was going to be or is going to be cast for Helen of Troy. Obviously, this caused a lot of controversy because Helen of Troy, very famous figure in Greek/Roman mythology. Most people rightfully probably assume that she was like white or whitish, sort of, probably not black. And it's caused a lot of people to be upset about it. And that's caused a lot of people like Birdman to be upset at the people that are upset about it.
Yeah.
So let's see what kind of arguments are put forward here, if they're good arguments or not, right?
I'm guessing
Christopher Nolan's latest
POV question.
I don't think he brings up the POV question. No, that's true.
Christopher Nolan's latest film, The Odyssey, has cast Lupita Nyong'o in an undisclosed role as of the writing of this video, and there has been speculation that she's portraying Helen of Troy, the mythological figure known for her beauty present in Homer's Iliad and The Odyssey. Naturally, this rumor has sent the internet into a frenzy with claims of race swapping and woke agendas.
That is true. Look at that. You got Sydney Sweeney. She's right there. She's got her tits out at that award show, right? She's wearing that dress that's like, barely covering anything.
Helen of Ho.
Helen of Ho was right fucking right there. She was right there, everybody. Come on. How do you fuck that up?
Yeah.
Which, of course, I find strange for a variety of reasons, such as this film doesn't contain a single Greek actor in its main cast. But we'll get into that a bit later. In this video, we're going to tackle an upload by Ryan Kinnell, the perfect guy to talk about ancient Greek poetry. Take it away, Ryan.
When it was announced that Christopher Nolan was going to be doing an adaptation of The Odyssey, quite frankly, it got a lot of attention because the idea of Chris Nolan tackling a project like this, a nearly 3,000-year-old epic that Homer wrote, like, it's so cool, the possibilities that you could imagine if this was done properly.
Was I the only person? Listen, I love Greek mythology. You could say I'm a Greek mythology hoe. Okay. Mm-hmm. I don't know why, but I slurped that shit up. I loved it as a kid. Okay, part of why I love the Hades video game. Big fan of Greek mythology. I liked Troy, even though now I see it and I realize it's got a lot of problems with it. Okay.
Troy's pretty good, though. I mean, it's pretty solid. So
it's got some really great things in it, and it's got some really not so great things in it, but I digress.
You got a bunch of nitpicks, but we'll talk about those later.
Yes. So I would be super ecstatic for an Iliad or the Odyssey movie to come out. That'd be huge. I would love that, right?
Christopher Nolan.
Big fan. But not
widely
Christopher
loved.
Nolan.
Oh, really?
I would not. No. See, everyone got excited about this. I immediately was not, because Christopher Nolan, and he did this with Batman, he did this with other things. He likes to make things more grounded. And I don't think that works for Greek mythology. If you say, well, it's going to be more grounded, does that mean like, okay, well, they're not going to be gods in it now? They're not going to be mythical creatures and monsters in it now? That's what I'm worried about. Now, maybe there will be, but that's what I'm worried about in the Odyssey, is that there's not going to be like a lot of magical shit going on.
There wasn't any of that in Troy, right? Troy was totally grounded.
There wasn't, but that's easier because the Iliad is just about like the war part. Where the Odyssey is so much more like mystical.
Oh, you're
like
right.
Yeah. Him going across the sea, meeting all the little monsters and goddesses and cyclopses and all that.
Medusa,
nonsense.
all that shit.
No, not Medusa, but it's okay. That's pretty.
That was Clash.
It's okay. Adam is a fake mythology fan. All right.
I never said I was a mythology fan. You were the one that was going off about how much you loved Greek mythology. Tell him about your Pegasus tattoo.
I have a Pegasus tattoo
on
right
his back.
Above. It's on my back. It's my tramp stamp right here. Okay.
No.
Yeah. Anyway,
look, I did see Clash of the Titans, and I thought it was pretty good. So.
The little claymation.
That's
fun,
where
like,
that's Medusa's in that.
Day.
So
Medusa
you're
is
right. That's not the same.
Perseus cuts off Medusa's head and uses to freeze the little monster.
I mean, there's some overlap with Greek mythology, obviously. I mean, they got Zeus and all that kind of stuff in there.
Well, it is Greek mythology, yeah. What do you mean?
Okay.
Yeah, overlapping.
So Medusa is part of Greek mythology.
Yes.
She's not in the Odyssey.
Not in the Odyssey.
Okay.
No.
And then we started to get cast announcements. Then we started to get trailers, promotion material, all these things. Yet still, a lot is being kept rather close to the vest. They're being rather tight-lipped about who might be playing what when it comes to the Odyssey, but there are certainly rumors abound. And as we've seen more trailers, the idea that Travis Scott is in this, the casting of John Leguizamo, a lot of castings, Elliot Page, that are raising some eyebrows, but maybe none more so than this persistent rumor that blew up.
Is that true? Elliot Page is in this?
Oh,
please tell me no.
Or what's their?
Oh my God!
Wait, didn't they change their name? Or did they keep their name?
I believe the dead name is Ellen Page. Sitch. You
Oh,
really
right,
need
right,
to get
right.
with the times here.
Okay, so Allison, I don't even
Update
remember
your
my brain.
software.
I watched
Elliot Page is the correct name, but look,
Okay.
I saw Philosophy Tube in House of the Dragon and it completely ruined it. You're like, I can't. Is this character supposed to be male or female? I knew more about the actor than I knew about the character.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that's what they're going for, but I don't think it works in the movie. So we're gonna have Elliot Page there, and you're gonna be thinking, is this like a woman soldier or a man soldier? What's going on here? They have that same thing in Fallout. They have I think it's a trans person that's in the Brothers of Arms, and you're going, I mean, that looks more like a sister to me.
Oh, in season 2?
I think they're in season 1 as well. Yeah.
I don't remember that, but
we
I try to block
in
Fallout out of
season
my
1.
mind as much as humanly possible.
Season 1 was way better. Season 2, I'm like, whoa, how did this show get so boring?
But I mean, so Ellen Page, back when they were still Ellen, was in Inception.
Dead namer.
So, well, I mean, but they were Ellen in that, right? They didn't
Doesn't
transition
matter.
when they were
History
in Inception.
changes.
Okay.
History changes when they change. Sitch, you don't know that?
Of course. I know. I did
Elliot
watch
Page was in Inception.
I did watch the Umbrella Academy TV show, which, by the way, had one of the worst final seasons of a TV show, rivaling Game of Thrones in badness of TV shows endings. But I don't know. I've never thought that they were a particularly great actor or actress at any point in their life. So whatever.
Oh, really?
Not a great casting.
You didn't like her in the one where she did the baby thing? What was that movie? Juno, yeah. You didn't like Juno?
It was okay, I guess.
It was like her big breakthrough.
That's the one.
His big breakthrough. Hold on. Excuse me. His big breakthrough.
Yeah, remember that movie? Was that Mpreg? Is that retroactively a movie about Mpreg?
It is.
Now? Yeah.
Holy.
There you go. Okay.
Mpreg the movie.
Yes.
They need to update the IMDb.
Yes. I never did see Super, which I know a lot of people praise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Super's good for an indie flick.
Mm-hmm.
Over the weekend, and that is about Helen of Troy. Helen of Troy, the face that launched 1,000 ships, the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen of Troy, described in pretty great detail.
I think that's a perfect place to pause. Firstly, I'd like to point out that Ryan specifically chose this tweet, one from a neo-Nazi account referring to Lupita as a sub-Saharan African monkey, to feature in his video.
I mean, that's a fair criticism. That's a fair criticism. That's a big party foul. Okay.
Why you pick that? Why you pick that tweet?
Yeah, I could have picked not a tweet that didn't have it. That's fair. Right. Listen, he was trying to empathize with our president. Okay. Obviously, Donald Trump accidentally posted, finger quotes, accidentally posted a tweet post that has a big racism in it. So he's like, I got to be like a president, right? Just got to throw it out there.
Isn't it an accident if he deletes a tweet?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
I assume
you don't need the air quotes.
I know. I'm just teasing. I assume it was not intentional. Yes, with the Trump post.
His video because Ryan is an unabashed racist. Only he knows his video would get demonetized if he said this, so he instead uses a proxy to say what he really wants to say. And before
the mind reading, oh my God. Off the charts here.
So I'm going to be 100% honest. I don't know if I've seen very many Ryan Kennel videos at all. So I have a lot to draw from. But fortunately for us, Birdman will bring the receipts. He will show us the truth of the matter. Okay. So we know that it wasn't just like an accidental post, or he didn't really read the full thing and just posted or anything like that. This was an intentional racism.
Okay, good. Let's see those receipts. Yeah.
Yes. You're allowed to
waiting. You ask, yes, Ryan is a provable racist. Here he is giving the Batman a lower score, specifically because apparently there was insufficient white representation amongst heroic characters, even though the movie is literally about Batman, and that the mayor, Jim Gordon, and Catwoman were portrayed by black actors.
But there were only a couple good people in this movie. You had Bruce Wayne, Batman, and you had Alfred. Those are the only two good white people. The rest of the three other major players that I would consider like overall like moral good people were, you had Jim Gordon, who's black in this. You had Catwoman, who's not white in this. And then you had the mayor, who's a black woman. Again, very much on the nose for current day Hollywood. Did not like that. Took a little bit off the score for me, to be honest.
So, as we can see, this is not an accusation I'm levying against Ryan arbitrarily.
Bam! Proven racist by the racist prover. Got him.
Isn't this a typical? This was a typical complaint by black people that only the black representation in movies was bad guys, right? Criminals and thugs.
Mm-hmm.
That was a common complaint, right? Ryan's just making the same complaint now that it's the roles have been reversed. All the black people are morally degenerate, terrible people.
Well, you didn't know that if back in the day there was a movie and it had a bunch of black people only portraying criminals and you called it out, that meant you were racist.
Yeah.
Yeah. Undeniable.
Well,
so I like that this is offered up as undeniable proof. He proved that he is racist because he made this critique of the Batman movie.
This ain't proof. Sitch.
Oh, okay.
Oh man, your levels of evidence have just dropped to 0 here.
But he told me to. The Birdman told me. He said.
No, this is terrible. This is terrible evidence.
Okay.
You now understand not only why he chose to make this video, but also why he chose this specific tweet, opposed to the literal hundreds of other tweets highlighting this rumor.
Don't you think Birdman would be complaining if the situation was still all the black characters were the bad guys?
Yes.
The criminals on the streets, the common criminals?
Yes.
Of course he'd be complaining.
Yes.
Anyway, the claim Ryan makes is that Helen is described in pretty great detail. This shows how ignorant of the topic this guy is, and that he simply intends to grift on this issue, as one of the most famous aspects of Homeric poetry is that Helen is never given a concrete physical description. In fact, that ambiguity is one of the defining features of the character. When describing Helen, Homer chose evaluative language, or language that describes how she made people around her feel, rather than concrete details about her appearance. Specifically, Homer chose to use what are known as formulaic epithets, or traditional descriptive phrases that are shortcuts for character descriptions. There is an entire Wikipedia article.
So I want to point out here that, first of all, I hadn't read the Iliad since high school, right? It's been a long time. So I don't really remember it. The only part I even remember from the book was, I think the book starts with like Achilles whining that Agamemnon stole his slave girl or something. And it's like really lame. I was like, because I remember I'd seen the movie Troy and I was like, let me read the book. And I'm like, wow, this is the movie did it better, I think, Brad Pitt.
Nice. Yeah.
But this is true. This is true that with Helen's description in the original poem by Homer, he does not use a lot of descriptions because it's supposed to be like, she's so beautiful that like, how would you describe that person? So it's just like everyone just reacting to beauty, right? Let your imagination kind of fill in the blanks. So that is true.
Well, she launched 1,000 ships, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, that's a description, obviously.
Right. Yes, her face literally is like a battle port that just shoots ships out of it. Yes, that's the description.
That's not what I was thinking about.
Oh, okay.
Generally, she didn't have vomitus-inducing features, right?
I see.
That doesn't
Well, no,
really
actually,
describe her. Doesn't say if she has a long nose or limbo rings, right?
That's true. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It actually, now, I don't know if you know this, Adam. I'm sure someone in the chat knows it. There is a gacha game that's all about hot anime girls that are actually battleships.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And so obviously,
because there is, obviously. Right?
Of course. So obviously, Helen of Troy was the first hot anime babe battleship. And she was like, we didn't understand. Homer was like a time traveler from the future. He was really into whatever the fuck the name of this game was. And so he was like, no, Helen of Troy was like literally launching ships. Okay. Because she's a hot anime girl that can transform into a battleship.
Right. Yeah.
But that being said, obviously, even though again her description is not given, this, she was a princess or a queen or whatever of, a place in Greece. Okay. So I think most people are fair to assume that she probably wasn't black.
Mm-hmm.
Or as Trump would say, black. She probably wasn't
Black. Black.
Maybe she was a little, Mediterranean looking, but probably not a black lady. Probably not black. Now, it's also important too, which Birdman doesn't bring up, which is that even though Homer doesn't he does have one description in here, which we'll talk about. Even though Homer doesn't go into a lot of detail about her, after the original poem, because this was like over 2,000 years ago, right? That this poem was created. There has been for thousands and thousands of years a lot of writing and artwork and everything depicting Helen of Troy. And it seems like the consensus has been a white lady with blonde hair because they're kind of mirroring her and Aphrodite. And so there's been a lot of depictions of her. So this idea that we just don't know what Helen of Troy could possibly look like, even though for literally thousands of years, the figure has been depicted as looking a very specific way, is an absurdly retarded argument.
Right. Yeah. There's been a lot of thought that's gone into this.
Yes.
Dedicated to Homer's epithets, and in the context surrounding Helen, you'll see these, which are general epithets that refer to women: white-armed, lovely-haired, and long-robed. It is important to understand that these are not individualized physical descriptions, and that the Odyssey is a narrative poem using poetic language. The most obvious one is white-armed, which people will use to suggest this describes Helen's skin color. It does not. Someone who is white-armed.
Okay. So one of the very few descriptions of Helen of Troy is that she's white-armed. All right. So listen, I'm a simple man. I'm a simple person. I say, well, there you go. Her arms are white. It's literally the only description they give, right? She has white arms and beautiful hair, which, I mean, to be
lovely.
fair,
Lovely.
Lupita, lovely hair, right? Lupita doesn't, in my opinion, have lovely hair, and that's another problem, but whatever. Okay.
Ox eyes are probably big, right? Because ox's heads are big. Is that what they're going for?
Well, did they say cow-eyed? I don't know. It seems, I guess, because they have big eyes. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like she has huge eyes.
Right. Now, for me, Colin, if you say like, hey babe, you're looking particularly cow-eyed tonight, I don't think she would like that. I don't think
they like the big eyes.
I don't think that's like
Women
a good descriptor. But so he's going to tell us that white arm doesn't actually refer to skin color. Okay. Right. So get ready. He's going to show us the evidence, the receipts. All right.
White-armed in Homeric expression is someone who mostly stays inside and lives a life of relative leisure. In other words, a person who is not out in the sun working all day. Greece is...
Okay.
Why did they stay inside, though? What was the purpose of that?
So we're told that white arm doesn't refer to skin color. It refers to a person who stays inside all day.
Yeah. What happens to your skin when you stay inside all day?
Well, it becomes pale, right? Exactly. Well, if you're a person with a certain skin complexion, your skin will become paler or darker, whether you're in the sun, right? And thus you would be white-armed if you don't go outside. Now, I don't know about you, Adam, but when I look at Lupita here, I don't think any amount of staying indoors is going to make her white-armed. All right. No. Now, that's just me. I don't know. I don't know how melanin works. But I think that if you're black and you stay inside, I don't think you're going to suddenly get the Michael Jackson disease and become white, right? I don't think that's how it works.
Right.
So even if what he's saying is true, that white-armed meant it means that they stay inside. Are we supposed to believe? Are we supposed to be so retarded to believe that Homer, or really anyone from 2,000 years ago or from all of human history, was going to describe a person, a lady, as white-armed when they're black?
No, not at all. That's preposterous to even think.
Yes. Now, but also, so he says it doesn't actually have anything to do with skin color, even though obviously it does have to do with skin color. by definition, even by his own argument, because he's saying, well, you're white armed because you stay inside. So yeah, that's literally about your fucking skin color, which is a pretty stupid point. But he says it's not actually about that. It's about staying inside. And he posts this big blob of text here, right? So he's doing the thing where he posts a big blob of text and he hopes that you don't pause it and read it, because you assume, as I would, that when someone makes a claim and they post a big blob of text, that big blob of text says the thing that they're saying, right? It's like the source for the point, right?
Sure. But
That's
it's funnier if it does actually confirm the claim.
That would be kind of the point, right? You make a claim, you cite a source, you post a source. That's generally how video making works, right?
Right. Yeah.
So let's read this to see if it actually says what he says.
I'm going to guess it contradicts the claim.
Well, let's see. Let's just see. I've obviously never read this before, so who knows? Most of the important people in the Iliad have a special epithet that serves as an extra name. Athena is the only one described as Glopius or gray-eyed. She is called the Theoglopius Athene, goddess gray-eyed Athena, and also Pallas Athena, Pallas Athenia, on the other hand. Hera shares her epithet Leucolinotis, which means white-armed. Hera does not, however, share the longer epithet Theoleucolinotis Hera, goddess white-armed Hera. Nor does she share the epithet Boem, I don't know my Greek, Boepos Potina Hera, cow-eyed mistress queen Hera.
Doing good.
Then it moves on to the men. Homer never calls the Greeks Greeks. Sometimes they're called the Achaeans. As the Achaeans, they received blah, 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 blah. Okay. So he posts this paragraph as evidence that white arm doesn't have anything to do with skin color. And as if I just read to you, that does not say that at fucking all. One fucking bit. Does that say anything about skin color at all?
No.
So
it's
where the fuck?
Inconsequential.
So where the fuck did he grab this claim from? The fucking, he had a dream from the ether? Did the gods whisper into his fucking ear? Oh, white arm doesn't actually mean your arm's white. No, it actually could be used to describe someone with dark skin.
Yeah.
Because when I looked into it, when I did a little bit of research, and when I looked into it, when I did the old Google box, okay, when I asked the little AI machine, they all said that white armed meant that their arms were white.
Fair skinned.
Now it did, so some of them said that it could be that their skin was fair. Actually, it said, most of them said that it white armed really meant, and the reason they used this as a descriptor was that a lot of garb for those days for women would cover up most of their bodies except for their arms. So arms would be like one of the few things besides their face that was visible.
Interesting.
And so you could see like the flawless complexion of their skin would be visible on their arms, right? And that would be what would be represented. Look how flawless their complexion is. And yes, part of that would be, well, if they don't go out in the sun, you know, they're going to have a more flawless pale complexion. But the idea that that doesn't have to do with the visible description of their skin color is so fucking retarded that it's be like, how do you convince yourself of this? This is a high level of cope. Like the white arm description doesn't actually mean that their arms are white.
Yeah, of course. He's grabbing at straws here.
Yes.
A life of relative leisure. In other words, a person who is not out in the sun working all day. Greece is in the Mediterranean, and we know the people there have various skin tones.
So it's funny. He brings up this picture here. Were the ancient Greeks and Romans white? And he's got like a statue of a guy's head who looks to be black. He's got like a picture of a guy who looks kind of black. Let me see. I have way too many tabs open. Let me find the tab because I actually went and found this picture.
You found the image? Wow.
I was curious to where this picture was from. Okay, I found it from this website. It's called talesofforgottentime.com. Were the ancient Greeks and Romans white? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the second paragraph of this article. I won't deny that the majority of people who lived in Greece and Italy in ancient times would probably be considered white by most Americans if they were alive today.
Bang. Right there.
Oh,
Throw it in the
God.
video. That's a cut.
I know. And then they go on because what this person in the article is arguing about is like, well, they didn't consider themselves white by like today's standards of what it means to be white and all this other nonsense. It's like, okay, well, it's not really what the conversation is about. At least for in this video, it's about actual skin color. And then by happenstance, I was watching a Metatron video where he was kind of talking about, whether there was a multi-ethnic society in Rome and all this other stuff. And it's kind of interesting, actually, that bust that you see of the head in the second picture there of the guy who does look black, that turned out to be an adopted son of some senator from, I'm trying to remember what country it was, from some African country. So he literally was black. So,
wow. I wonder if this is where whiteness got tagged to wealth. Because that is a description of wealth. If you don't go out in the sun, you don't work, right? Obviously, fair skin is an indicator of wealth and privilege. The fairer the skin, the wealthier and more privileged you would be.
Maybe.
I'm assuming they tanned back then, same way we do now. Yeah.
People, I don't think that, a few hundred years ago, melanin first struck humanity. So, probably. Yes, this was the marble bust of Memnon, the Ethiopian and foster child of Herodotus Atticus,
Ethiopia,
170 AD.
Straight out of Africa.
Yeah, so there you go.
To suggest that Homer was describing a black woman of African descent. I am simply debunking the claim that Ryan has made that suggests Helen was physically described in great detail in the Odyssey, because she was not.
Described in, pretty great detail.
In contrast to Helen, the hero of the story, Odysseus, was physically described in the Odyssey. We know that, over time, humanity is becoming taller, mainly due to nutrition and the advent of certain technologies. In the Bronze Age, which is the time period the Odyssey takes place, humans were a bit shorter than modern humans. From skeletal data we have of the remains of the people of the Mediterranean, we know that, on average, men were around 5'4" to 5'7". Agamemnon was described as being taller than average men, so we can safely conclude Agamemnon was at least 5'8" or taller. In Book 3 of the Iliad, Odysseus is described as being shorter than Agamemnon by a head, which would safely place him in the 5'4" to 5'6" range, assuming Agamemnon was around 5'8". The problem, dear viewer, is that the person Nolan cast to play Odysseus is 5'10", who in the Bronze Age would tower over the vast majority of people. Where are the videos criticizing the casting of the too tall, too gray, fair-haired, not Greek, American English accented Matt Damon? Oh, it's okay to take liberties with the source material as long as the person you cast is white? Well then, this suggests your problem is not with portraying the characters as accurately to the source material as possible, but that you don't like when black people get to play in the same sandbox that white people get to. That, my friends, is textbook racism.
My God.
Annihilated.
This is totally insane.
Gotcha.
The reaching. Oh, the reaching.
Yes. The idea that's like, okay, unless a director has Stanley Kubrick levels of OCD of like, well, I'm filming a scene for my Napoleon movie that takes place on a beach, so I need to fly sand from France into the beach, into the set, because it's got to be like the sand, from the fucking.
It's got to be the right color. Come on,
right? Yeah, no one gives a fuck.
Know.
People. And this kind of comes up later in the video that we're not gonna watch this part, where there kind of is this conversation about people are complaining that like, well, the armor that they were not using is not historically accurate armor, and the way that this is going to work generally for movie making, or I'd even say for good movie makers, is it's kind of a combination of banking on people's pre-existing idea of like what Greek armor is supposed to look like, and also the rule of cool. So if like,
yeah, there you go.
If like the original, like the actual historical armor looked cool, like much cooler than whatever, like kind of that people's standard idea of, Greek armor is, then it would make sense for them to use that. But if they look back and they say, okay, this historical armor looks like
this looks dorky,
dorky as shit, right? Which, I mean, to be fair, a lot of historical armor does look really fucking stupid. Then obviously it makes sense that Hollywood movies are like, we don't really want to do that, right? That's kind of stupid. It looks dumb, right? It's the same thing with like, getting these actors like, oh, they're not Greek, they're not tall, they're too tall, all this other shit. whatever. People complain. I remember people complain about that with Wolverine. Wolverine's supposed to be really short, but it was fine. Hugh Jackman was fine as Wolverine. Most people don't have a problem with it.
The
He's a
rule of
good
cool
actor.
beats all. That's what it
The rule
really
of cool
is.
beats
Yeah.
all. Yes.
It would be
Exactly.
fine if it was a black woman, if she was just super hot. She's got to be hot enough to launch 1,000 ships. Okay.
Yeah, that's part of it. That is definitely part of it. Another part of it, and this is, I do think that the people complaining about these recasts, I think they're kind of missing the real argument here. Um, the real argument isn't, I don't believe the real argument is sort of this idea of like, you need to maintain authenticity to the source material, because that's completely dependent on whether the source material is actually good or not, right? Like if they
Yeah.
remake the Star Wars sequels 20 years from now, is everyone to be like, oh, well, they didn't, they ruined
They
JJ Abrams
they should
and
definitely make some changes.
right. And what's the fucking guy's name? And Rian
Yeah.
Johnson's vision of the Star Wars sequels, because they completely changed it, right? Like no one's gonna care because fuck those movies, right? It's really dependent on whether you like the source material or not. So I think the real issue is this: if this movie came out in the 90s or the 2000s and they cast a black lady as Helen Troy, nobody would have given a fuck, right? No one would have cared whatsoever. And the reason for that is that in that time period, broadly, society was based around a cultural agreement of striving towards colorblind individualism.
Right.
There was this idea back in the day when I was a young lad that said we need to get rid of these concepts of the importance of race. We need to focus on individual people. We all need to be colorblind, right? And
Mhm.
so if you were going to put a black actor or black actress in a role that would, historically or primarily be played by a white person, it was about that philosophical principle of striving for some sort of colorblind, individualistic utopia.
Right.
But that's not the world we live in anymore. And this is the real issue when they do these recastings, is that while there is still, I would say, the silent majority, the majority of people still believe in colorblind individualism, but they're the silent majority. The society has now fractured into extremes. And on the extreme left, which has a lot of sway over Hollywood, they don't believe in colorblind individualism anymore. In fact, they think colorblind individualism is actually evil and bad and wrong. There's this whole, obviously, there's the whole thing with, the TED Talk, right? Remember
Yeah, I do remember.
the TED Talk with
That
Coleman
was
Hughes, where I
crazy.
forget
Yep.
who he's arguing with. He was arguing with someone in favor of colorblindness, and Ted didn't even want to fucking post the debate or the conversation. It was like this whole, or I'm sorry, he just gave a TED Talk. They didn't want to post the conversation unless he did a debate with some guy about, colorblindness actually being bad, which is a crazy and insane thing. And I don't think TED Talks has ever done anything like that before. And so the real thing that's bothering people, as it rightfully should, I think, when it comes to these recastings of these ethnic recastings, it's not about like infringing upon the original source material. The real problem, the root of it is it means something politically, and it doesn't mean what it used to mean of we're striving for colorblind individualism. Now it's sort of working in this idea of there is some sort of inherent problem with white people or Europeans or white cultures or European cultures or whatever that require replacements or multiculturalism to kind of be shoved into them. And so, and it's very hypocritical. And I actually had a very long conversation with Sam about this the other day, where on the left, especially on the far left, there is this idea that if you're not white and you move to a country that is predominantly a white country, it's important that the person immigrating not assimilate, that they maintain their cultural identity. That's very important, right? But there's no concept of that for white people in any situation that they may be in. There's no concept that like, well, white people or white culture should be maintained or protected, because it's completely hypocritical. And the reason for that is because when people on the far left are kind of making these arguments, they're working from the position of, well, white people and white cultures are inherently bad and oppressive, and they're part of some sort of dominant power hierarchy. And so they need to be basically knocked down a peg. And so that's why, these things should be kind of, I don't know, weakened, destroyed, invalidated, are not important, while other cultures that are not white need to be, strengthened and protected, right? It's kind of the way that all this stuff is argued. And this is kind of the problem with the recasting, whether, I don't know what the fuck, Christopher Nolan thinks about any of this shit, but when they do these sort of racial recasts, this is kind of the complex political messaging that is being sent to all the people that are bothered by this, is that it's representing another Hollywood movie, another product that's being pushed out, that's saying we agree with the concept, the agenda of wokeness. And that means a bunch of different things for different people. And so people kind of project onto that all the various levels of what that means. And so maybe Christopher Nolan, he's still operating under some sort of older idea of colorblind liberalism. And so he's not really bothered by this. But I would say that that's not the society, that's not the culture we live in anymore.
Yeah, I say, I agree with all that. It's the idea of casting white people as thieves, right? They're land thieves. They're cultural thieves.
Yes.
They steal from everyone around them, everything around them. They don't have any culture of their own. They don't create. They just steal from other people.
Right.
That's the stereotype that they're pushing. And if there's any little bit of that ideology in the movie, we feel that that whole ideology is somehow in there wholesale. And they're casting white people as thieves, the type of people who are bad people who will steal from everyone around them, who you can't trust. They're dishonorable people. So nobody wants to walk in a movie theater and be lectured about how their ancestors and they themselves are unconsciously thieves and horrible people, right? And racist. Yes. But this is exactly what Birdman's video does. It completely plays into that. So he loves this shit.
Yeah, that's another thing too, because like, again, if we lived in the colorblind individual society, it wouldn't, who cares? But since we don't, we live in this hyper kind of woke society, and there's all these conversations about like, like right now, the streamer Imaru, I don't know if you saw this clip, she came out.
Yeah, I did.
Like,
yeah.
She like doesn't
she's
really,
like,
she's like,
I don't want to get into the politics. And
I don't want to be involved in politics.
Chud.
Right. I don't really want to be involved in politics. Then you have Denims and all the Hassan orbiters attacking her like, well, how dare you not want to be involved in politics? Mm-hmm. So we kind of live in this environment where the big argument from a lot of people on the left is everything is political. And so you do get into this weird situation where now, maybe completely accidentally, you've added some sort of weird racial politics to your Iliad movie, which you did not really intend to do whatsoever. If you have like, well, the black, queen princess is stolen by the white man. Now suddenly you're like, well, wait a minute. What is there some sort of like weird political message in the movie that like, what the fuck is going on now?
That's right. People thieves. I forgot to include that one.
Yes.
That's right. And back in the 90s, when we had color blindness, you could cast Leslie Jones as Helen of Troy and no one would have batted an eye at it. Everyone would have just been like, that's right.
I think they would have raised an eyebrow at Leslie Jones.
Leslie Jones wouldn't be a good casting for Helen of Troy. Now, why is that? So. Why would that
not
be
the most
problem?
attractive lady?
Oh, they got to be attractive too.
Yeah,
okay,
not the most attractive lady. Right.
I see. Okay.
Yes. Did you see the picture I sent you of Vanessa Williams?
I saw that you sent. That wasn't Vanessa Williams, the first one. I'll send another. I'll look.
No, it was.
I don't know.
I
brought it up on the screen. What are you talking about?
Okay. There you go. She would have been a better choice. Yeah.
With the limbo rings.
With the limbo rings.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very stunning look.
So,
and she Leslie Jones. I mean,
Leslie Jones, not so much.
It was a different time back there in the 90s. Guys, you got to believe us.
Yes. It was totally fine. Everything was better in the 90s and in the early 2000s, right? Except unless, of course, you were, dying 9/11 or something.
Or you
For the
weren't born
culture
yet.
war perspective, things were better. So now everything's horrible. We have to have these stupid conversations about race swapping actors and actresses.
Yeah, yeah. And it's
This was
really
the
just meant to denigrate people.
this was the point. This was literally the point of my very first YouTube video, way back in the day, with the whole
Mhm.
female Ghostbusters. If that female Ghostbusters movie had come out, 5 years earlier,
Leslie Jones is in that movie.
Leslie Jones is in. Yes, if that movie had come out 5 years earlier, 5 or 6 years earlier, it would have just been like, oh, it's just like a shitty, Ghostbusters knockoff with late women in it, right? It just wouldn't have been some sort of cultural conversation or controversy. But because because it was come out in a time period where I was like, oh, men are horrible, fucking, sexist monsters, and they all need to be knocked down a peg. Unfortunately, it gets all this baggage saddled to it, which is people like Birdman's fault because they're the people pushing this idea, this identity, this idea that everything is political.
I think the aesthetic just gets old. I'm surprised at how many movies from the 80s and 90s that I watched that I actually liked. And I rewatched them and realized, wow, there are girl bosses all over this shit.
Yes.
I think the girl boss aesthetic is just tired. People want to move on. They're like, I've seen this over and over again. It's not unique anymore.
That is definitely part of it. That's definitely
Yeah.
a huge part of it. We are tired of it. But again, it was not the girl boss character in a movie in the 90s or the 2000s or even in the 80s. It was not seen, I don't think it was perceived by viewers as like, this is an attack on men.
Mm-hmm.
It was more like, this is a raising up of women as opposed to attack on men. And now it seems like, because the politics around the conversation have shifted so dramatically, now it does feel like an attack on men, number one. Number two, in a lot of those movies, even if they had the girl boss character, they would still have a bunch of like competent male, stereotypically classical male characters. It feels like now in a lot of movies, there will be the girl boss character and all the men are like either bad, evil, or effeminate losers.
There's a rule that the woman can't be saved by her man, which really puts a damper on a lot of potential storylines. I rewatched The Fifth Element recently, and I was thinking, oh my God, Mia Jovovich, such a girl boss.
Right.
It's just so unrealistic, all the girl boss shit that takes place in that movie. But you do have Bruce Willis saving her to some extent. And I'm just
Right.
like, oh, that's a no in New
Yeah.
Hollywood.
Well, she saves
They don't
him,
need
too.
no man to be saving them.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of saving that goes back and forth now.
Yes.
But
yes.
I'm also rewatching Django Unchained, and it's the same thing. It's like a man saving a woman.
Yep.
Everyone's like, what? Look, man's goal for centuries, since man was man, is to like save a woman, right?
Save the princess. and
Yeah.
The dragon.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I mean, you're taking a lot of what gives men drive and determination
Mhm.
because you're saying, look, that's not acceptable anymore.
Mm.
You got to find drive and determination somewhere else, fellas.
Right.
You can't find a woman that you can love and cherish. You can't do that.
Well, unfortunately, people are stupid. So we can't ever live in a world where a level of nuance exists in a broader conversation. Because, like, I think there's validity to the idea. If every movie, right? If every movie and every TV show that comes out is like about a guy saving a girl who's weak and helpless, right? I'd be like, okay, that's probably not great for the ladies, right? Because it's basically setting them up, with this idea of like, well, this is all you are. You're all you can be is a damsel, right? So if that's all that exists out there, I agree, that's bad. But then you get into the situation where it's like, okay, well, that's not all that exists. That can never exist. At any point can a woman never be saved. So we go like way too far in the other direction.
Yeah, exactly.
And then then you get this even weirder situation where like very often the female, badass character has to basically be all the male characters' mommy because they have to clean up all their messes. They have to save them from all the situations. They have to be the hyper competent one while the male is some sort of, bumbling incompetent buffoon.
It's become taboo. Yeah.
Yes.
Django Unchained is so moving, and the saving his wife is just, I mean, that's such a touching story, right?
Mhm.
But not in today's Hollywood. No, she
Right.
don't need no man to save her.
Right.
That's a taboo. You can't have that.
No.
It's ridiculous. I saw Myth of Man too. If anyone's listening, then they're curious if I saw Myth of Man.
What
You
is
haven't
Myth
seen
of
Myth of
Man?
Man. That's a movie Death by Sloth keeps wanting us to watch. So,
Oh, I saw the trailer for that. Yeah,
Yeah.
how was it?
it's super, super moving, but it is very David Lynch. So I think a lot of people will be unsatisfied by it. It's a very interesting movie though.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, because yeah, he Death by Slav recommended Myth of Man. He recommended another movie, which
Mhm.
name escapes me at the moment. And I did look. Oh, it was like the James Bond, uh, like kind of David Lynch did a James Bond movie, Reflection in a Dead Diamond. And I watched these trailers, and I was like, I don't think I'm gonna like these movies.
Right.
Because I don't like artsy fartsy David Lynch movies. I really don't. It's just my own personal preference, though.
We touched on something on the last stream that we did, and it is so much conflict against believability, belief, but against credibility. That is, as an artist, as a writer, you're constantly weighing those because
Yeah.
a lot of times you have to amp up the conflict in ways that make the situation uncredible or unbelievable. So,
Well, that's the
yeah,
difficulty. One of the
it
big
is a
difficulties for
difficulty.
writing. Yeah.
Yeah,
You're like,
totally.
how do I inject conflict into this scene, into this story without it being ridiculous?
Yeah.
And I mean, this is unfortunately how you get in these problems. You see this a lot with TV shows where like every episode there'll be some sort of character conflict between the main characters,
Mhm.
and then at the end of it they learn a lesson, and then next week it's like they go back to square one. They just loop. Like none of that character development ever carries over,
Right. Yeah.
and you're
Because
like,
you got
what
to
am I
keep that
watching?
conflict going.
Yes. All beef hot dog. Thanks so much for the $20. Says someone asked Imaru on her stream for her. Oh, look at this, for her thoughts on ICE, and she said she isn't into politics and people aren't owed her opinion, and now Twitter leftists are dogpiling for it. Some people are just so insufferable. Yes, that's exactly it. That's exactly
They
it.
want her. They want to bring her down. She's recently popular, so people get super jealous and they want to take her down a peg. They're like, "You got to join our side, or you're a Nazi." Oh, that's
Yes.
some Nazi propaganda. Remember
Well, that's
that
what's
clip?
so yeah, exactly. But that's what's so like ridiculous about like what Birdman and some of these people are saying is there's like in one breath, like when it suits them, they're gonna say, hey, they just recast this lady because she just happened to be the best actress, or they're not recast, they just cast this lady for Helen Troy. Right. Because she just happens to be
Bullshit.
like the most best actress for the role, blah, blah, blah. And then at the other end, it's like, well, everything's political and you need to have a political, take on everything at all times. And if you don't, you're a bad person. It's like, well, you have to
Yeah.
pick. You have to fucking pick. All
Yeah,
right.
those are definitely contradictory. You got to take
Yes.
one side or the other on that one.
Josue Calihero for $20. Thanks so much. Says, not saying it has to be today, but I'd love to join the stream and talk about the Nolan Odyssey with you guys. I have a PhD in ancient Greek drama. Wow, look at that.
Holy
at
shit.
What a cool audience we have. Okay.
We can all talk about our useless degrees together.
There
Holy
you go.
It'll be
Went
great.
right for the jugular. We could go into adaptation theory, classical reception, casting, etc. Sure. Like, well, I'd say we wait till the movie comes out, and then maybe, yeah, that'd be a good conversation. So,
Well, Sitch and I both have useless degrees. It's not like
That's
I'm
true.
throwing shade at him. Come on.
That's true. That's true. We do. Squeeze Louise for $20 says, thank you. Says, Helen of Troy had arms white as snow. She must have been Puerto Rican. Exactly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Exactly. Nick Mann, 5,000 for 20 Aussie bucks. Thank you so much. As a perfect example, the rule of cool is Tomb Raider. Angelina Jolie is American, but hot as fuck. Sophie Turner is British, therefore more lore accurate, but mid as fuck. Who do the fans prefer? That's a great point. Because
Yeah.
the important thing is, what is Laura Croft's defining characteristic?
She's got those big British? Triangle boobs.
It's that she's got the big polygon titties. Okay.
We got the polygon titties. Yeah.
Yes. No one cares that she's British. Her defining characteristic is that she's hot. Yes, that's a good point.
Those shorts.
Dr. Deliver Jar says, the Bible never really goes deep on Jesus' description. Now, that could be because it's not important. You could largely assume he looked normal, but technically he could have had 12 arms and 4 legs. That's a good point. For all we know, Jesus was a centipede man. Maybe he was a human centipede. Maybe he was 3 people stitched together by the anus. It doesn't say that that wasn't the
Ooh.
case. All right.
That would seriously cause a lot of strife in the Gospels.
I think it would. Yeah. Okay. That's it for this video. We can move on from this. Before we get into the Epstein stuff, there is another story I want to talk about. I sent you a video. This is a kind of a crazy story here.
Nice.
So this is in Britbong land, okay, in Proto-America. There's a group called Palestinian Action. Okay, they broke into a warehouse and they had a sledgehammer and other materials, and their goal was to destroy. They're claiming that this warehouse housed drones and other things that were going to be sent to Israel, and they would be used to kill Palestinians. So they kind of break in this warehouse and they're destroying the drones and other property as some form of protest / we have to protect the Palestinians from Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And while this is going on, obviously the police end up getting called in, and one of these people who's got this sledgehammer slams a female police officer in the back
with a sledgehammer.
Oh,
not very nice. That's very mean.
Yes, does cause serious bodily harm to the individual. Their spine. Now they're not paralyzed or anything, but they do have to go through a long recovery essentially to hopefully to gain full movement again, right? Because they just got hit in the fucking back with a sledgehammer. And this is the video of the incident. Okay.
Okay. Are you ready to go? 57 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
Jumpsuits and carrying sledgehammers. The jury was also shown several different videos of the moment that Mr. Corner is alleged to have brought the sledgehammer down onto Police Sergeant Evans' back. It's a chaotic scene with red paint on the floor. This video showing one of the defendants being arrested in a struggle before capturing the moment Corner is alleged to have hit Evans as she knelt on the floor trying to arrest another member of the group before being tasered. Evans told the court that just before that moment she'd looked up at her colleague who had a shocked look on his face and that she then felt a pain in her back. She said that she was scared it had been shattered and that she struggled to get back up, scooting around on her backside instead to try and assist her colleagues and to help Samuel Corner, who, having been arrested, was complaining that his handcuffs were too tight. Now, she said that as she was doing that, he told her she was complicit in genocide. The court heard more than a year later she's still on restricted duties because of the injury sustained that night, and that she had to take 3 months off work after an x-ray showed a lumbar spine fracture. Jumpsuits and carrying.
Wow.
Okay.
These people really irk me.
Right. So you would think that this should be a pretty open and shut case, at least for the individual that hit her with the sledgehammer, right?
Yeah.
Like that should be a pretty open and shut case. That person should go to jail for a long time for some sort of assault and battery, right?
Oh yeah, obviously. Yeah. But I read the tweet and I'm thinking maybe not.
Yes. Well, in Britbong land, that is not the case. Here's an article from the BBC. It says, well, the jury was in retirement, which I guess is the British way of saying, trying to figure out what was going on. The court had heard that posters had been put up on bus stops and lampposts near the building, which said, quote, "The jury decides, not the judge. Jury equity is when a jury acquits someone on moral grounds, and juries can give a not guilty verdict even when they believe a defendant has broken the law."
Wow. Okay. They're posting posters for jury nullification.
Yes. They're basically a bunch of activist piece of shit scumbags who are saying, hey, it doesn't matter if this person's 100% guilty. You should just say they're not guilty anyway. And so that's unfortunately kind of what happened. That when it came to when it came to charging them, when it came to charging the person that attacked them, and with some of the other people involved with the serious offense here that would get them jail time, they couldn't come to an agreement. Because obviously some jurors had snuck on who were activist scumbag pieces of shit and did not care that there's a literal video of a person slamming someone in the back with a sledgehammer and that that person is in the hospital. And it's 100% undeniable that they committed this crime. But they're like, well, I support the Palestinian cause, so therefore innocent from
Bring
this
up the
random
Huxley
police
quote.
officer.
It's always the
Yes.
Huxley quote. It is so dangerous. These people think that they can do bodily harm to you because you're complicit in genocide.
Yes.
A position that does actually no tangible harm in the world allows them to assault you.
Yes.
Like, what the fuck?
Yes.
These people are crazy.
Yes. It's
Yeah.
so insane that police officers just going into a warehouse that's being broken into and stopping people and getting seriously injured. And these literal fucking scumbags are like, no, it's okay. They're not guilty because I just agree with their cause. Like, God, I know you can't arrest people for
Mhm.
for for being scumbags in juries, but sometimes you really want to, because those people should be shot into the sun. Those people that would look at that video and look at the medical records of this lady and said not guilty should be shot into the fucking sun, because they're literally waste of flesh. Okay.
Have you heard the term vigilante justice?
Yes.
This is what happens when people don't get justice. They're like, I'm going to take justice.
And it's even worse too, because so they were charged with criminal damage and violent disorder, and the jury could agree together that some of the people shouldn't be charged with the most serious of offenses. But so you had like normal people who would look at the law and they'd say, okay, well, according to the strict definition of the law, not everyone involved would be hit with the most serious of things. So they would, say not no for that. But then when you say, okay, well, the guy that hit him, hit the lady on the back with a sledgehammer, obviously she, that person's going to get the stronger criminal charge. Well, the activists, they can't agree. And I think at that point, if you're in the jury, you should just change your vote and be like, you know what? Fuck you. If you're gonna be an activist scumbag, okay, on this very, very obvious thing, well, then I'm just gonna say that everyone's guilty of the most serious crime. No one's getting off for anything. If that's the game we're playing here.
Hey, we're going full hang 'em high, aren't we?
Yes. That's what you
Yeah.
have to do. If you're gonna have activist jurors who are gonna say, oh, we'll agree with you when it gets some of the people off, but we're not gonna agree with you when very obviously they're guilty, then you say, oh, well, no one's getting off then. Okay. Then we're gonna have a 100% full hung jury, because what's gonna happen is that this is gonna mean that the ones that they agreed to let go are gonna just get off scot-free on those charges. And they're gonna have to presumably do some sort of retrial on the ones that they, had the hung jury on, but they couldn't agree. And I'd say, fuck it. If you're going to be a scumbag, I'm going to be a scumbag. Okay. We can both play this fucking game.
Oh, it's so sad. It sickens me to think that, but that's the direction things are going.
Yes. And then even more fucked up, there was so many fucking psychopaths I saw on X that were applauding this ruling, that were saying that this was good. Okay? Including
these are all the rule of law people, right? Trump broke the law. No one is above the law.
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
The rule of law. They don't believe in the rule of law. They're like, all of a sudden, what's so great about the rule of law again?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking
there
sad.
was even British politicians I saw, very far left British politicians I saw on X, in the Labour Party and stuff, who were cheering this on.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? Are you fucking insane? They weren't even giving like the whole, like, well, the one person who attacked it was bad. No, they were just like, oh, this was a victory for the Palestinian cause and good on the jury. I was like, fuck, these people are just so evil.
The Palestinian cause.
Yes.
Everyone needs a cause to fight for, Sitch. Don't laugh. It's true.
Was the theory
but...
the childless people that don't have a child to raise?
Yeah. They got that mama bear energy.
Right.
They're going to place it towards something.
Yeah.
If they don't have a baby bear to place it towards, they're going to place it towards The Palestinian cause.
Yeah, it was Jeremy Corbyn. Jeremy Corbyn defended their actions and was happy that they got off in this trial.
Really?
Yes.
So he's happy about jury nullification, huh?
Yes.
Oh,
He was happy that a police officer almost had their back fucking broken permanently by some piece of shit with a sledgehammer.
right. You know what
Yeah.
I'm thinking if I'm a cop in England? I'm thinking I'm going to step back. Let you criminals take care of business. I'm going to chill.
Well, this is America. The
You're
police would
over
just
there?
fucking shoot you in the fucking face when you have the sledgehammer. So
You're over there, someone's breaking into your home. I'm let them finish. Then I'll come in.
obviously, British police need to have guns because you saw after they did that, he hit him with a taser. He should have just shot him in the face. It's been like, well, we don't need to have a trial because the person's fucking dead.
In America, that guy
Yeah.
would have got off. His corpse would have got off. Right?
There would have been some conversation. Should the officer have really shot this person?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they only had a giant sledgehammer. They didn't have a gun, right?
Right.
Should
He could have
really
just
shot them.
commando rolled away. That sledgehammer wasn't going to
Yes.
hit him.
Yes. There was, oh my God, who was, I saw his video. Was it AOC? I don't remember who it was. It was, oh my God, who the fuck was it? Someone, no, it wasn't. It was Zoran Mamdani. Zoran Mamdani visited some guy who was in the hospital, and this guy had been shot a bunch, by the police.
Mm-hmm.
And people are like, why the fuck are you visiting this guy who shot by the police? He tried to stab a police officer with a knife. Okay. And there's a video, and there's this guy, and he's in a house, and he's got a knife, and he's like charging the police officer. The police officer's like really trying his best to not shoot this guy. He's like running away. He runs into another room. He's like trying to close a door on the guy. The guy still just really wants to fucking stab the shit out of this police officer. Okay.
Really?
And he eventually shoots him after like 40 seconds of trying to like get away from this guy. And they're like, well, but the guy, he's having a schizophrenic episode, and the family didn't want the police to come. They wanted like a healthcare worker to come. And I'm like, oh, that's great. So a fucking healthcare worker can get fucking stabbed to death by some fucking psychopath who's having a schizophrenic breakdown instead of getting shot by the police. That's so much fucking better. I'm so like, it's so fucked in the head. There's one of two things that was happening here. That either these people were so ignorant that they think that healthcare workers have some kind of like magic spell that they can tell a crazy person that will make them stop being crazy, right? You just have to say the right fucking magic words, and the person having a schizophrenic breakdown is going to just stop. They're just going to be totally fine, right? They either think that, or they have this like insane idea where it's like, okay, they're willing to trade the life of a healthcare worker who's actually being a productive member of society for a person who tragically has schizophrenia and is having a fucking meltdown, and is probably a less productive member of society and a dangerous member of society. They're like, that's a good trade. I want to trade the healthcare worker for the crazy person.
Yeah, because the crazy person's obviously oppressed by their mental illness.
By their craziness. Yes.
So,
right.
yeah.
So therefore,
they're a vulnerable feeler.
Yeah, it's so weird because you can say, it's not the schizophrenic person's fault that they have schizophrenia, but why the fuck does that mean that everyone else has to suffer for it?
Because they're vulnerable, Sitch. They need mothering. It's so sad too, because the healthcare worker, probably some member of a marginalized community, gonna get killed. There's not even gonna be a news report about it. It's like healthcare worker dies. Who cares?
Who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares? Yeah.
But if a police shot a vulnerable person, oh my God, front page news.
I know. Well,
Holy shit.
They weren't, I mean, I guess they're vulnerable because they're, has schizophrenia, but they're like white. It's not like they were they can't even say make the oppressed minority, the cop was racist, and claim because of a white person. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So they weren't vulnerable is what you're saying.
Exactly. It's open season. Okay. To shoot the whiteys with schizophrenia. So.
Oh, interesting.
Philip Kogan's. Oh, I sent you an next post to bring up.
Cool.
Philip Kogan's for $20 says, I find it somewhat infuriating. Liberals' love of Europeans. They think Europe is so civilized, but if a civil conflict ever pops off in the U.S., They'll have Balkan safaris here, and the Europeans will to do it. What?
What? I don't know.
Are you saying that I'm confused. Are you saying if there's a civil war that Europeans are going to come to America and like hunt us? I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. So I don't think that's going to happen necessarily. England does seem pretty cucked at the moment. They definitely seem very cucked at the moment.
Okay. Yeah. A lot of white guilt going on over there.
So here's Thomas Massie. Thomas Massie, been one of the few ultra mega based people in Congress right now. Even if you disagree with a lot of his politics, I'd say at this point, it doesn't matter. He's been one of the #1 people who's just been slamming and pushing for Epstein file release, Epstein information. And here he is being very awesome today.
All right. Let's go.
I'm ready to do that if the victims want me to. They believe that the best way to get justice is to force the DOJ to release these names. I've already read one name in a committee with the FBI director there. That's Jess Staley. And again, he may or may not be guilty, but he's been accused by these victims, the lawyer tells me. And there are other names. I don't have them in my possession, but if the victims want to give them to me, I've expressed that I'm willing to do that. But again, the best way is to force the DOJ to release those names on those 302 forms. I'm ready.
Wow, that's a little risky, right?
Yes.
He's just going to take some names and dump them out there. What if they lie to him?
Fuck him.
Oof.
He's out there. Listen, I like this. Okay. This is getting so crazy. They just need to start throwing names out there. I was back in the day.
Representative Massie, I have a tip for you. His name is PSA Sitch.
Oh, here, wait. I say another clip of him talking about this. Okay, you can bring it up here because back in the day I was more like, listen, a lot of innocent people might get swung around in this. I've changed. Okay, I'm like, now hang them high. Okay, let them all burn. Throw all the names out there, and we'll see where the chips fall.
Hang them high in more ways than one. Wow, yes. You're out for blood.
Yes, we'll see.
Okay. Here we go. Another clip.
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
Decades. That is wrong. Do not let the Senate muck this bill up. And if you're a party to that in the Senate, you are part of this cover-up that we are trying to expose. I am sorry if one of your billionaire donors is going to get embarrassed because he went to Rape Island.
Oh.
That is what they have coming. In fact, they need to be on the other side of bars, a lot of them. Some of them will be embarrassed, but some of them need to go to prison. And the survivors know that. So how will we know if this bill has been successful? We will know when there are men, rich men, in handcuffs being perp-walked to the jail. And until then, this is still a cover-up. Decades.
Okay, it sounds like he's serious, Sitch. Wow.
Yes. And because we know now, like, it seems like almost every single rich person and famous person had some connection with Epstein. We now know it's just a lying sack of shit, right? Elon Musk completely 100% lied to everyone's face about Epstein and, participating, going to the island and going to parties. And all
did you hear his response? Didn't you hear his response to that?
What was his response?
He didn't want to go on the super party night because he's got a bunch of work to do. So he wanted to know when the quiet night was, when no one was going to be there. Did you hear that? That's why he was asking when the craziest night would be.
He did say that. He didn't fucking say that.
Oh, yes, he did.
Elon Musk says the reason there's an email of him asking him when the craziest
crazy night is so he could avoid it.
Bro.
He's got a lot of shit going on.
No fucking way.
He's a very important guy. Okay. He's got like 3 companies to run. He can't go. He can't go on the night when there's going to be all the hot, naked 20-somethings. Okay. That's going to be a little too.
You have Elon Musk who says, who before the release, he says, Epstein kept trying to get me to come to his island, and I didn't want to go. Right. That's what he says before the release. And then the email comes out, and it's like the exact opposite. You see Elon Musk specifically talking about wanting to hang out and go to the island.
It's out of context, Sitch.
Then you specifically see an email where him talking about like when's the craziest party going to be, and then you specifically see that email where Epstein talks about like there's going to be UN people, and Elon's like, I'm not going to go, and then Epstein's like, I'm just fucking with you, like there's going to be a bunch of hot chicks there, right? Like, so we already know Elon's 100% lied about this, and then he tells us insane like, oh well, I was only asking for the wild party because I didn't want to be there in the wild party. You have to be fucking retarded to believe that. You have to be the number one highest level of Elon Musk Coper dick rider. You have to be Ian Miles Chong level of like the parasite attaching yourself to other people to possibly believe for a single, even Miles Chong doesn't believe this. Nobody fucking believes that. That's the most bullshit explanation I've ever heard of my life.
I mean, it's pretty smooth excuse though, don't you think?
Oh my God.
Look, he runs a lot of companies. He has to stay focused, Sitch. He can't show up when there's a huge rager and he can't get his beauty sleep.
Why is he going at all? He said that he didn't go. When he said, oh, he kept trying to invite me and I didn't want to go.
Come on, you know it's genius. It's totally genius.
Right.
And people are going to buy it too. It's great.
Yes.
Elon's smooth, man.
My God.
Listen, Elon is developing the technologies of the future, Sitch, okay? You got to cut the guy some slack.
Okay. That must be it. Yeah.
He's being framed. Look, Elon said it himself. These emails are out of context.
Oh, of course. They're out of context. Yeah, it's always out of context.
When you know the real context, it makes sense.
Right. The real context. Here's
why are you such an Elon hater? I mean, you just like, you hate Elon.
So here, let me read this to you. So
Elon does a lot of good in the world, but
okay.
I mean, but he does do some fucked up shit. I mean,
here's
obviously.
the email. This is November 2012, and he says,
"Look at this. Sitch is already bringing up the emails.
I already brought it up. Okay, so he says probably just Tallulah and me. So I guess that's who his wife was, or the girl he's banging at the moment. He says, "What day and night will be the wildest party on your island?" Okay, so that's
so he can avoid it. Yeah,
right. But then next month in December, he says, "Do you have any parties planned? I've been working to the edge of sanity this year, and so once my kids head home after Christmas, I really want to hit the party scene in St. Barth or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the exact opposite of what I'm looking for."
That is rather incriminating. Okay.
Okay.
But look, it could be out of context still. You don't know the complete context. Maybe he's being sarcastic.
When he's like, "Oh, well, I was asking for when the wildest party was because I don't want to be there," but then says I'm the exact opposite of what I'm looking for is the peaceful island experience. Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Sitch, read it in a sarcastic voice, though.
Oh, you're right. You know what? There could have been a /s that he just forgot to type in.
Read it in a sarcastic voice.
Okay.
Oh
what day and night will be the wildest party on your island, Epstein? Like I never want to go there.
Perfect. Look at that.
God.
That's how he meant it. That was the intention.
Christ. This is fucking insane.
Elon, famous ketamine addict. That's right. He's like, I gotta stay focused here. Where's that ketamine at?
Oh my God.
I guarantee you Sitch has never done ketamine.
You are correct. I have never done ketamine.
Sitch, you got to live a little, man.
You've done ketamine?
I mean, I've done a lot of ketamine.
Oh my God.
I've done. Come on, ketamine.
That is terrible.
That stuff's great.
I had a friend that. What the fuck are you talking about?
I had a friend that worked at the cat veterinarians.
Oh my God. Stop advocating for drug use.
Ketamine is a cat tranquilizer.
Here at this. Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is.
Here at the Sitch and Adam Show, we do not advocate
zero
for
fucks knows. He knows about the K-hole.
Mm-hmm.
Zero fucks has been to the K-hole. I've definitely been to the K-hole. Holy shit. One time I barely got out of the kale.
Oh my God.
It almost collapsed in on me.
Look at this. They changed the little people that have wrenches. Their names are now blue, like a different shade of blue than before.
I know I have a shield.
And they have a shield instead of a
Yes.
wrench.
Yeah,
I like that you
shield.
went from like mechanics and fixers to like you are the shields guarding the realms of men against the evil spammers and assholes in chat.
That's right. We're the cops.
Yes.
We're the cops of chat. Watch out.
There you go. That's true.
We shoot first, ask questions later.
YouTube is pro ICE, pro police.
We'll ban your ass and laugh about it.
That is true. That is true. Well, I don't laugh about
usually I unban you after I ban you. I'm just trying to get a rise out of you.
Okay,
Where is Adam unfriended? What happened to my brigadier general?
He became S-class.
I know.
Okay, there's another crazy. There's a lot of Epstein stuff to go over.
Now we're gonna lay off on Elon now, okay? I have some Tesla stock that I want to go up. You need to chill. You need to chill on the Elon.
I think that was it for Elon.
You know what's really going on here? Sitch's girlfriend was talking about buying Tesla at $100 a share, and I think it was under 200 a share. And I said, I'm not sure if that's a good idea, even though I did buy $200 a share.
Adam's trying to sabotage my financial, future here.
Yeah. And now, strangely, it hovers around 420 a share. Why is that?
Can't imagine why that is.
Why is Tesla stock always at
You
420
cost
a
me
share?
so much money. Okay.
Look, it's not
We've
my
been
fault.
rich.
You should look. You never listen to me anyway. I don't know why you listen to me on this one.
Can't believe this. I can't believe. Chat, can you believe this not self-sabotage. This sabotage. Right. Okay. He's like Sitch, don't buy the stock. Then he goes out, buys the stock.
I did.
Crazy.
Look, I just thought it was
insane.
You can't. Tesla stock is like way overpriced. Okay, at all times.
Of course.
Normal stocks are around 20 PE, and Tesla's like at 400. So it's insane. You should never buy Tesla, but sometimes it goes up anyway.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I sent you this video. This is this is like in the far end of like, who knows whether this is true or not. But this is pretty batshit crazy. Okay. This is pretty insane. There's a montage of Asman kind of going over some repeated language that people have now found in the Epstein files that people think now means that Epstein might be involved in cannibalism.
Wow.
I don't know if you've seen this.
No. It's 4 minutes though, so just start talking and I'll pause it if you want to say something. Ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
People going crazy think they found a code word for human meat? Wait, what?
Hope you are feeling better. Did we analyze the jerky? Why didn't we get jerky this week? I also added more to the jerky and ginger lemongrass. Thank you so much. Super cool. Beef jerky, delicious. Jojo is here and we'll walk the jerky over to Jeffrey. Why would jerky walk around?
Why would it do that?
Delicious lunch, beef jerky. Steve and I are very grateful above all for your friendship. Some of these emails are so wholesome, aren't they? It's too bad they eat kids. A small insulated bag would be fine. I don't remember checking it. No need for crazy amounts of ice. One should do. There is one bag of beef jerky in the fridge. Please get it. Also, Blank has more at her place. Please get it from her as well. I suppose it needs to be in a cold, insulated bag. Just wanted to touch base about jerky. JE said he was going to start eating regular food again, so he might be eating less jerky. He said he has 6 bags of it in a downstairs freezer. Why would you freeze jerky? Steve needs a 6 to 8 ounce portion.
Listen. Apparently, I not heard this. This is weird because I never heard anything about jerky before. I heard from another reporter that Epstein was like obsessed with some specific brand of like, I think it was like muffins or something. And
I remember
Yeah, like
that.
wherever he would be in the world, he had to have this fucking
His
muffins,
special muffin.
these special fancy muffins, I think, that were, would fly with him wherever the fuck he went. So he could always eat these, we want to eat a muffin for breakfast or something, right? So on one hand, my mind says, okay, well, like it's conceivable. It's definitely possible that this guy just has some weird obsession with some kind of, jerky, fancy jerky, homemade jerky or whatever, right? But when you start talking about like freezing jerky and refrigerating jerky, listen, I'm not like a big brained person. Okay. I thought the whole point of jerky, I thought the whole point of dehydrating meat or dehydrating anything is that you don't need to put it in the fucking freezer or the refrigerator, that it just it can stay out for like 6 months before it goes bad. Is it fucking weird that he's talking about having bags and bags and bags of jerky in the freezer? Is that strange?
I used to think that, but a lot of the jerky you get does say refrigerate after opening. So
Okay.
I think there's a higher moisture content in it now than there once was, where you could just leave it out for months at a time.
But to freeze it.
Yeah, I mean, you would freeze it if you think I'm not going to eat this for 6 months, right? If it's in your refrigerator, it's going to start
it
smelling
can't
bad.
be. If we're going to assume that
You're
this
right.
is not,
This is crazy. Oh my God, freezing beef jerky. These people are nuts.
obviously they're eating people. All right, it's a cookbook. It's people. Soylent Green is people.
Why
No.
do they call it Why do they call it beef jerky? Why don't they call it like hominid jerky or human jerky?
Because that would be too on the nose, Adam. Obviously, let me email you about me eating people. Oh yes, here's my human jerky. Make sure you bring my 6 bags of human jerky with me. Yes, when I go to the island.
Yes, yeah.
No, but
Earthican jerky.
But obviously, this can't just be like jerky you buy, because if it's just jerky you buy, you wouldn't need to have so much of it that you have, bags and bags and bags of it like stored in the freezer somewhere. Like, if it's assuming it literally is just beef jerky and this is innocent, it'd have to be like somebody made it, right? Like, and it's like it was made fresh or homemade or something. And that's the only explanation why you'd have bags and bags of it in a freezer somewhere.
Yeah. Some people do get a lot of jerky made up. Like they buy half a side of beef and they have, or half a human being. They get one off the dark web and they're like, I'm going to turn all this into jerky.
I think it's people.
Yeah.
I'm on the people train. I
mean,
think they're eating
guess.
people. Yes. I think they were, until they, first of all, why the fuck are any of these people's names redacted? This is all bullshit. We have the Trump administration.
They're just innocent jerky lovers.
And the Trump DOJ and the Trump FBI is protecting potential pedophiles and potential cannibals, okay, by redacting all these fucking people's names so we can't ask them and say, what the fuck's up with this jerky? Was it actual beef jerky? Was he some beef jerky aficionado? Or are you eating people? Why the fuck are, by law, these names are not supposed to be redacted? They are, the Trump administration is breaking the law by choosing to redact these names to protect cannibals, Adam.
That's terrible. All these people should be thrown out of office and hanged in the streets.
Yes. Okay, let's keep going.
Portion of jerky. I gave you all the jerky we had, and it lasted only half the amount of time it was meant to. I felt like it was more important for you to have the jerky to eat during my time off. My plan is to make a batch before I leave for LSJ, and some of that will go to Steve, and the rest will go to you at LSJ when I arrive. Little St. James Island. And that's what LSJ must mean. So logically, that means that they were doing this off of the island. Steve Hansen is sending jerky to your attention overnight. I believe it should be enough to get him through. Jeffrey Epstein is asking to bring him more jerky. I'm flying in on Friday. I will bring jerky. Is there a time I could come say hi and drop off the beef jerky? And that's from Jeffrey Epstein. Francis has time to come tomorrow. Show me how to make it. Jerky class anyone. He will bring you to taste his new jerky recipe from the restaurant. He sends a warm hello. He's working at a restaurant called guys, the restaurant's called Cannibal and Cooks. Wait for it. Beef jerky and steak. Can blank make some jerky? I think we should landscape all around the house to use the water if possible. If the main house is not enough, Are there any recorded images of Jeffrey Epstein with beef jerky at all? No, there are no recorded or publicly known images of Jeffrey Epstein with beef jerky. Who sends beef jerky to a lab for analysis? Wait, what? I was looking for the beef jerky as I knew it was in my suitcase, and I thought that maybe I left it on the beach, only to find a small plastic bag near my dog's bed. I'll email Francis.
That email a few back where it said they needed to use the water around the house to make the beef jerky.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? Isn't the point of making jerky to remove the water? Do you need water to make beef jerky?
I think you need salt water, right? Because it's salted.
You soak it in salt water?
I think so. I've never made beef jerky though.
Okay.
There is like some sort of salting process.
Let me ask AI. AI is never wrong. Okay. Do you need water to make beef jerky?
I do love beef jerky. What is all this hate for beef jerky?
No.
Beef jerky is delicious. I have some delicious beef jerky right here.
The AI is telling me that you don't need water to make beef jerky and that the process relies on getting rid of water. Okay. So obviously they're using the water for children meat. Okay.
Yeah. Beef jerky class. First, you have to go drive by the kindergarten.
Yeah.
You get a bag of candy as bait. Get some nice, tender children.
Right. I thought don't you have to get like a dehydrator and you put the meat in the dehydrator or something and it just does it?
Sure.
Anyway, let's keep going.
To make us some more, as I need 6 to 8 ounces to send to the lab, and I'll forward to Francis the info to send to the lab directly.
Guys, I think something's going on.
What's this here? Commercial? Apparently it's his last girlfriend who's active on Twitter right now. Check the mail. Names for hers again. Oh boy, oh boy. People are saying this is Jeffrey Epstein's last girlfriend. And this is the same name as inside of the files. And her name change hasn't occurred since 2017, before the files released. After years of silence, the truth. Jeffrey was innocent.
Really? Like, he just a good boy? He didn't do nothing wrong?
Trapped by powerful people who silenced him. I was his last confidant, and I have the evidence that they're still hiding. I'm not suicidal, just in case. You'll know the whole truth soon. They sacrificed children to Lucifer. It's an entire cult. Jeffrey got involved in their operation for financial reasons and to obtain Combraprat, but never participated in the rituals. Oh, what is this here? I'll pull this one up and see it.
That's crazy. She cooked in the brain? Maybe.
She ate the brain? Yeah, maybe she did.
Epstein,
wire transfer request
he was
for
just
a
making
65-gallon
child jerky for other people. He didn't actually eat it himself, right? He was just like their hookup for the child jerky.
Oh my God, Sitch. We got a $350 Streamlabs.
Oh my God.
The saint of saints.
Thank you so
send
much.
that over Streamlabs. Laz,
Yeah, exactly.
you are my hero.
Yes.
My hero.
Thank you, Laz. Laz for $350.46. Says, thank you for all the years of content that's helped me get through work. Support your creators. S-Class.
Look
and
at that.
A-Team. Can you say it? A-Team is...
It's not on the
I
screen
was waiting for you to
anymore.
say it. Oh.
What does it say? What's
it
it
says
say?
A-Team is Supreme.
Supreme. Look at that.
Well, thank you, Laz.
Laz, you are a hero. That's
Very
so
generous.
nice of you to send that over
Yes.
over Streamlabs. So
Thank you so much.
we get 96% of that $350 goes straight to us. So thank you so much.
Yes.
You're the
thank you.
king.
Thank you. Okay.
Anyway, you were talking about
children being eaten.
How
Yes.
much you've eaten human jerky, and it's.
I'm
so
saying
much
that
better than-
Epstein, he was just
beef
the
jerky?
supplier. He was just the cook. He didn't partake. Okay. He didn't get high
That's
on
what
his
his
own.
last girlfriend says, right?
Right. He didn't get
Mhm.
high on his own supply. He just made the supply and he gave it out to all his satanic friends. Right.
Can
So
you
it's okay.
imagine trying to say that Epstein is innocent at this point in time?
You know who's saying that?
And his last girlfriend, I just saw it.
You know who else is this is insane. This is insane. Do you know who's doing like the most Epstein defending sweeping out of everyone?
Uh-oh.
Well, there's two people. I mean, it's Nick Fuentes, right? Which
What?
is kind of
That
hilarious.
makes absolutely no sense.
I know. You finally have the rich Jewish pedophile blackmailer, and you think he'd be like, "This is it, boys. This is the moment." Finally, right? But no, he's completely defending Epstein and saying Epstein was like base and awesome.
I saw Carl did a video kind of slapping Nick Fuentes around for that too. Like,
Yes.
what? You're going to let Epstein off? Jesus Christ.
Well, it's interesting because everyone has a more primary guiding principle that sort of lights their way. And you would think that with Fuentes, it would be that the Jew hatred would be the guiding principle, right? You think that'd be the overriding thing, but no. Maybe with Fuentes, it's, he's pro pedophilia. So he's made a lot of weird comments.
God.
He's made several comments about it being good to be with people that are like 14 and 15 and 16 and 17 and saying like anything older than that is like too old. And people always interpret it as like, well, he's just memeing. He's just saying crazy shit to be crazy. But then he comes out and he starts defending Epstein hardcore. And you're like, is it just memes? Is it just memes, everybody? What's going on here?
I don't
But
know.
then
I'll have to look in. I don't watch a lot of that content, so.
The second person who's doing some insane love, this is crazy. The insane levels of pedophile sweeping here is Michael Tracy of all people.
Yeah, people were wanting you to debate him or something. Were you fighting him on Twitter?
I mean, I don't think he responded to anything I said, but I was quote tweeting him.
So he's basically a coward.
I want you to. I want everyone listening. I want you to think about this.
Oh, look at this! Holy shit! JMac comes in with a $400 Streamlabs.
Oh my God! Thank you so much. Look at that.
Well, JMac has always been the king, but look at this.
Thank you, JMac.
He says, "I'm the king. I love you guys." Well, look, we got two kings today.
That's right.
Look at this.
Right. Dual kings, baby. Thank you so much, JMac. That's incredibly generous of you for $400.
Yeah.
On Streamlabs. Which we really should push the Streamlabs more because we do get a bigger cut.
What? Look, why do you think I'm saying this?
I know.
This is me pushing the Streamlabs.
Everyone should donate on the Streamlabs if you can. There's a link in the video.
Yeah.
Just click on that.
We make we make 30 to 50% on
the super chats.
Super chats, right?
Yeah.
Well, I guess no, we make 50% to 60 to 70%. There you go.
Yeah. Depending on the
it's
platform.
not a math day for me.
Yes.
Right, exactly.
If you're on an Apple device, you should definitely use Streamlabs.
Yeah.
If you can, instead of using the YouTube app, because they do take an extra chunk because Apple sucks shit.
But PayPal just takes 4% on the Streamlabs. So we make 96%. Most of that money goes to us.
Yeah.
Which then we turn right around and spend on cocaine and hookers. So
whoa. Obviously it's on ketamine and beef jerky. Okay.
Yeah. Human jerky. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
No, obviously we're kidding. Look, neither one of us, I did drugs back when I was in my 20s when you're supposed to do drugs. But look, I'm clean now and very, very happy and sober and all that good stuff.
That's good.
But it does help support the show. So it's always nice to hear. And it's good to see JMac back around. He's been on sabbatical for a little bit, but it's good to see you in the chat, man.
Mm-hmm. So, Michael Tracy here. Okay. I want you, Adam, to think about this for a second. Okay.
Now, this isn't Devin Tracy, right? That's a different guy.
No,
that's the guy.
Different Tracy. That's a kangaroo, right?
Devin
Tracy's a kangaroo.
The kangaroo that doesn't like you.
Yeah,
Michael Tracy does like you or doesn't like you.
I don't know if we've had any interaction. So
okay,
Michael Tracy is. Remember, he was like that fat guy. Didn't he like accuse Diane Waters of like attacking him or something? Do you remember this? He's like,
I don't
push me.
No.
Not Diane Waters. What was her name? That like old black.
I know more about the kangaroo than I do this Michael Tracy. I just know they both have the same last name.
Right. Anyways, doesn't matter.
Why is Devin Tracy mad at you?
Michael Tracy.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So I want you to like think about this for a second. So we know for a fact, Okay, this is not a conspiracy. This is not up in the air. We know this with 100% certainty that this is what the 2008 trial was in Florida for Epstein. That Epstein had this scheme going where he would find a girl who was in high school, and
this is so disgusting.
Okay.
If you're 40 years old and you're trolling high school girls, you're a piece of shit. You're
I think
a
he was
fucking
actually
piece of shit.
I think he might have even been 50 at this point, but
yeah, you're a super piece of shit.
So
no high school girl wants to be with a 50-year-old.
He would find a high school girl, okay, sometimes by just walking around. He's walking around with Ghislaine Maxwell, or she would she would literally be like walking around, driving around, and she would see a young, attractive looking high school girl and stop and strike up a conversation with them. Okay, this is how psychotic these people are. Like, don't these people have anything better to do than literally just try to troll for pedo bait or something? But no, they didn't. So he would find a high school girl, or Ghislaine Maxwell will find a high school girl. And they invite them over to his mansion, and they would say, "We'll give you $200 if you give me a massage." Okay, and so a lot of high school girls,
so scummy.
Yes, and a lot of high school girls would be like, "Oh yeah, okay, sure." So they give them like a massage, and like the first time, right, seems like normal. Now I would say it doesn't seem normal, because what kind of guy is going to give you $200 randomly for massage? But whatever. Like he wouldn't necessarily ask them to do anything. But things like, "Hey, you can come back in a couple of days, and I'll pay you another $200 to give me a massage." Right? And you have some dumb high school girl. She's like, "This is awesome. $200 like huge in the 2000s when you're in high school." So they'd come back, and then they'd start being like, "Hey, why don't you take your top off and give me a massage in underwear?" Right? He'd keep upping the ante, right? He'd keep upping the ante. And when he would find a girl who would,
who was desperate enough for the money.
Right.
Oh my God, it's so insidious.
It gets worse. This gets even worse. Okay. Because when he would find a girl, that would actually go through with this, and obviously it would turn into like, watch me jack off, and then jack me off, and then have sex. Like it would go the whole gambit, right, of sex. When he would find a girl that would be willing to go all the way with him and do all the sexual shit, he then wouldn't just say, "Hey, you keep coming over and I'll pay for sex." He would then say, "Hey, you go to your high school, and I want you to find other girls at your high school that you think would be willing to do what you're doing. All right. And I will pay you a finder's fee for every girl you bring me that will stick around and do sexual shit with me." Okay.
Yeah.
This is not a conspiracy. This is not something hidden in a fucking corkboard. This is all dozens and dozens of girls at high schools in Florida have testified that this exact thing happened. Okay. Have all testified the same fucking story. Police reports, police investigation. This is all known for a fact. Okay. So a lot of these girls would go do this. They would go and they'd go find people at their high school, and they'd bring them back. Okay. And one girl, who she says that she started doing this. She said she started doing this when she was 14. Okay. So she was approached by Ghislaine and Epstein when she was 14 and got involved in this. And they kind of do this whole song and dance, like, oh, they sometimes they even, like, this is even sicker. Sometimes they would talk to the children's parents and be like, "Oh, like I'm like in a mentorship program, and I like to give young girls scholarships to go to college." Right? They would do this like insane, weird shit to like sucker these people in. And this girl said that she said, "Epstein told me he wanted them as young as I could find them." And she said that as she grew older and she had less access to young girls, Epstein got increasingly angry with her inability to find him the young girls he desired. Okay.
Disgusting.
Yes. Totally fucking disgusting. And this was actually read during the grand jury for the original file, or for the original case. And there's a girl saying that when he talked to her about bringing other girls to him, she was uncomfortable. What was her response? She agreed to bring girls to him. He told her the younger, the better. She brought a 23-year-old girl to massage him, and Epstein told her that she was too old and he wanted someone younger. Okay. So it brings a 23-year-old. He's like, doesn't say she's ugly. He says she's too old. A 23-year-old girl says, and he's like 50, says she's too old for him. All right. And says,
that's so sick.
Right. And then Epstein says, knowing that she went to blank school, it's been redacted, he recommended that she ask her friends. Okay. And then she eventually turned and brought 6 different girls to the house, including a 14-year-old girl to the house. Right. So this is all like known information. This is all part of the first trial.
How fucked up for that 14-year-old girl. She's totally getting pimped out by her friend and she doesn't even know it.
Right. So you might say, this all sounds fucking crazy. What the fuck does this have to do with Michael Tracy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So for some reason, which God fucking knows what the fuck is going on here, Michael Tracy, for some reason, has decided to make it his job to be the Epstein sweeper. And he's claiming, it appears that he's claiming on X, that the reason he thinks that Epstein got such a sweetheart deal in 2008 wasn't because there was some obvious crazy shenanigans going on with the government or someone, covering up for him. Well, but it was just because like the state's case against him was just so bad. They just had such a bad case against him. And that's why they gave him the most insanely bullshit sweetheart deal imaginable, even though you literally had dozens of girls who could testify that they underage had sexual relations with Jeffrey Epstein and were involved in this crazy scheme.
Yeah, this doesn't sound like a bad case. This sounds like an airtight case.
No. And this is where I'm like, this strains such credulity here. Okay. That I don't want to try to dig deep into motivations, but this is insane. Okay. So Michael Tracy, in a post, he says, facts don't care about your feelings. Check the record. Over and over, girls acknowledge lying about their ages and instructing other girls to lie. That's why there were such huge evidentiary problems with the investigation in 2008. And he posts an excerpt from one of the court documents from 2008, where it's true, one of the witnesses said that she got her girlfriends, she brought girls to his place from her high school, and she told them to lie and say that they were 18. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but they're older. They're like 25.
No, they were young.
She's like 32, and she's like, I'm 14.
They were younger than 18, and she told them to lie and say they're 18.
Oh, I thought it was going the other way.
No.
I thought he was saying all these girls are of age. They're just lying to say so they can get the money, that they're younger.
No, he's saying that he's making this weird argument that like, well, I don't think there was anything crazy going on. And maybe Epstein, he thought that they were all 18. It's not his fault because they were just lying to him. He thought that they were all 18. So did he even really do a crime? This is sort of the argument that Michael Tracy.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, I want you to think about this for like 10 fucking seconds. And imagine you're on a jury. Someone's making this argument. You're telling me that a witness who is a victim could testify, as this was talked about in court, that Epstein got angry with her inability to find young girls and was mad when she brought her a 23-year-old girl and said, no, you need to go to your high school to find girls. You're telling me that a guy...
High school.
Yes. You're fucking telling me that a guy who sets up a scheme where he tells high school girls to find their fucking classmates and bring them back for sex to his mansion. You're telling me that this fucking person thinks that those girls are all 18.
Yeah, you don't look for 18-year-old girls at the high school. Okay.
No, you fucking don't. Okay. It's this is like the dumbest. Michael Tracy must be the stupidest fucking person alive. Or I don't know, maybe he has like a sexual gratification for being a contrarian or something. Or maybe something more nefarious. I don't fucking know what the fuck's going on here. Because this is the most batshit fucking crazy argument ever. Every person alive knows what the fuck was going on. And any person on jury would know what the fuck is going on when the 50-year-old fucking man is saying, go to your fucking high school and recruit people for sex. Okay. Oh, he thought that they were all 18 because they lied to him. Well, how was he supposed to know that they were underage at the fucking high school? Wow. It's amazing that all these girls at the high school all just happen to fucking be 18. Well, that's crazy.
Yeah. Ugh.
When the 14-year-old girl shows up, he's like, oh, wow, she looks really young for an 18-year-old, but I guess that's okay. Like,
and he keeps asking for younger girls.
Yes.
Like, he doesn't go, but make sure they're 18. You don't want to break any laws here.
Yes. Right. I don't know what Michael Tracy's brain is like mush. I don't know what the fuck's going on here.
He obviously thought he could completely get away with it. He obviously thought it didn't matter. He thought he could date 14-year-old girls and no one was going to do anything. He'd been doing it for years and years and years, running this multi-level marketing scheme of high school girls. So he's like, they're never going to catch me.
Yeah.
And if they do, I have dirt on everyone. So they'll have to go easy on me.
Yes.
So it's just indiscriminate pedophilia.
Yeah. It happened. I think it happened over a course of like 8 years.
Don't you love it when they come in?
Case or something.
When the people come in with the technique, they're like, but actually that's not pedophilia because
technically, Sitch. Okay.
Don't you?
Technically, actually, Sitch. Okay. A pedophile means that they're prepubescent. So you're using the term incorrectly. Okay.
Look, if you know the 5 different stages of pedophilia, you're fucking weird, okay? You're suspect. Ain't nobody know. Ain't no normal person separating out the 5 different flavors of pedophilia, okay?
I sent you
normal red-blooded American men are like, no, too young.
Yes.
You're 50. Grow the fuck up. Okay? Time to stop going out with the fucking 17-year-olds.
I sent you the little meme I made. You can bring up here. It's pretty good with the Michael Tracy meme. Thanks to the miracles of AI here. Yeah, no, it's like the only reason I've only heard the term hebephilia before, like all the weird pedo shit that everyone gets into. I only heard that term once in my entire life. Okay. And it was in a psychology class in college where they were talking about pedophilic disorders. And they kind of went through the different names. That's the only time I've ever heard those terms ever be used in my entire fucking life before these like weirdo pedo sweeping shit started to happen online. I'm like, what the like? Who's doing this? Who the fuck is doing this?
I've heard it a bunch of times, but it's always for the pedo sweepers.
Yes.
They always seem to know. They always come in with all of the different levels of pedophilia.
Yes. And some people were hitting me with like but Sitch, okay, when I was 16 years old, I had sex with a 21-year-old man. And we were in like a relationship for years. Does that make him a pedophile? No. Was he a 50-year-old man who created a pyramid scheme, a multi-tiered marketing scheme to draw dozens of fucking underage girls into fuck? No, he wasn't. So why the fuck are you comparing that, you retard? What's wrong with you?
This is why they have the Romeo and Juliet laws.
Yeah.
Where they're like, they don't want to, they're kids.
Yes.
They're both in high school together. Yes. There's like a 2-year age difference. You don't tend to swoop in and go, oh my God, you're a pedophile.
Not a 40-year age difference.
Yeah.
Okay. Where it's very clear that he's not in love with any of these fucking people and is literally just using them for sex.
Yeah.
And doing this to dozens and dozens and dozens of girls.
Taking advantage of them.
Yes.
And really, because let's face it, the girls that don't need the money are not going to be there. They're going to be like, what? I'm going to fucking fuck some 50-year-old man? Get out of here. You're high.
Yeah, of course.
Right? So the only ones that end up doing this are the girls that are like, I need the money. My mom's sick. My dad's sick. Right?
Which when you read
fucking sad.
When you read the case file from the 2008 case, that was most of these people. All these girls they needed the money because they were in a bad situation.
Yeah.
Because you're right. Because obviously if someone has money security, they're not going to fucking some random old guy ask me to touch his dick. No, thank you.
Usually when I hear someone's in a bad situation, I think, how can I help this person? What can I do for them? I don't think I should make this person suck my dick. Like fucking like a fucking pedophile, like an Epstein creepy motherfucker.
Yeah.
Especially in a situation like Epstein when he's got all the money in the world to help people. No, he's like, let me take advantage of these people. These people are down on their luck.
Yeah.
Let me sexually molest them.
Be so insidious as to be like, I want you to start recruiting other girls for my to be my prostitutes, and I'll pay you literal finder's fee. You'll get a percentage of their salary now. Like, this is like fucking, this is insane. This is disgusting. I can't imagine what would drive someone to defend this action or to try to sweep this action in any way, or lessen this action, or make it seem like this would be some sort of difficult case for the state of Florida to bring. This is like the easiest fucking case in the. I read through so much shit on the 2008 trial. It was like it was an open and shut case. It was a very open and shut case.
Oh my God.
But no.
Are you going to read Michael Tracy's tweet? I can't believe he's going for the like, but 16 and 17-year-olds.
Yeah, Michael Tracy said, if any sexual conduct with persons aged 16 or 17 is now presumptively considered pedophilia, it's really strange that 37 states have chosen to legally enable pedophilia. Do you live, for example, in Maryland or Nebraska? If so, you're in the midst of an ongoing pedo crime spree.
Right. And this is because of the Romeo and Juliet laws?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like,
those laws were catching up a lot of high school sweethearts, you know, obviously, like he turns 18, she's still 17. And now all of a sudden he's a convicted sex offender because he's continuing to have sex with the girl he's been going out with for 3 years.
Here's why everyone gets like, feels like it's so sus about this whole thing. Okay. Why, like if a normal person, okay, who hasn't done anything sus, right? Why would they care? Like we all like when people say that Epstein's a pedo, like we all know what that means.
Of course.
Understand.
Of course.
What that means, okay?
Yeah.
It's not like, as you're saying there could be some situations.
Performative ignorance here.
Right. There could be some situations with like, someone, was 16 and, they had sex with a 20-year-old and then they got married. Right. We all know that's not the situation with Epstein. So why the fuck? It is a little suspicious.
Why bring it up?
It's a little sus. Why do you feel so compelled to hyperfixate on this point? It seems a little strange to me. That's all I'll say. It seems a little strange to me to be like, actually, Sitch. Actually, no. Okay. He wasn't a pedo. He was just a hemophile, Sitch. Okay. It's a very big difference.
Yeah. Oh my God. We don't even know because Epstein kept saying younger, younger, and younger. We don't know what happens. Right. She shows up with like an 11-year-old. Epstein's like, oh, perfect.
Right. And it's very bizarre. And I don't know, it's weird too, because he has like all these people that are like supporting him on X. I don't know what's motivating these people's behavior. It's so strange to me. It could be there's some people that are just hyper contrarian. They want to be hyper contrarian. Or maybe some of it is some people find the truth of the situation too scary. It's super fucked up. It's super scary, super dark to think that there's this guy Epstein who knows what he's eating people, right? It's whatever. But there's this guy, he's obviously doing weird shit with underage girls. And he's obviously roping in a bunch of elites to do shit with underage girls and all this other shit. And very disgusting stuff. And he got off some insane deal for very, very probably nefarious reasons in 2008. And then now he probably didn't actually kill himself in jail and was killed to hide information. Okay. Or now I know some people think he's, secretly survived or whatever. Right. And that the reality of that situation, that could all go on in our society. Maybe that's just too scary for some people to deal with, to cope with. And so they have to turn to people like Michael Tracy and other people who are like downplaying the whole thing and saying, oh, it's not what everyone says. Everyone's just so crazy about this stuff when it's not really that crazy. And they just do this insane downplay of the whole thing.
I think they're protecting themselves. I think their entire search history is like barely legal. This barely legal, that. and they're just
Baby.
like, oh, that's normal. That's totally normal sexual preference. Okay. So they're just defending it because, you know, people are basically accusing them surreptitiously. So they feel the need to go out there and like defend their preference.
Maybe
that's what I think. But look,
I don't know.
I could be wrong. We would have to look at Michael Tracy's search history to actually know. Did you see the interview with Steve Bannon, the Epstein interview?
I only saw like 20-30 minutes of it.
That's the first time I'd ever heard Epstein speak. And I was like, oh my God, this guy's a fucking dork. He is such a dork.
Mm-hmm.
He did not come off as impressive to me in any way, shape, or form. Did you have the same? I mean, he has like a weird voice.
Yeah. Listen, I have a weird voice too. So who am I to throw stones in this glass house?
Not near as weird as Epstein.
Sure,
Come on.
Sure.
I always thought people were talking, he's like Mossad and some secret agent. So you think, okay, well, he's like a James Bond type, right?
Right.
And then he speaks and you're like, this guy's a nerd. Holy shit.
It's interesting because it reminds me of, it reminds me of Eric Weinstein's story about this, where he says he goes to he's invited to meet with Epstein. He goes to Epstein's apartment. I think it was in like New York or something. And he first notices that there's a camera that's like kind of hidden, but also not kind of hidden. That's like,
oh yes, I just film everyone that I do an interview with. It's okay. It'll be okay. It's just part of my personal collection.
Exactly. So he notices this camera, and then he also notices, and it's funny because this was actually confirmed by, I guess, the Epstein files, that he has this big long table with an American flag draped over it, which is as a tablecloth, which is weird for two reasons. Number one, you're now supposed to get food and drink all over the American flag, which is obviously very disrespectful to America. And also, it visually looks like a coffin because the only time you generally would see an American flag draped over something in that shape is, you know, when it's a military funeral.
And he doesn't realize this.
Well, I think Epstein does realize this. That's why.
Oh, really? He's doing it to freak him out?
Yeah. And we've seen that. You can actually, some of the Epstein pictures, you can see that table in the background now. So you can see that Eric Weinstein wasn't just like making this up. And he says that Epstein comes in and he sits down and he has some young girl come down and sit on his lap. And he like bounces this. I think he said that he thought that she was like above 18 though. He bounces this like 18-year-old or college age girl, you know, on his lap while they're having this conversation. He's never met this person before, right? This is the first time he's ever met this guy. So he's obviously doing some sort of like bizarre power play.
He's totally compensating, right? He's like, I know I sound like a dork, but look at this cute girl. She's into me.
Yes. But then, you know, Eric Weinstein at the time, because, you know, he's a math guy, right? He knows all this high level math shit, all this high level investor shit. He said he's trying to have like this conversation with Epstein about like high level math shit. And Epstein doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, like at all.
Yeah.
And then he's like, okay, this guy's just like a fraud. This guy's just some sort of fraudster. And that's why, you know, a lot of people do think that, you know, he kind of always ran, you know, had this image of him being this sort of like genius financial investor, but it was all bullshit. It was all smoke and mirrors. It was all just blackmail, coercion, pyramid schemes, you know, theft, that he didn't really know jack shit about investment whatsoever.
In that interview, he still thinks we're on fractional reserve banking. And I was like, what?
Yes.
What the fuck?
Yes.
What's up, old timer?
It's so funny too, because he's literally just giving like the West Wing Glass-Steagall being removed by Bill Clinton is like why the housing crash occurred. Like take, like he's giving the most like basic bitch take to Steve Bannon. And it was baffling to watch Asman and other people watch this, I guess, and they're just like, oh, this is so true. I'm like, okay. But it's like, okay.
I didn't see that. I was laughing when he was talking about the fractional reserve banking. I was like, oh, wow.
Yeah, no.
This guy doesn't really know finance.
No. Well, it's like Gelman's amnesia. It's like everyone knows that this guy is a lying psycho when it comes to the sex trafficking stuff. So why would you assume that he's telling you the truth when he talks about financial shit?
Any of the other shit, yeah.
Yeah, you shouldn't. Like,
he conned some guy into giving him $45 million for some sort of tax consultation.
Yes.
I don't know about you, but that seems a little rich. I mean, how much is a tax return? You're paying $45 million to do the taxes.
I think that
one year Trump paid $750 for his taxes.
Well, listen.
How
And then
much
the
was
next
the
year, I think he
consultation?
paid, next year he paid zero. So if you're going to pay zero taxes, maybe that $45 million consultation makes sense. That could make a lot of sense.
You got to read Equal Shout X Super Chat. It's so true. Equal Shout X for $5. By the way, Adam describes Epstein's demeanor. I can only imagine William Murderface speaking. God, we had fun with the murder.
You guys want to touch my island? I have a private island. I gave you $200. You can give me a massage.
And Steve Bannon kept asking him the same question like 20 times, and he would never answer the fucking question.
What was the question?
I can't remember. The question was no, the question was, how did you get into this prestigious institution, right? He kept going back to, how did you get into the institution? How did you get into the institution?
Right.
And he's like, here's how fractional reserve banking works. Well, that doesn't tell me shit about how you got in the fucking institution.
There was a guy, again, I don't know, I don't remember who said this, so maybe it was all fake, right? There was a long post I read that was some guy who was claiming, I think that they like worked at whatever that financial institution is that he was involved with before he kind of broke off and went independent. And essentially it was like the way that he got into it was that he was like banging the boss's daughter.
Bear Stearns, I think it was.
Yeah. Epstein was like banging the boss's daughter, and that's how he got into them in the first place. And that's why everyone kind of bent over backwards for him, just because he was just like the son, the potential son-in-law. It wasn't because he was some sort of financial genius or anything like that.
Yeah, he was working it.
It's kind of strange because I agree with you. Like from the part of the stuff I saw, Epstein, like I don't know, he just seems nerdy. He doesn't seem very charismatic.
So thank you. You did seem like a nerd, right?
It did come out that way, but it's hard to tell because there are people that are very rare, but I've met them occasionally who are like hyper charismatic, and it doesn't really come across unless you're like in person interact with them. And they're able to, and I don't know how they do this exactly. I'm sure there's some dark triad psychology people that understand this, and they just have some vibe, some charisma that they're able to just get people to do shit for them that you would not think normally people would do. They feel compelled to kind of bend over backwards.
The hot young girl bouncing up and down on his lap during the interview, though, that is a ploy. That's a psychological game. That's a tactic. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like coming in the $250,000 sports car, right? Like you don't look like such a dork when you're behind the wheel of a $250,000 car, right?
Right.
It's a game.
Yeah, there's something.
Deceive people.
There's like very blatant things like that, obviously. Yes.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, when I've met some people like this, it's not so blatant.
Yeah.
There's just something there.
The mystique is gone now because we know what a like insanely evil person he is. So I'm watching the interview and I'm just seeing him stripped down to his essence.
Yes.
And it's not impressive in any way, shape, or form. It doesn't seem charismatic at all.
Right, but that's because then obviously you're going into it with this
no, I
understanding
think.
that this
Look,
guy's
I
like,
think if he did, look, even the Birdman, who we covered at the beginning of the stream, and I disagree with, and I think is insanely racist and just hates white people. That guy's, I mean, he's got a really good voice. I mean, I could see him being very charismatic with the ladies and saying things that win hearts over. Like I could see some charisma there, right?
Right.
I disagree with him politically, but I think, I could see some charisma there. Epstein, none. No charisma.
I don't know, because I said I never met him, but I've seen other people do things. Not like be monsters like Epstein, but I've seen other people that you would think you would, like if you were to just see them in a vacuum, you think this person is not charismatic, right? And then you interact with them, you're like, holy shit, this person's like hyper charismatic, and they can pull like any girl and any friend they want. So.
Yeah, I know. That is a mysterious thing when they're when they're not as good looking, or yeah, I've seen that before too. That's a strange thing. I know exactly what you're talking about.
So
Where you're like, oh,
I would
this person has a funny voice, but so there's something about them.
right.
I'm mesmerized by them, right?
And Epstein, I would say Epstein must have been like that, considering the fact that it seems like all these fucking rich and powerful people were bending over fucking backwards to hang out with him so much.
Yeah,
Always
I think
win-
it's.
I don't think it was just money. Like money only gets you so far.
Yeah. Okay.
Speaking of, that's kind of interesting. I don't know if you saw this. This is crazy. Do you know who Deepak Chopra is?
Yeah, of course. Deepak's great.
So
You don't like
Deepak,
Deepak?
my mom used to like have a bunch of Deepak Chopra books. Okay,
Yeah.
when I was a child. So if you don't know who
Moms
Deepak Chopra,
love Deepak Chopra. Oh
yes,
my
they
God,
do.
he's like the
Mariana Williamson,
moms
right?
can't resist.
She's like Deepak Chopra. If you don't know, he's like this new age guru guy.
Indian guru, yeah.
Yeah, he's
He's
Indian
like
American.
the first though. He's like the official,
He's
the
like,
original.
he kind of fell out of prominence, I think, in the last decade or so. But back in like the 2000s and in the 90s, he was like the top new age spiritual guru guy. Was Deepak Chopra. He's like a huge fucking name. Okay. This guy, if he spoke, he could command a speaking fee probably of like, I don't know, 6-7 figures, right? He's some massive world famous guy who would talk about all this like nice hippie spiritual stuff, like
That's exactly
mindfulness and and meditation and co-creating reality with God, and blah 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 blah, all this other stuff, right?
Jack Handy shit.
Yeah. So of course he's in the Epstein files, Adam. Even Deepak Chopra cannot escape. He is in the Epstein files.
But look,
too.
my thesis is you would know he's in the Epstein files because Epstein knows if he can say, oh, I'm friends with Deepak Chopra, everyone's going to look at him with a glow and they're not going to see the dork that he actually is. It's just a scam. But look, maybe Deepak Chopra is all over the young girls and all over the island. I'm not sure.
Okay, you could be correct, but let me read you an email exchange between the two of them.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
This is from
Famous last words.
This is from 2017. Okay, so this is after the 2008 trial. This is a year before he dies, or a couple years before he dies, right?
Deepak's like my brother.
Yes. So Epstein says, I think this is Epstein. Kind of the way it's worded is kind of confusing who's speaking, but I think this is Epstein says, and this is kind of, I'm just going to kind of start from the middle of the conversation. Does a cell have form? Is a cell aware? Does it have emotion? Does it perform actions? Did you find me a cute Israeli? ? Smiley face. Okay.
Deepak said that? Guilty.
No, I think Epstein says this, the Deepak.
Oh, okay. Well, not guilty then.
So then, hold on. So Epstein, so it looks like Deepak Chopra's response to this is cells are human constructs, no such thing. Universe is a human construct, no such thing. Cute girls are aware when they make noises.
Okay. That was Deepak's response?
Yes. Okay.
This sounds like he's talking about the jerky. Like, don't turn it into jerky if it's making noise.
Right. And then it continues where it looks like Deepak says, God is a construct, but cute girls are real. And then Epstein replies, so when a girl says, oh my God, ? So even Deepak Chopra is having lewd, bizarre sexual conversations with Jeffrey Epstein in his fucking emails. What this is like, what is happening?
This is why, it's the money thing. If some billionaire comes in and says, hey, I'm going to make a donation of $1 billion to your foundation or your nonprofit or whatever, these people just fold. They're like, okay, well, I got to do whatever. So he starts making the kissy emails and they're like, well, fuck, I'll just play along. I got to get that $1 billion in my coffers.
I guess. I don't know, man.
It's
don't know.
sick. It's totally sick. I don't approve of it. I think it's fucking. I think the right way to respond is like, "Hey, you're a billionaire, but maybe be normal, okay?"
Yes.
This is a
Or
business.
just don't respond to that part of the email, right? Just ignore the part about the girls, which is weird. You just reply to the rest of the email. You just pretend like you didn't say, like, that's the polite way to deal with this. You just pretend like you didn't even read that part of the email, right? You're just
Not
even
me.
gonna
I
respond
just
to it.
go in and say, "Hey, what's up with this fucking weird shit about the girls? What are you, a pedo or something?"
Well, listen, if you're trying to, get money out of this person, right? You're trying to balance in this. Because I agree. Obviously,
Most of the time,
obviously
the
you should
billionaire
say,
signs a check before he starts with the pedo shit. Okay.
obviously, yeah, that's the real response. You say, listen, buddy, okay. I'm Deepak Chopra. Before I talk about girls, I want the check signed, okay, to my
Yeah.
name, baby.
Don't fuck around.
That's what I want.
I'm trying to think. Do we do any weird shit in our messages back and forth?
Probable. I'm sure
It
there's
seems
something.
like there's some weird
There's
shit going
something in
on.
there.
That
I'm sure there's
can
something in
get
there you could take
completely
out. Yes.
misconstrued. Yeah.
Right.
Well, neither one of us is going to turn out to be some monster. So
That's true.
everyone's going to be like, "Oh, it's totally innocent." But that's the thing. You never know. Because if you turn out to be a monster, everyone's going to blame me for those weird text messages.
True.
And I'll have to go, "Look, I didn't know. I had no idea he meant
I didn't
it.
know Sitch. I didn't know Sitch was crazy.
I know. Look, we were just memeing. I thought we were just memeing."
When Sitch was talking about eating human meat, I thought it was
know.
just a joke. It was just a meme. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he said Under the Skin was his favorite movie. And I thought he was being ironic.
When Adam kept saying he loved Under the Skin, I assumed he just liked to see Scott Johansson naked. But it turns out that wasn't the part he liked. He liked the consumption of human flesh. That was the part. Yes.
When they butchered the humans, that's what I was really into.
Grawl TH for $20. Thanks so much. Says I feel like they lost a good opportunity to call it pork jerky and reference the long pig. Also, the conspiracy nuts think the equals in the email is code. Makes me laugh since it's because of old email formatting standards. Oh, interesting. Okay. I didn't know about the equals thing. Okay, here, wait. Let's finish that video because there's something weird at the end of that video that Asmongold's going through that we didn't get to.
Do you berate Majin in DMs?
Majin?
Yeah, he says
every day. I think he
Sitch
gets off on
berates
it.
me
I think
in
he has
DMs.
like a, how like some people get
This
off.
can't be true.
You know how some people they pay like the dominatrix to like insult them.
Uh-huh.
That's what Majin does. He pays me in like artwork to like berate him in my DMs. I think he gets off on it because he's
that's fun.
It's his thing. It's his kink.
Okay, good to know. We're learning so much today.
Yes.
All this will be in the PSA Sitch files in 2 years from now.
That's just a joke, everyone. Just a joke.
Just a joke, guys.
Just a joke. Just a joke. Okay. Anyway, what's the time code are you at for the?
Are we going back to the video?
Yeah, there's like 15 seconds left or so.
Which video?
The Asmon Twitter video.
Oh, I gotta hit the back button, I think.
Oh, got
Oh no, that didn't work. God damn it.
I could just send it to you again.
Why would you do that?
Well, how else are you gonna find it?
It's already in your DMs. You sent it once. What are you talking about? I just
but you have to find it in the list of things I sent you.
Yeah, so
I
mean, it's the one.
find, you know what? You know what? I'm trying to help you. Go find it yourself, fucker. Go find it your fucking
face on it, right?
Look at this fucking guy. Go find it yourself. Okay?
But I already did find it.
Okay.
It's almost done.
All right. We're at what? 356.
What Muppet does Asmon look most like? This is an easy one. Yeah.
He looks like the girl character in the band, right?
The girl in the band?
With the long hair.
No, he looks like the eagle character. What character is that?
No, he doesn't.
The blue eagle.
He does not look like Sam Eagle.
Yes, he does.
Sam Eagle doesn't have a beard.
He looks exactly like Sam Eagle.
You're crazy. What is
Where's the
this guy?
Sam Eagle? Right here. Look. He
It's
does
nothing like Sam
He does
Eagle.
the Sam Eagle right
What?
here. I gotta
stop it.
I gotta screen cap this shit.
He actually looks like Not a Muppet. There, well, I guess it was a Muppet. There were some old Sesame Street characters that I don't even know if they had names that looked kind of similar
This is the
to
magic of Asmongold.
Asman. Yeah, now that I think about it, I think
This,
had like the beard and everything.
this is why he's so popular.
He looks like a Muppet.
Because he looks like a Muppet. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
What's not to like?
You know, I never noticed that till you said it, but he does have Muppet features. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay, I found the perfect picture here. Here we go. Side by side right here. Bitch, you know. Oh my God. It's a spitting image. Sam Eagle.
He does not look like Sam Eagle.
You don't think so? I mean,
No.
look at that.
No.
It's identical. He's got the same beak. All right, where are we at in the video?
Does he look like, wait, Floyd Pepper?
You're like, which one is it?
Yes.
Them some Muppet eyes and eyebrows. That is a Muppet face.
You're right. I never noticed it. Yeah.
Yeah. I should try to do more Muppet features. This is the way. The way.
This is the way.
Is Sammy G gonna drag you to see The Mandalorian?
Why would she do that?
Mandalorian movie? Because women, they love this Baby
That little
Yoda
Baby
character.
Yoda.
They're like, oh my God, Baby Yoda. Holy
I don't even know if
shit."
she's ever seen any of the Mandalorian.
Oh, that's not. If she doesn't like Baby Yoda, that's a bad sign.
That's a red flag.
That's a total red flag. Yeah.
Okay, I sent you.
Baby Yoda is designed to sniff out the mothering instincts in women.
Oh, really?
That's the whole purpose of the Baby Yoda franchise. You didn't know that?
I didn't know that this is Baby Yoda is a conspiracy
It
to
is,
try to
yeah.
use mate selection for men to determine who is a worthy mate. Yes.
Yeah. You take them to see The Mandalorian and check the response. Where are we at in the video?
I sent you a picture. Does this Muppet look more? I think more than
Oh.
Sam Eagle does.
I brought it back to the face. Get out of town.
You don't think
This-
so?
This is not even close.
No, it's
You're not
closer
even-
than Sam Eagle.
You're not even in the
It's
right.
closer than Sam Eagle.
Look at this
Okay.
shit. It's some guy in the rock band.
Yes.
Not even close.
Sam Eagle.
This
get
guy has
outta here.
sunglasses on. He doesn't even have eyeballs.
It's not all in the eyes, Adam.
He's got to have the big round eyeballs.
Oh my god.
Big
It's
round
interesting what people
eyeballs.
fixate on. I'm not even looking at the eyeballs.
Yeah. You're looking at the beard?
Yeah. Maybe he looks more like Animal. He's got, he's got all the fuzz.
His beak-shaped beard.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Anyways,
All right,
we're
what,
at
yeah.
356.
356 it is. As soon as I get to the 356. Okay,
I
ready?
don't think that Asmund looks like Pepe the Prowler. Okay. I don't see that one. But anyway.
Here we
All
go.
right. Yep.
Go.
The rituals. Oh, what is this here? I'll pull this one up and see it. That's crazy. She cooked in the brain? Maybe. She ate the brain? Yeah, maybe she did. Wire transfer request form. A 65-gallon... Guys, 655-gallon sulfuric acid with fuel and insurance charge? They are dissolving bodies.
Guilty. He's convinced me.
655-gallon drums of sulfuric acid. That's a little sus.
What?
A little bitty sus.
I guess that's to get rid of the bones because you can't make jerky out of the bones.
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
That's what they did in Breaking Bad, remember?
Oh, that's where they got the idea.
That's where I don't know if this happened before. Maybe Breaking Bad got the idea from it. Maybe, oh my God, was Vince Gilligan on Epstein's island dissolving bodies with Epstein?
Right. Yeah.
I could believe that.
Terrible.
All right, this is crazy. DOJ's 86-page prosecution memo listing possible co-conspirators in the Epstein case and the victim's allegations against those possible co-conspirators disappeared from the DOJ website after the Miami Herald questioned the DOJ about the list. Okay. So
astonishing.
So there are a lot of weird files that get put up on the government website, and then people look at them and they gain some publicity. They kind of go viral, and then the government takes them down, which is very suspect, obviously. So here's the Miami Herald's article about it. I'll read some of it here. Who were the other men in the Epstein files? This is the FBI's own list. After the Justice Department shut the door on releasing the Jeffrey Epstein files in July 2025, FBI agents worked on drafts of 21-page presentations of all the evidence the FBI had gathered in the case, including a summary of allegations against 11 men. There's no evidence that Epstein, a New York financier who sexually assaulted and trafficked hundreds of girls and young women over 2 decades, kept his own client list of men. But documents not previously made public show the FBI had compiled its own list of accusations against prominent men based largely on uncorroborated tips and interviews the DOJ has compiled since Epstein's arrest in 2019. Among the names on the list is President Donald Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Harvey Weinstein, private equity investor Leon Black, L Brands founder Les Wexner, and banker Jess Staley, and others. Quote, can you write me a sentence or two for the below are the salacious statements made against the individuals in this file, an unidentified individual wrote in July of 2025, an email alongside the list of men. The presentation appears to have been compiled by a task force at the FBI and the New York Police Department. The list was arranged in a detailed PowerPoint published among millions of pages of Epstein-related documents released by the Department of Justice in January. While the list was included in a presentation about Epstein, not all of the reference activity is necessarily illegal, and it's not clear that the men were connected explicitly with Epstein's crimes, but it does give the public an inside look at an investigation that spanned nearly 2 decades in 3 presidential administrations.
Wow.
So 86 pages taken down after numerous individuals the government was looking into. And they're like, you know what? We can't have that. We can't have that. Even though, again, this is all against the law. Everything they're doing with all these redactions, it's all against the law here.
That's the recent law, right?
Yes.
Terrible. Lawbreakers. Law-breaking scum.
Here's another very bizarre email from Epstein, or to Epstein in 2018. Someone says, a friend of a friend Skyped me because they wanted some advice. She was working on a sex trafficking movie. They're sending this to Epstein. She said she met this really beautiful girl that used to be a sex slave for a guy with a private island. She met this pilot/girl at Burning Man. I asked her if she ever met Epstein. She said no, she hadn't. And I said, yes, you have. She almost fainted. To which he replies, I'm confused. Never talked to her about anything to do with you, but she knows blank. I don't know why that blank is redacted. Then the reply, no, she was telling me that she is doing a movie on sex trafficking and met a sex slave, you. She had no idea that the Jeffrey she was talking to, me, so it's a Jeffrey talking, was the Jeffrey she was talking about.
Wow.
To which the girl says, I'm so confused, to which Jeffrey Epstein replies, I'll get more info, no worries. How's the puss?
Ugh. Wow. What a fucker.
Yep. Okay, let me see here. A whole list of things.
So what's going to put this whole thing to bed? So everyone can just move on.
I mean, people are going to have to go to jail.
Right.
That's what's going to have to happen. People are going to have to go to jail.
That's going to happen though, right? Obviously. Just like Massey said, we're going to see some billionaires do the perp walk.
I don't think anyone's going to go to
some
jail.
Fall guys, right?
I don't think anyone's going to go to jail over this. Because if there is a wider ranging conspiracy, if this is, wider as some people think, you put one person in jail and then they start squealing, right? They start talking.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can I sent you a video, but I don't think you can just put one person in jail. All these people need to be investigated.
Who are you rooting for, the Seattle Seahawks or the New England Patriots?
I don't care.
Really?
Yes.
Say the New England Patriots.
I will say,
aren't you a Patriot?
I will say I will go for the New England Patriots just because.
Seahawks are up 3.
Okay. Just because when I used to play Madden 1998 or whatever, I used to on the PS1, I would play as the New England Patriots for some reason, which I don't remember why.
Right.
So there you go. I'll go with the Patriots for that. For that very silly reason.
Good on you.
Okay.
This is Super Bowl LX.
Hmm.
Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
LX.
What is L50?
I don't know.
Oh.
60?
Well, X is 10, so I guess if L is 50, it'd be 60, right?
Sure. Don't you love a numerical system that forces you to add and subtract?
That's stupid. Yeah, it's dumb. What the fuck? How are the Greeks so smart and the Romans so smart about some things, but their number system was retarded. Almost as retarded as the Japanese. But that's another conversation. Okay, bring up this clip I sent you. Another Thomas Massey.
Bring it up. Thomas Massey on fire.
Thomas Massey
talking
being on
about
fire.
perp walking rich people.
Yes.
That's what we need, right?
Mm-hmm.
We need to march out the guillotines.
Yep.
Get some of these people going. All right, 48 seconds. You ready? Yep. Let's go.
What questions do you have about Lutnick's ties to Epstein, and should he come before Congress and testify?
No, he should just resign. I mean, there are 3 people in Great Britain that have resigned in politics. The ambassador from Great Britain to the United States. The prince lost his title for less than what we've seen Howard Lutnick lie about. Look, Howard Lutnick clearly went to the island, if we believe what's in these files. He was in business with Jeffrey Epstein. And this was many years after Jeffrey Epstein was convicted, lightly sentenced, but was convicted for sexual crimes. So he's got a lot to answer for, but really he should make life easier on the president, frankly, and just resign. If this were Great Britain, he'd already be gone.
What questions do you have about Lutnick's ties to Epstein?
Isn't that just how, if Lutnick doesn't resign, like it's just, we're just fucked, right? Like nothing will happen. If he's caught red-handed lying his fucking ass off about Epstein, that's just like, it's fine. Who cares? No one cares. They can do whatever.
Nutlick looks pretty guilty here, right?
Yes.
It's all over for Nutlick.
So that's what you should call him, Nutlick now?
Nutlick is out of here.
Yes. So there's also,
Nutlick lied. He looked at you and he's like, I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
That's right. I did not go to Epstein's island to have sex relations with an underage masseuse.
I, Nutlick, am innocent of these charges.
I met Epstein and he was just so gross. I was like, I'm going to have nothing to do with this guy until I just started to keep hanging out with him repeatedly for the next 10 years.
He said, I have a massage every day. Every goddamn day.
How fucking bad is also like, how bad is Dershowitz look on this stuff? He's like, remember Dershowitz was like, I had an island. I had a massage at the island and it was totally cool. Or no, not the island, at his Palm Beach house. I was at his Palm Beach house and I had massages all the time. It was so cool. Don't worry, guys. My wife was there. All right. It was all above board. It's like, okay, Dershowitz.
Can't imagine.
You fucking retarded.
I can't imagine going to some rich dude's house and being like, oh yeah, I'll have a massage.
That's fucking weird. That's so weird. That's so fucking weird. What? Yeah. I'm gonna go to this guy's house. He just has a stable of women roaming the grounds that give you massages, and you don't pause and think, well, that's unusual. That's a strange thing to have.
If someone invites you over for dinner, maybe you're like, okay, I'll go to dinner, right?
Right.
Invite you over to have a massage. My personal masseuse will give you a massage. Oh, no, thanks.
See, but here's the
thing too.
Maybe
buy me a gift certificate to the massage place. Massage Envy, right?
It would be strange. if you go to some rich guy's house and he's like, I have a personal masseuse and they give massages, right? It'd be a little strange, but that would be less strange if it's like the same person, right? Every time you go, it's like they have like the same person who's always there. Cause you're like, okay, maybe they really are like like they just hired them as a massage, right? But then it's like, no, they have like 10 or 15 different like girls that roam the property and they all do this. And you're like, okay, wait a minute. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? This is not your person. You have 15 personal masseuses. What do you, that are all like suspiciously young? What are you talking about?
Yeah. I've watched too many David Lynch movies. I wouldn't be having it. I'd be like, this is fucking weird. Okay. Something's going to happen here.
You think you're going to get stabbed?
I'm going to end up murdered. Yeah.
Yeah. They're going to kill you while you're on the table, or they're going to start jerking you and there's going to be a camera there and you're going to be blackmailed. Like, yeah, something crazy is going to happen.
Yeah. This is not end well.
That's true.
What did I do to deserve some massage from some crazy person?
So there's more about Lutnick in the files here. So this was
Nutlick. What are you doing?
From Nutlick, you're right. From
You're
Nutlick.
mispronouncing it.
Okay.
How dare you?
So now this is a claim, right? This is a claim. It is in the files, but it is just a claim here. It says a whistleblower who worked for a company that was a subsidiary of Cantor Fitzgerald, Howard Nutlick's firm, claims that Nutlick was involved in fraudulent financial activities tied to Epstein.
What?
And says he's willing to provide documents to prove it. This is from 2020, so this wasn't like a recent thing. It is also being claimed that money was laundered through shell companies created by Cantor Fitzgerald. The document further reveals that Nutlick purchased a property.
It's so funny.
It's very easy. Nutlick purchased a property that was adjacent to Epstein's townhome and owned by both Epstein and Les Wexner, and he sold it to Nutlick for $10 through a trust.
What does this guy do for a living? This Nutlick guy.
What do you think? Sold to him for
I'm
$10.
afraid to ask.
Okay. The files also say that the money allegedly was laundered through Nutlick's firm, and that it came from the Russian mafia.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh no.
So will any of this be investigated, or are we all just gonna kind of shrug and say, well, it's all just probably fake news, blah blah blah. Right?
Yeah. No. When do you think Trump is gonna cut old Nutlicker loose?
I mean, I don't think he will. I literally don't think he will. Yeah.
Really?
I think Nutlick, if he resigns, he can resign on his own. But I don't even think Trump will pressure him to resign. I don't think he cares.
He makes it sound like they're best friends.
Yeah.
Nutlick and Trump. So maybe all of this is to protect him. Maybe Trump's just trying to quash the Epstein files to protect his friend.
There you go. Trump
Old
is
Nutlick.
so he's so loyal to Nutlick here. He's like, I have to protect
Well, look,
Nutlick.
Nutlick has a skill. I don't know if you can think. I don't know if you know what it is.
Finance, right? Isn't he? He's doing finance stuff.
Well, he's got a skill. He's been very good at staying in Trump's good graces. I don't know what Nutlicker is doing to ingratiate himself to Trump.
Mm-hmm.
But Trump seems to like it a lot. Okay.
Right.
Whatever Nutlick is selling, Trump really is buying. He's a big buyer of Nutlick.
So Thomas Massey posts on X. He says, tomorrow I will go to the DOJ to view the unredacted Epstein files. Which documents should I view? Include EFTA links and reply. I will sort the replies to this post by number of likes. So instead of making redundant posts, please like replies that contain documents you think are important.
Who said that?
Thomas Massey.
Okay. Massey's going, wow. Yes. He's swinging for the fences. Massey's like, this is going to make me president.
Right.
He's doing the thing you keep saying Trump should do.
Yes. So, okay. So some of the ones that people have already suggested.
Can you imagine if Trump marched out Nutlick and said, like, you did dirty. You did wrong. We gotta get rid of you.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to see you go, but look, you have no PETAs in our administration. Made a total example of him.
That would be good.
Yeah. He won't do it, though. That guy's so loyal to Trump.
I don't think
Trump
he's
loves loyalty.
He does. He does. I don't think that's why I don't think he's gonna get rid of any of these people. So, and I don't know. Is Lutnick?
Who?
He's the Secretary of Commerce. Is he or not? Like, is that a Senate confirmable position?
I'm not. I think it is. Yeah, it's a cabinet position, so it's got to
Right.
be confirmed by the. But he's already been confirmed, right?
No, but I'm saying that's the problem with Trump getting rid of any of these people, is then they have to go through a Senate
The confirmation process again.
Yes,
When he's
That's
not
the
as
real
popular.
problem. Right.
They
And
rushed
all
everyone
this
through
Epstein
when he's
stuff is
like,
gonna
I'm
be-
popular and I have a mandate.
And now they're gonna have to ask them, do you have any association with Epstein? Like at the Senate
Right.
confirmation. Do you touch children inappropriately?
Is it true?
Yes.
You look nut.
So there were two emails that were really crazy. And I sent you where someone sent, and I'm sure this is other, pictures, or these are unredacted emails that they want Thomas Massey to look at here. There were two emails that all they contained was a picture, and it says age 10, and then another one says age 11 with a picture. Okay. Now the
Ooh.
pictures have been removed, so we don't know what the pictures are. And then the names and subjects of the people that sent them to Epstein have been redacted. So obviously, there's a lot of questions about why the fuck is someone sending Jeffrey Epstein a picture that all says is age 10 and then a picture that all says is age 11. What the fuck does that mean, right?
We all know what it means. What are you
Yeah.
talking about? Did you look at the pictures? Were you able
We
to see
don't.
the
They're
pictures?
not available. You can't look at the picture.
Yeah.
They've been removed. So
Guilty.
who knows what they? Yeah.
Fucking guilty.
Then there's another email that they said that they sent for Thomas Massey to look at that's redacted. The from is redacted, and it says, "Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty." Oh, that doesn't sound very good.
No.
There's also the weird one, which was Epstein says, or someone sent to Epstein, "I give you permission to kill him. He is apparently with blank. He lied to you and he lied to me." Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Hmm.
So maybe Thomas Massey will come in clutch here. We can actually get the names of these people involved and find out what the fuck is going on with some of these fucking emails. Though I don't trust the Trump administration to investigate any of this at all, because Trump has been made it very clear that he wants all this stuff buried as fast as possible. So
It's a huge shadow over his administration.
yes.
It's got to
And
be painful.
And it's like really stupid for him too, because so far, the only things that were really pointing to him were the uncorroborated, that list of like uncorroborated claims that some people made against him, which most people have just sort of like, who knows whether those are true or not. If he had just championed this from the beginning, he would be looking so much better right now. It's like, if he just is like, I've
every time he comes out and he's like, "Oh yeah, it's great. They should release more of those." If he just
Yes.
was saying that,
Yes.
and then behind the scenes saying, "Redact all my names. Get all my friends out of there."
Right. Well, the fact that before anything came out, he was trying to say like, "Oh, it's all a Democrat hoax" and all this other stuff, that really makes it seem like he is trying to preempt something coming out, so I can point to it and say it's not true. There's another email that came out. Again, the sender to Epstein redacted for absolutely no reason. The person says, "Happy New Year. Yes, I'm here. I just got my visa. I'll go to the 2B Riga agency tomorrow if you want. I walk around. There are little girls. They have good bodies, but the face is weird and they are not so tall." Well, that doesn't sound innocent, does it? That sounds pretty fucked up, doesn't it?
It is sad. Yeah. Sounds like they're just preying on these girls.
Yep. Well, it sounds like someone's in some foreign country and they're talking about like underage prostitutes or something.
Abducting.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
Turning into sex slaves.
Right.
Turning into prostitutes.
Then there's another email that came out that was discussing the guidelines for redaction. And someone says, good morning, sir. Requesting guidance redacting photographs. Who's protected under this transparency task? As mentioned before, we need guidance to redact 1B items. IMDRIDS is requesting clear and consistent guidelines to process 1B items. There are several boxes that need to be processed, and the sooner they have clear and consistent guidance, and the sooner that we will start processing those items. It says needs clear and specific guidance to redact those photographs. Some photographs depict victims, unknown unidentified females and males, former U.S. presidents, Secretary of State, and other celebrities. So they're like, are we supposed to redact any of this stuff? Which legally they were not supposed to. They were only supposed to redact victims. That was it. That's the only thing they're supposed to redact.
They're like, some celebrity has sex with underage girls and they're the victim. The celebrity is the victim.
Oh, okay. Okay. They really, the gang that couldn't shoot straight here was also kind of going on here. Also, there's a photo from 2015. Again, after, so all this is kind of an important point too. There's a photo from 2015 that shows Epstein was at a dinner with Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg and a bunch of other people, tech people sitting around a table. And there was this question about, is it fair that for people that hung out with Epstein after 2008 trial, would they know that this guy is like a pedo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously with Elon Musk, it's 2015. So he'd been at the parties on his islands in 2012 and all this other stuff. So obviously he knew that this guy was like, something was going on with this guy, right? But if you're a very famous person, if you're a very rich person like Zuckerberg or Musk or something, you have a team of people. You don't just like wander into parties or dinners with someone like Epstein. If you get invited to some dinner with some person, someone on your staff is going to look into that person. And you better believe if anyone does a fucking Google search of Epstein, the fact that he had that crazy child sex ring case in 2008 is going to pop up. So the idea that so obviously all these rich people and all these famous people, they had access and knew what was going on with Epstein, or at least that he was accused of all this stuff in 2008.
Right.
They didn't just walk into this like, oh, I just thought he was just some like random rich guy. I had no clue what was going on here.
Well, if they're rich, though, they're predisposed to believe that he's innocent. They think they're always being targeted by people who are after their money or just making shit up. That's like a common belief of a lot of rich people. So they're probably just going, oh, look, he's probably targeted by these people.
Maybe that's
a bunch of liars making shit up so that they can get his money.
Right. Maybe that's the cope that they told themselves.
Total cope. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, he's innocent.
Mm-hmm.
And if he's not, look, maybe I can get some of that human jerky that the rich people are always after. That's what they're saying. That's what they're telling themselves.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, it's a win-win. He's either innocent or I get to taste human jerky.
Yeah, there you go. Win-win. Yeah, exactly. There's also a very weird thing. I haven't seen a response of this yet, an official response from the government, where there was a United States Attorney's Office, the Southern District of New York, wrote a statement. This was in the Epstein files. Wrote a statement talking about how Epstein died in his cell. Okay.
Okay.
Says,
hell no.
Yeah. Manhattan U.S. Attorney Jeffrey S. Berman says, quote, early this morning, Manhattan Correctional Center confirmed that Jeffrey Epstein, who faced charges brought by this office of engaging in sex trafficking of minors, has been found unresponsive in his cell and pronounced dead shortly after. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. The strange thing about this is that it's dated the day before he died.
What? How's that possible?
Well, that's a good fucking question here. I'll send it to you if you want to.
Is this like the first draft of the suicide note that they were writing?
Well, that's who the fuck knows, right? Who knows? We don't know. And then it's even weirder because, here I sent it to you, is apparently there's like multiple versions of this in the files. Some of them have redactions, some of them don't have redactions, and some of them apparently were dated correctly and some of them were dated incorrectly. So is it just a mistake, right? Or is it something more? Is it just a mistake that whoever wrote the first draft didn't know what the day was, or they didn't know exactly when he died, so they just put the 9th? Or is it something more nefarious of, oh, they knew, the plan was that he was going to die, so they had like, pre-prepared, um, this letter or something. And so one with the old date just happened to slip through the cracks.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Suspicious.
Very suspicious.
I don't trust anyone in this situation.
No.
They've probably all been to Epstein Island.
Probably.
Trying to cover their asses.
Okay, I sent you a disturbing PDF. Though there's no pictures or anything in it. This is handwritten notes by a person who was trafficked by Epstein. Okay.
Oh, Sitch. Really?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
So it says, so when they were 13 years old, they first met Epstein and Maxwell. They were sitting at a picnic table with friends. Maxwell walked by with their dog. Epstein came up to meet her and asked, "Do you like your teachers, classes, etc.? I give out scholarships." The girl says, "My father passed away from leukemia last year." Epstein asks where she's from, and she says PB, which I maybe is being Pittsburgh or something. Epstein says, "Me too." Epstein says, "Can I have your mom's phone number?" Okay. Which the girl gives Epstein her mom's phone number. 6 weeks later, someone called from the office asking to come by for tea and that they can send a driver. They had tea with this girl's mom by a pool where Epstein explains that he likes to mentor and give scholarships, okay, to people like this. This girl says she's poor, didn't have a lot of money. Epstein says that he could help. Mom called Epstein their godfather, okay? Also says perfect grooming. Maxwell always there. Didn't know what the relationship was. Kind of became big sis. Oh, I'll pick you up. We'll go to the movies. Now, so this is obviously, I don't know how Tracy or these other fucking people can defend this shit. Like, why would a random fucking billionaire be walking by a 13-year-old girl and get into a fucking conversation with them and then decide to like do all this shit for them and get involved in their life? Why would any random person just like, oh, there's a random, I'm just going to go walk up as an adult. I'm going to walk up and start talking to a middle schooler for no fucking reason.
They have a reason. Yeah. That's not good.
Obviously. Right. But no, we're supposed to sit here and believe, no, Epstein thought that they were all 18. Okay. He just was an innocent baby angel who just really liked his massages from 18-year-olds.
Well, he liked to help young girls get a head start in life.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Wanted to pay for their college in exchange for some sexual favors.
Right. A 14-year-old first-time flight with them to New York City took me to see The Lion King. Oh, that's so nice. Random billionaire just showing random.
Which version of The Lion King was it? Because I heard there's a racy one going around now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Other people around, other girls seem older than me, giggling around. Assistant or Maxwell or Epstein would call my house phone. It kind of goes over the assistant's name. 2001, approximately stopped contact before I turned 21. Boyfriend at the time who questioned who Epstein was. Epstein called and screamed at me saying how ungrateful I was. Attorney Darren called saying, "You owe Epstein $10,000. So I was like, oh, you stopped interacting with me. You owe me money now. Okay.
That's so hideous.
Yes. Epstein co-signed apartment. We lived in New York. Oh my God, this guy is just so generous for no reason, right? Leased out to someone who didn't pay rent. A trip to New York for the weekend, stayed at mansion. Epstein and Maxwell took me shopping, picked on what to wear, including underwear. White cotton underwear, looked like little kids. First time, there's nothing inappropriate happening. Had to take a commercial flight, but had no ID to get on. Maxwell came to the airport and somehow got me on the flight. Well, that's fucking weird. 14 in Florida. Epstein wanted me to spend a lot of time with him, rub his feet while he talked, rub my feet while he talked on the phone. $200 or $300 and $100 bills. Sometimes takes me to movies. Weird times when it was empty. Usually Epstein, Maxwell, or assistant friend. Beg mom and bro at house. Here's money for voice lessons. Talked with me about school, pool house, Maxwell and Epstein there. Epstein took me there by self, asked me what wanted to do, actress or model, blah, blah, blah. Connections to photographers are going to have photos taken down to persuade, or I can't remember what this says, taken down to something. What do you mean? I felt paralyzed on a photographer may do this in New York. Progressively got worse. You need to be more comfortable in underwear. I remember the photos taken in New York in studio. Wearing tank top felt like a relief. So he's slowly pushing this girl. Listen, you want to be a model? Well, you need to start to take, photos in your underwear, right? Says to a 14-year-old child. Epstein show off these famous friends, call, put on speakerphone, Mar-a-Lago to meet Donald Trump. Dark green car took me in there. This is a good one, huh? Epstein says to Donald Trump. This is my friend blank. Think he said friend. Epstein and I, just two of us for few months. Then Maxwell joined, then other girls joined. Felt grateful because sometimes I'd be left alone during that abuse. Maxwell very matter of fact about it. Maxwell asked if I had boyfriends. She would tell me her sex stories, quote, oh, you know that when you have a lot of boyfriends, you can fuck them anytime because they're godfathered in. Very compartmentalized, no discussion. Don't talk about it outside of RM. Epstein, you need to learn about the world and you need to know how to do this. I was a virgin, always wanted to keep underwear on. Epstein might as well get it over with because when you have a boyfriend, you want it to be good. Jesus Christ. Maxwell would laugh like she was enjoying it to encourage behavior or you to do something in the moment. First, I thought Maxwell didn't know, but then one day she walked in with us. Bunch of girls lying by pool topless. He summoned everyone and everyone followed. Remember thinking everyone just didn't seem like a big deal. And then it continues and continues where she just talks about more and more about the abuse that she suffered and how this all played out. But there's no evidence.
This girl is like could be a witness in a trial.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. There were a bunch of girls that were completely willing to testify about this.
Yeah, they want to take this guy down. He's a fucking loser.
Yep. But no. There wasn't enough evidence, guys. That's why they had to give him this crazy sweetheart deal. So
all right. Well, that was
horrible.
Terrible. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. In other news.
There's more news?
Well, non-Epstein news.
Oh, okay.
The random story. I sent you a Fox News article here you can bring up.
Fox News?
I know.
You mean faux news?
Fake news, Fox News.
That can't be trusted.
Yes.
How dare you?
So do you remember
lose all our credibility here?
Do you remember Iman Khalif? Do you remember who that is?
Iman Khalif.
Yes. Yes.
Oh yeah, I do. I know.
So Iman
I know.
Khalif was
Iman?
man? What is with the simulation, right? We got Iman Khalif as man. What was the other person's name? Or something like I have Cox or something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I forget what their name was, but from a couple streams ago. So Iman Khalif.
Cox.
Yes. This was the Algerian boxer. There's a lot of controversy about them in the Olympics because people were saying, okay, we don't think this person is a woman. There was some question about whether they were trans. And then there was some question about whether they were not trans, but they were intersex and they had a Y chromosome. Okay. And if you remember, there was some medical lab or something that claimed that they did a genetic sex test on Iman Khalif, and they found that actually, yes, they have a Y chromosome. They have an intersex condition. So they're actually a man. And a lot of people were saying, oh, no. Like, you can't trust that person. You can't trust that those people that did that test. They're probably lying. There's absolutely no evidence or anything whatsoever that this person is intersex or a man. Okay. Well, guess what? They did an interview and they admitted that they're a man. Okay.
That they're fully a man? It's not intersex? They're like,
well, they are intersex. They admitted to having a Y chromosome.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
So they get the
box.
massive testosterone boost.
Yes. They said Iman Khalif admitted to having the SRY gene located on the Y chromosome, which is found in biological males, and undergoing hormone treatments to lower testosterone levels ahead of the 2024 Olympics in an interview with the French sports publication. Quote, "We all have different genetics, different hormone levels. I'm not transgender. My difference is natural." Well, that makes it okay. "This is who I am. I haven't done anything to change the way nature made me. That's why I'm not afraid," Khalif said. "I have taken hormone treatments to lower my testosterone levels for competitions."
She just said, I haven't done anything to change the way I am, and then says, I've taken a bunch of hormones to lower my testosterone levels. Which is it?
Listen, we're not working with a full deck.
This is who I am.
They've been punched in the head.
That's why I take hormones every day to lower my testosterone levels. No, I get it. Look, I get it. If they're intersex, I mean, it is a different situation. They're not transgender. They're not born a biological male or a biological female and trying to transition into the opposite gender.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I went to the official article because I feel like the English articles that were talking about this did a shitty job, and I actually translated it. So the question that the interviewer asked, they asked very directly, "So that we understand clearly, you have a female phenotype but possess the SRY gene, an indicator of maleness." To which they replied, "Yes, and it is natural. I have female hormones, and people do not know this, but I've already lowered my testosterone level for competitions. I'm surrounded by doctors. A professor monitors me, and I have taken hormone treatments to lower my testosterone levels." So there you go. They do have an intersex condition and are technically a male.
Yeah, but that one lady said this boxer boxed her harder, hit her harder than she's ever been hit in her life.
Yes.
It was like immediately exponential difference in like force.
Well, that's what kind of set off the firestorm, because everyone's like, "Oh my God, like, why are you allowing a guy, into the box, essentially?"
Right. Yeah.
So.
She's like, I've been hit by a bunch of ladies. Yep. None of them like that. Holy shit. Yeah.
So, and there was a bunch of people. Remember, there's endless people that were coping all about this, saying that, "Oh, this person, how dare you? This is just an innocent woman. She's, not intersex. She's not trans. How dare you? You're just attacking her, blah, 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 blah." And then it turns out, all the people are saying that she was intersex were 100% correct. Right. Obviously.
Yeah.
Fucking obviously.
But they would hide behind the fact that she's not transgender.
Well, who cares? Like,
people would say, look,
doesn't matter.
Yeah, look, we said that she was probably intersex or had some intersex condition.
Right.
Yeah. Seems obvious, so.
It does.
But a lot of people want to hide in the minutia. They want to be like, "Oh, but technically she's not transgender, and you mean transgender." And we're like, "No, intersex is same kind of situation. She's got a bunch of testosterone raging through her veins, making her muscles big and huge and intimidating."
Well, the fact that you have to take hormones to lower your testosterone should be a red flag that obviously there's something going on here.
Right, yeah.
Women normally don't have to do that. I don't know if you're aware of this.
I mean, you can just look at her and go, "Oh my," I mean, she screams maleness.
Yeah.
She's got big triangular shoulders.
Right.
It's so obvious. Even when transgender people are like, they pass good on camera because you're just looking at their face and maybe their upper body. You see them from across the street and you're like, okay, that's a male.
Yeah, you see the way they walk.
That's a female. Yeah.
See their entire body shape. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Well, even, I mean, a lot of them, they have to get facial surgery because I've men and women have different shaped faces too.
That facial surgery doesn't help when you're across the street.
No, yeah, that's true.
Across the room, you're trying to attract another mate in a bar or something. You're across the room, you're like.
Isn't that the first thing? So when they've done tests to determine when you look at a person, what is the first thing you notice about them?
Mm-hmm.
I think the very first thing you notice when you look at a person is their sex.
Yeah.
Yes. like within like milliseconds of you like glancing at a photo, the first thing you notice is their sex.
But so many people, so many of these people want to troll you. That's why they want to be non-binary. They want to be like, I want to confuse you. When you look
Right.
at me, I want you not to be able to tell what my sex is. So it's like
Right.
causes you physical discomfort. They do.
Yeah, it's weird.
That's
It's
what was
weird.
so annoying about House of the Dragon. Because you're like, okay, well, I know the situation with Philosophy Tube or Abigail, I think
Mhm.
they go by now. But
Right.
you're like, I don't know what the character is supposed to be. I should at least be able to know what the character is supposed to. No, this character is non-binary. You're not supposed to be able to tell what the character is.
Mm-hmm.
Was that part of the script? Is this a story about a non-binary person?
Yep.
No, it's just a normal story. Just about a weird person.
So I just saw this. You know how there was a weird. So Epstein wanted the 55 gallon drums of sulfuric acid.
Yeah.
So apparently this was on the same day that the FBI initiated the child sex trafficking case against Epstein. Is when he requested the sulfuric acid.
To hide the bones of the human trophy.
Oh, looks very bad. That makes it look even worse.
Could have
But
been
it's just a coincidence. It is a
Yeah.
coincidence. He just happens to
He
want
ordered the
giant tubs of
sulfuric acid that morning,
sulfuric acid, right?
and then the
No.
indictment comes down.
Listen, I've never made beef jerky before. Maybe you need 55-gallon drums of sulfuric acid to make beef jerky, right? Maybe it's a completely innocent thing.
I want to make beef jerky. I mean, that sounds baller, right?
Right.
All men should make their own beef jerky, Sitch.
Let me
That's
ask.
a very masculine thing to do.
Right. I want to ask the AI, what would be innocent reasons a person would need 6 55-gallon drums of sulfuric acid?
It's so weird. You know how big a 55-gallon drum is?
Yeah, that's a lot. That's
They're
a lot.
huge. Yeah.
That's giant.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Where do you? Oh, I guess he had a big island to.
There you go.
Lots of places to bury those drums, right?
Let's see. AI says water treatment. Oh, he just needed to adjust the pH levels at the water at his municipal water plant on his island, right? He just needed all that sulfuric acid for the water treatment on the island, obviously.
If you're on an island, you probably do need some kind of water treatment, right?
I would assume. But
All that
then
nasty
when you see
island
like a
water.
bunch of orders continually for this, you wouldn't just see it like once on the day that he's getting investigated by the FBI.
Yeah, no, that's true. Definitely looks sus.
Let's see. It's also used in metal fabrication shops and recycling facilities. Listen, he just really wanted to make sure they were recycling on the island well. Okay. That's it. That's about it. It's also used in battery recycling operations and to store. Yeah, battery recycling operations commonly store sulfuric acid in bulk. It's used in car batteries. Well, maybe he just, they needed it for all the car batteries, right?
Yeah,
Petroleum refining. Maybe he found oil on the island. Okay, you don't know that. Oh, copper and uranium extraction. Maybe he had just found some uranium. Maybe he was going to make a nuclear power plant on the island, right? He just needed all this sulfuric acid for the nukes.
A nuclear?
Yeah. So there you go. Listen, there's all sorts of non-sketchy reasons that Epstein would want 6 55-gallon drums of sulfuric acid the day the FBI decides to investigate him. Okay. Completely innocent.
Maybe he was going to get rid of the agents who were investigating him.
Oh, maybe.
Guilty.
Yes. Okay, I sent you a Reddit clip.
A Reddit clip?
Yeah.
I'm going to send you something.
Oh, you're going to send me something?
Sending all this stuff to me.
Oh, okay. You sent me something.
Someday. Reddit? What are you doing on Reddit? You're a Redditor now? I don't know if I can be friends with. I don't
Oh,
know if we can
wow.
be friends anymore if you're a Redditor now.
Look at this guy.
Oh, wait. Take it back. This is iDubbbz. What happened to iDubbbz?
You're going to find out what happened to
Why does
iDubbbz.
everyone hate iDubbbz now?
Mm-hmm.
Remember when iDubbbz used to be cool? Kickstarter crap. I remember that.
Back when iDubbbz used to be good and not retarded. Not
Lord
buck
of the
broken by
Stream.
his wife.
Right. iDubbbz believes Charlie Penguin Zero is part of the right-wing pipeline. Oh my God. Charlie is a fucking leftist. What is he talking about? This guy doesn't. Oh man, he's so out of his depth. Do you listen to Charlie and think, oh my God, look, he's a right-winger?
I did see a video that Moist Critical made a couple days ago or last week or something where he was criticizing ICE very heavily, saying ICE
Hell
sucked.
yeah. What was he talking about?
And I saw that.
Yeah.
And I thought,
left
well,
winger.
obviously this is the right wing pipeline right here.
Oh, that video is so left wing. But it's not just that, like all the trans stuff. Like he's totally down with all the trans stuff.
Yep.
He's Charlie is a trans believer.
Yeah, he made a video. He's embarrassing promo making fun of Christy Gnome's, dressing up in her cosplay to make the promo for Department of Homeland Security where she was aiming the gun at the guy's head. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, no. I like Charlie. I watched a bunch of his videos, so. But look, right winger. I mean, look, he's pro guns, so maybe that's it. Maybe it's just iDubbbz is as shallow as. Oh my God, he held a gun in the video one time.
$4.2 million. This should make you very angry. It's a photo of Alex Preddy getting shot, or it's a video about Alex Preddy getting shot and dying.
Oh
so
yeah.
I don't know. It's
he
hard.
Went full
for me.
ACAB in that video.
Yes. I'm looking over his videos from the last couple of weeks. I mean, I don't even see any videos. They're trying so hard to bury the Epstein files. I don't see any videos that would even jump out at me as being like right wing.
In that video, I think he brings up Epstein and he says, if you want to find the pedos, you got to go down to the Trump administration. He even goes after Trump in that video.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, look, here's the right winger. Okay. I guess let's listen. 56 seconds here.
Yep.
Let's hear this amazing argument.
The thing that kind of first stands out to me is that I never perceived 2016 iDubbbz to be ideologically like right wing or ideologically hateful in the way that those other two are. Like
it's part of the pipeline, though. It's the same reason people wouldn't say Charlie Moist Critical is right wing or like as ideologically fuck out there as like a Nick Fuentes or even Asmongold, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
He holds some space for the people in his audience who might have some differing opinions. He doesn't make it clear, like, I don't want you in my fucking community, like outright. Yeah. And, I get it. I get the hustle. I did it for a while. But it is a little bit of cope. And I understand why people don't want to take the path that I took, because it breeds a lot of hate.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
So
totally inconclusive.
Right. So there you go. Just because Moist Critical didn't come out and say, hey, if you're on the right or you disagree with me on some political issue, you need to get the fuck out of my audience. Just because he doesn't say that, then he automatically becomes part of the right-wing pipeline.
Yeah.
There was some...
If you're not a progressive simp, you're part of the pipeline. If you're not part of the progressive pipeline, you're part of the right-wing pipeline.
Right.
Does iDubbbz know that he's part of the progressive pipeline now? Because he is totally part of the progressive pipeline.
Of course, he's a literal Hassan orbiter at this point. iDubbbz has gone from being internet legend king to Hassan orbiter. Like, what a fucking fall from grace this is.
Why is it necessary that people are in any pipeline? That you've got to be in some partisan, turn your brain off and just follow the fucking cult pipeline?
Because these people live in a world where everything is a constant political fight and the political struggle. There's no such thing as not being political or being apolitical or being moderate or being normie. Everything is part of the political pipeline. So you have to make sure that you're piping
You're in the
people
right pipeline.
in the right direction. Right.
Yeah. It's so dumb. It's like, okay, just as a matter of fact, they think, okay, progressive pipeline, that's good. That's towards the goodness, everything that is right, just and moral with the world. And the right-wing pipeline, that's complete evil. That's everything that's wrong with the world. Racism, sexism, homophobia. It's just
well, as a famous hero once said, Adam, if you're not with me, then you're my enemy. Okay. A famous Skywalker hero said that.
Was it Rey Skywalker?
It was Anakin Skywalker.
Okay.
Once he becomes Darth Vader, he's fighting Obi-Wan.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I think pretty sure Rey said that too.
She probably did. Also, there's another thing too here, which is that Charlie made a video that was like, I guess like a year or 2 years ago. Whenever remember when iDubbbz came out and he made his video where he was apologizing for his like past content and for, bad people watching his content.
I probably watched Charlie's response video to that. I'm sure it was hilarious.
He criticized iDubbbz for that video. So this could all just be iDubbbz is mad about that and never got over that.
I'm sure it probably is. Yeah.
Seething that, and I think Charlie also, I believe Charlie also called out Hassan for shocking his dog as well.
He went after Sneeko too, pretty viciously, which was very funny. So
that is true. He did do that.
Charlie's done some good stuff. Look, I don't think there's anything wrong with being left wing or right wing. I don't like the fact that there are people who believe that if you are the opposite of them, they're like virulently left wing or virulently right wing. They're like, if you're the opposite of me, you are evil. You are fucking evil incarnate. I just think it's like a losing strategy on life.
You don't like that?
No, I don't.
No.
I think partisanship makes the people dumber. Makes people totally stupider.
Agree with you.
Yeah. You don't want to be in some cult. What are you doing? What are you doing? Look, you might meet someone that you like and they're the opposite of you. Come on. Let love win.
No. You can only be in a relationship with someone if they follow your politics, obviously.
Don't get embedded in some cult. It's so much more fun. I don't worry about having any sort of political conversations with people. I know since I'm in Los Angeles, there are a lot of people who are like fucking nervous. They're like, oh my God, politics came up. Like, they're terrified because they're like, I know this person is super right wing or this person is super left wing, and they're immediately going to start talking about the other side and how terrible and evil they are. And they're worried people around them are going to be triggered. They're going to be like, oh my God, they're going to be offending everybody. If you're not a part of the teams, that stuff doesn't offend you. You're like, yeah, who cares? This person has massive Trump derangement syndrome, or this person has, massive Democrat derangement syndrome. It's okay. It'll be fine. Let them talk. Let them get it off their chest.
Oh, no.
But we know that we are all better than them. Because we're not deranged.
I saw this thing that you sent me.
You didn't see that?
No.
That's the first time you're seeing that?
Yeah, it just popped up.
Yeah, look. Talk about a fuck up, right? I have an idea for your face reveal, okay? We get a katana. A
sharpened katana.
A brand new sharpened katana.
Yeah.
What's her name? So everyone knows who we're talking about.
Biscuit?
Right, I guess.
I'm unfamiliar with her, yes. Biscuit.
People are accusing her of staging this for internet clout. So the streamer on stream is fucking around with a katana, a real katana that's razor sharp. And it falls from her hand, and she decides, I'll just catch that katana just like they do in the movies, right?
Right. Right.
And she severs a couple of her fingers and fucks up the tendons in her hand. She has to go immediately from the live stream to the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine? Oh yeah, I cut off a couple fingers on our live stream.
That's terrible.
How do you live that down?
That's terrible.
That's worse than the rage quit, right? Oh
I
my
mean,
God.
It'll be fairly easy to find out if it's staged or not, because once she gets the cast removed, if her fingers look perfectly fine, you're like, oh, that's a little suspicious, right? But
I guess. Well, I'm pretty. Look, I think you saw on the live stream like some fingers fly across the room and stuff.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, one flew up and like hit her in the eye and stuck.
Okay, I don't think that happened.
No,
I don't think that happened.
Isn't the video on the one that I sent you?
Yeah, you can see it.
Oh,
But
look,
I don't see
she's
no
got
fingers flying off and hitting her in the eye.
There's a picture of her. No, there is a here. I'll send you the one. Can we show this? I don't know. It's like
I'm like kind of scrubbing through it slowly. I don't see like blood or anything
okay.
like crazy happening.
She
Can't really
does.
see. So.
You see her grab for the blade, and you're like, "Oh my God,
Yeah.
don't do that!" No.
Right. I don't know. We'll see. I guess we'll see when the cast comes off. She has a scar there. Fingers kind of.
So I got my
Here it is.
katana. I got my katana.
Oh shit! Oh my God, no! Oh my God! It's like it's falling through her fingers, like the length of a sword is falling through her fingers. No! Oh my God! If you held a broom up and you let go of the broom and let the handle go through your fingers, like that's what's happening.
And you get a splinter because it's like an old wooden broom.
Oh yeah.
Terrible. Only it's not a wooden broom, it's a fucking sword.
Okay, let's see her come back. I'm at 18 seconds. Let's play a little bit. Let's see what she says afterwards. Okay.
Okay.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
I need to cut stream. I have to go to ER. I think I fucked my fingers.
Oh my God. The end. End of stream right there, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so sad.
Terrible.
I feel bad for her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway. People are talking about this, so that's why.
Yeah, I had not seen this before. Someone's reply was, "She's not worthy to hold the blade." Sad.
So should I bring up Jesus?
You can. Yes. Vincent sent this to me. He asked the AI, there's your Muppet, your Asmongold Muppet.
That he looks most like.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I think they just put Asmon through the AI. They said, make him a Muppet.
Oh.
He looks like a Jesus Muppet.
He does. I thought it was a Jesus Muppet.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. Now, as you guys know, tonight, happening right now, and actually will be happening in, I don't know, like an hour from now or something, the halftime show of the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
Is going to be happening in like an hour or so.
It's like big controversy over that, right?
Yes. How do you feel about the Bad Bunny controversy, Adam?
The Bad Bunny controversy?
Yes.
Or Bad
Do you
Bunny?
have any feelings about it whatsoever?
Not really. Mostly because I don't remember what the Bad Bunny controversy is. It's hard to have real feelings for something that
that's
really,
fair. That's good. That's good. Yeah.
I heard about it. I'm trying to remember what it was. Bad Bunny did some shit talking, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was it Bad Bunny was shit talking ICE and saying that all other people should shit talk ICE, right?
Well, there's a couple things. So recently when he got a Grammy, he made a comment about, calling for ICE to leave. He said, "ICE out. Immigrants are not savages, not animals. We are humans and we are Americans."
Mm-hmm.
So he was against that. He had made a comment in the past that he was avoiding doing concerts in America due to concerns that ICE would raid his concerts.
I guess he's flying to a bunch of illegal immigrants. Is that what's going on?
I guess. Well, he is. So he's Puerto Rican.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Was he offended by the comments at the Trump rally by the guy who said Puerto Rico was a garbage place or something like that?
Maybe. He made, let's see, there's a social media clip showing him calling ICE agents harsh names during operations in Puerto Rico. ICE said, here's the article, Bad Bunny blasts ICE agents as sons of bitches after filming in operations in Puerto Rico. Said, look, those motherfuckers. Bad Bunny has been critical of Donald Trump.
Oh, uh-oh.
Bad Bunny released a song-based statement during the BLM protests, which included political attack targeting then President Donald Trump and criticized racism and the government's response to social issues. Let's see. He also endorsed Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. So I'm going to say for all those things so far, I don't care about any of those things. There's one thing I do care about. But so all the things about Bad Bunny being a lefty or having political issues, whatever. I don't care about any of that. I think it's totally fine for artists to have different political takes than me and go and perform at the Super Bowl or whatever. I have no problem with that whatsoever. Right. As long if they're if they're known primarily for being a political person, I think it's still different. That's not really my understanding of Bad Bunny. Like, he does make political statements sometimes, but he's mostly just like a person who does music. The one thing I did not like, I think where I do side with, I think it is bizarre for him to be at the Super Bowl, is that most of his songs, or if not all of his songs, are not in English. They're in Spanish. And
okay.
It seemed it seems
what's going on
right
here.
So to me, the political critiques, I'm I don't give a fuck about that. Whatever, anyone can have their politics, and as long as they perform it, if they make a political statement at the Super Bowl, that's a different story. They obviously shouldn't do that, obviously. But if they don't make a political statement, I don't care what their politics are if they perform a Super Bowl. But I do think it's bizarre that when you're going to perform at a football game, the great American pastime, the Super Bowl, that you're going to have a person who's going to perform not in English. That seems a little strange to me. That's where I'm I don't really like that. That seems a little bizarre.
Yeah. I guess it seems obvious what's going on now, right? Most of his fan base is probably Latino.
Well, so of course, he's super. I don't think I've ever heard a single Bad Bunny song in my entire life. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But he is supposedly super popular on Spotify. He's got he's been 4 years in a row or 4 times highest listened to Spotify musician. So it's not just people, from Latine audiences that are listening to him.
Look, I'll listen to music in Spanish if it's
he's
good.
Very popular. He's very famous, very popular guy. But I still think it's weird. I think for the great American pastime, you should have someone who's singing songs in English, because this is America, baby. And I don't want to have to press #1 on my phone for English. It should automatically be in English, and there shouldn't even be an option for Spanish. Boom.
Oh, it's so racist. Can't believe you're just giving it all away like that. Sitch.
That's the way it should be.
That's okay.
There also was Majin actually sent this to me before I berated him in the DMs. I wasn't even familiar with this. There was something about in Florida, they wanted to pass some law that made it so that when people are filling out government forms or interact with the government, everything should be only in English and not in Spanish.
English only.
Yeah,
I think you could you could wear a t-shirt or a hat that said English only now and not get in trouble, but
you could.
In the dark days of wokeness, you get canceled for that shit.
It says, it's for driver's license. It says the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles requires all driver's license knowledge and skills exams to be conducted exclusively in English. This policy removes previous options for tests in other languages such as Spanish or Creole. And prohibits the use of interpreters or translation devices. I agree with that 100 fucking percent. Okay. 100%.
Is Bad Bunny American and he's just grifting off the Latino population?
Well, he's Puerto Rican, so I mean that's a territory of America.
Okay.
So.
Is it? I mean, I don't think they get to vote or anything.
No. But they
Puerto
are
Rico's
Americans.
kind of a.
Yeah. But I mean, I think it's a little different, but yeah, they are Americans. I forget. There's all sorts of rules about what it means when you're part of an American territory. It's different for every territory, I think.
I wonder how many Canadians that we could win over just by, if Canada was part of America, a state of America, then Canadians could move to anywhere in the United States they wanted to. They'd technically be American citizens. So I wonder if that would be enticing enough for Canadians, or if they're like, no, we like it where it's freezing most of the year. And you can barely go outside.
It's been freezing like this year in like big swaths of America. It's been fucking cold.
Yeah, but you could always move somewhere else. In Canada, you're like, well, what do you got?
That's true.
You're like, I'm going to go south for the winter. Where?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you're fucked.
It's a shithole. What can I say?
Yeah.
It's a shithole.
Here you can say, I'm going to Hawaii.
Well, here you can say you're going to Florida or California, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Those are your two options, I guess. South Texas. No, I don't even know. Texas
It's been beautiful lately.
Oh, look at this guy. No, it's finally warming up. Well, I don't know. It's still 60 degrees. It's 59 degrees where I am. That's too cold for me. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. It's even colder now. It's like 50, 52 or something. It's too cold for me. Okay. In Florida. I didn't come to Florida for 50-degree weather, Adam. And by come to, I mean, I wasn't fucking born here. My soul did not choose to be born in Florida for 50-degree weather, Adam.
I completely agree. It's unacceptable. Totally unacceptable.
Yes. Okay. Did you here? I guess we should watch this. There was some controversy about a social media post that Donald Trump shared on Truth Social.
Oh, I was wondering. Look, I was wondering if this was going to come up.
We got to talk about this.
Can we show it? Or are we contributing to the racism?
We can show it. Well, maybe we should show a picture instead of the video, because it's got the Lion Sleeps Tonight song for like a second or two. So you never want to get hit.
Well, we'll do it. I mean, we can just sing it ourselves. We'll sing, "In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight." We'll just sing it.
Okay.
We'll do it. We'll do it a cappella.
Right.
Give me some of that beautiful Sitch voice.
Now, we both know that's not true.
What do you mean?
The beautiful Sitch voice.
I don't know that it's not true. I think your voice is amazing, Sitch. You totally underselling it.
Thank you.
I don't know why you don't like your voice.
Okay, well, actually, here, I guess I should show you this video, even though it is from N Wokeness, who's obviously massively biased. But...
Oh, is that you were trying to find it from another account?
Well, no, I was just trying to find a video because it is kind of important to this story. You can just turn the volume off so we don't trigger anything.
And then we're gonna sing, right?
We're not gonna sing.
What?
Okay. So on Trump's True Social, in case you didn't hear about this, so he posted this. It's funny too because the video itself,
4G wire,
talking about the end, is like a fucking retarded video. It's a video all about how there was like evil voting machines that remember like the whole theory that like the Dominion voting machines were like swapping votes and all this other stuff. And it was such a stupid fucking story.
That's not a theory, Sitch. That's what happened.
It's such a stupid concept that Dominion was able to sue like Fox News and other people for millions of dollars.
Took them to the bank
because this is such a retarded. Right, because this is such a like a retarded thing. So that's what Donald Trump now is posting some video that's saying, yes, the Dominion voting was, switching vote. We've gone back in time. We're now back to the Dominion voting machines. We're switching votes.
Doesn't he know they made $1 billion off a defamation lawsuit?
Donald Trump's inability to let go of 2020 election is pretty pathetic. Like, he's president again. It's time to move on. Okay. It's time to fucking move on. If you have actual evidence that someone did something wrong, go after them. If you don't, shut the fuck up and release the Epstein files. Okay. Just time to not be so fixated on this forever.
I would continue the investigation.
Mm-hmm.
I would leave no stone unturned in the investigation, just because everybody has gone so hard in the most secure election of all time.
Right.
And they're doing that based off of no evidence. Nobody's really got any evidence on this. So
but that's not why he's doing
investigation. Yeah, look, he believes he actually won. So he's looking for the evidence of that. And so far the evidence hasn't been produced. It doesn't mean that the evidence doesn't exist. But I would keep my mouth shut until he actually found the incontrovertible evidence and bring it forward.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but he can't help himself. I mean, he even said it when he went to Davos. He was all like, they stole the election. They stole the election from me. Like, it's just like every time he speaks, he has to bring up, they stole the election from me in 2020. Mm-hmm. It's forever just stuck in his mind that
it's like utopian.
Bear to deal with the fact that maybe he actually lost the election in 2020.
He thinks that if he would have won the election in 2020, we'd be living in utopia right now. He thinks like it would be a completely different world because the Russian-Ukraine war would have never happened. We would have solved cancer by now.
I don't think that's what it is.
The massive immigration. The 50 million people that Biden let in illegally wouldn't be here.
50 million. Yeah.
It's not 50 million.
100 million.
It could be 500 million.
Right.
It could be 10 billion.
Right. It was. So I don't think that's what it is. I think it's ego. I think it's just the mar against his ego, the strike against his ego, that he could lose in 2020 is just too much for him to bear. So he has to cope by being like, well, I didn't lose. It was stolen by evil people. It's not possible that I would lose to the geriatric Sleepy Joe.
I remember one of his rallies where he was riffing and talking about how, if he loses, he's going to be so upset.
There you go.
He's going to be so upset if he's like, if I lose to Sleepy Joe, oh my God.
How embarrassing is that?
That's like the loser of all losers. No one could lose to Sleepy Joe.
Right.
I mean, he can barely move. Like
well, first of all, the losers of all losers would have been losing the Kamala, to be fair.
That would have been much worse than losing to Sleepy Joe.
Yes.
Yeah. But I mean, losing to Sleepy Joe is pretty bad. I mean,
it's not great.
I thought Sleepy Joe was too old and too cognitively impaired to ever vote for him. I wouldn't. Even in 2020, I wouldn't vote for him. So
right.
It is pretty bad. So.
Okay.
But then that happened. He's like, oh my God, I'm going to be so mad. And he was mad.
Yep. Okay. So here, bring up the video up. Turn the volume off. We don't need the volume.
I did,
here.
yeah. Do you want me to just jump to the end where the thing
just go the 48-second mark here. So
all right.
So
48 seconds.
Yeah. So Trump plays this video. He posts this video on True Social. It's all about how the Dominion voting machine switched the votes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a little surprise that kind of peeks up at the end here. Okay. So
and you're like, surprise. What? Oh my goodness. So he didn't know this was in there?
Well, he said, yeah, okay. So you played it here. You see, if you're just listening, it pops up. There's this video that's got Michelle Obama and Barack Obama, and they've got their heads kind of like AI added onto monkeys. And the longer video is it's the Lion Sleeps Tonight song. and it's like a bunch of different people in kind of like Lion King-esque scene where Donald Trump's like head is imposed on the lion and all the other people's heads are imposed on various animals. And obviously starting with Obama's on monkeys, very, very racist caricature, right?
Yeah, it's terrible. It's totally terrible.
Yeah. So, but I guess the reason it's kind of interesting, the play, the video part, is that it looks like what happened is that someone was screen recording this stupid Dominion voting video, and it ends, and then it kind of auto plays to the next like Instagram reel or whatever the fuck they're looking at here, TikTok. And this is like the next thing in the algorithm is this fucking, super racist looking Obama thing with the monkeys. And then you could see at the very end, it like they kind of scroll back up to the original video and then the video cuts off. So some retard was like, this is probably what happened. Some retard was like, oh, let me screen record this, thing for Trump.
Machine that counts the
Didn't
votes.
realize they captured the end part there with Obama, and they just sent it to Trump, and Trump looks at just the first part of it and he's like, oh yeah, this is a great thing. And he throws it up on his True Social.
You're sweeping so bad for Trump. I can't believe it.
You think that he knew he saw the monkeys?
This is so deliberate. Oh yeah.
Okay. You think this was deliberate?
Dog whistle to his racist fan. No, obviously I don't think that, but that's the way it's going to be cast, as you sweeping for Trump.
Well, the thing that's like
Kyle
retarded.
He probably has 5 videos about how this was completely intentional.
No, they do, and Hassan was actually on Don Lemon saying that it was intentional.
Okay.
And all this other stuff.
Why not just share the whole video then? If it's intentional, why share it at the end of some?
Well, because they want to make the argument that he needs some level of like plausible deniability.
Oh, okay.
Let's be real here. Donald Trump and Donald Trump administration are too incompetent to come up with this like 20D chess. We're going to post a video and then make it look like we accidentally scrolled into like a racist caricature of Obama intentionally, like ploy. That's like way
Well, then
too
and delete
convoluted.
the tweet. I mean, Trump would just say, yeah, I meant it. Fuck you. I'm not deleting the tweet.
Mm-hmm.
Deleting the tweet implies that it was some kind of accident, right?
Right. Yes. Well, though the problem is, because again, I do think it was an accident, but I'm not going to say Trump and the Trump administration should just skate off the hook on this, because the problem with it, what I would say is that they're reflexively just like denial about the whole, like anything. They reflexively try to deny anything. They reflexively try to double down on anything. And it's fucking stupid. Like no one has any sort of common sense to be like, oh, maybe we shouldn't reflexively double down and defend the accidentally posting the racist caricature of Obama. Maybe that's not a good idea to double down on that one at first.
Yeah, they kind of threw Tim Scott under the bus. I think Tim Scott was upset about this. He's probably been targeted plenty, called like a monkey and all kinds of stuff. He suffered real racism in the South.
I think that's what it took. It took Tim Scott basically to call Trump and tell him like, you should take this down, for Trump to actually take it down.
Yeah, you're pissing off your voters. Yeah. A bunch of black people voted for you. You think they like that shit?
Yeah.
Being compared to monkeys?
I don't know if you saw Stephen A. Smith was like really outraged by this too.
I can imagine. Look, a lot of black people, they get called monkeys all the time. It's fucking annoying.
So the original...
I don't like to be called privileged. I don't like to be called a white racist.
Right.
For the same reason. I don't want to be targeted by negative stereotypes. I don't like to be called a land thief.
Yeah, there you go. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, and obviously it's like, imagine if Biden or Harris or somebody, they posted some video that was like, had some like, oh, white people are crackers. Like at the end of the video.
Yeah, totally.
It's just like, oh, I guess it's fine. Right. Doesn't matter.
Well, a lot of people will say this is fine because because there are a lot of negative stereotypes about white people, and they're like, we got to fight fire with fire. This is how you play the game. And I don't buy that. I just think we need to stop with all this fucking nonsense.
Yeah.
We need to force them to stop calling us fucking land thieves and unconsciously racist.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the idea the president would endorse accidentally, racist depictions of the first black president in America.
Well, look, a lot.
Not great.
He knows a lot of people who voted for Obama have voted for him, and Trump fucking loves his voters. Like, that's the way to communicate to Trump. To say, look, a lot of these people voted for you.
Right.
You want to insult them? You want to throw them under the bus? They love you. Trump is like, what? I'm insulting people that love Trump? That love me? Delete the tweet.
The first response to this was from Caroline Levitt. She said, "This is it from an internet meme video depicting President Trump as the king of the jungle and Democrats as characters from Lion King. Please stop the fake outrage and report on something today that actually matters to the American public." The fake outrage. So if you're black and you're offended that the president posted on his official media account the first black president as a racist depiction of himself as a monkey, that's just fake outrage. No one actually cared about that.
No, I think they're really outraged. Look, if I was black and everyone was calling me a monkey, I'd be pretty pissed too. I'd be like, fuck you.
And you're right, because that does throw Tim Scott. Because Tim Scott, he posted.
He grew up in the racist South. He got targeted with the monkey.
Oh, I'm
the
sure.
monkey shit all the time as a kid.
Right.
Which has got to be fucking infuriating.
Tim Scott, black, if you're unfamiliar, Republican senator from South Carolina, big Trump supporter. He actually posted on an X about this before Trump took it down. And he said, praying it was fake because it's the most racist thing I've seen on the White House. The president should remove it. That's fake outrage, I guess, from Tim Scott there.
Yeah, I saw that Tizzy guy trying to spin that into, everything they do is racist. Look, Tim Scott is even proving it.
Tizzy? Oh my God, I haven't seen Tizzy. You're talking about the guy from the
from
City
TikTok.
Bike Karen?
Yeah.
Tizzy? Holy shit. I haven't seen that guy in forever.
Look, all these people are trying to spin this into the Trump administration is the Third Reich.
That's crazy.
It's so obvious. All they want to do is spin Trump into a racist or a secret racist. I don't think Trump is racist. So no more racist than any 70-year-old now or 80-year-old now, right? Look, and he deleted the tweet. I'm telling you, Trump does not want to offend. Trump doesn't hate black people for being black. He hates black people that didn't vote for him. He loves black people that voted for him.
Trump doesn't hate black people. He hates black Democrats.
Exactly.
There you go.
Exactly.
But it's so fucking retarded because this is like the kind of, to me, is an interesting peek into, yet another peek, I should say, into like the way the people in the Trump administration work, that the first response to this is to just be like, oh, this is fake. Like, you shouldn't care about this, as opposed to just saying, oh, well, it was obviously an accident and we'll just take it down. Like it should have taken 5 minutes. They post this thing. 5 minutes later, people realize what's going on. People start talking about social media. They should be like, oh, well, obviously this was just a mistake. We didn't realize what was at the end of the thing, and we just took it down. Instead, it takes hours. I think it took like 12 hours for this to get taken down because they're like, oh, well, we can't capitulate to the libtards, okay, for doing a racism. Should we actually take it down? You have to have Tim Scott call him and be like, yeah, you should probably fucking take this down, actually. Like, why is it such a fucking hassle to just take it down?
They don't want to give in. They don't want to give an inch. I mean, I understand. I mean, I agree with you. It shouldn't be that big a deal.
When you do something wrong, if your first thought process is, well, I can't actually do the morally correct thing and fix the mistake because people I don't like might enjoy it, then guess what? That makes you an immoral person. That makes you an asshole. That makes you in the wrong at that point because you're not actually doing the morally right thing anymore.
Yeah. I mean, people will use it as an indictment of guilt. That is,
but it's even worse.
That's the issue.
If 5 minutes after this is posted, they just say it was a mistake and take it down, the story is non-existent. Yeah, people will talk about it for a day on MSNBC or whatever. People say, well, it was a mistake. It's not a big deal, right? But if you just leave it up and you defend it, then it's like, well, wait a minute, like, what's happening?
1000% agree with you. And you make them look better because you're like, it's no big deal. We took it down.
Right.
And they're like, oh my God, secret racist. Ah! Then you make them look like crazy sons of bitches, right? You're like, yeah, no, it's a 10 times better strategy to do that.
It makes
I'm just saying this.
No, I know.
This is why they don't.
But it makes you also look. It's all emotional.
Magnanimous.
It's all emotional. It's not logical because it also makes you look more like a coward. It makes Trump look more like a coward because if they take it down immediately, you're like, oh, well, they thought it was a mistake and they didn't want people to feel that way, right? Where if you don't take it down, you defend it, and then you take it down hours later after enough people complain about it, then it's like, well, you only took it down because people were complaining about it, not because you actually care. Like that's how it looks.
And wanted to do the right thing, yeah.
Right. So just on all levels,
early on the
like
jump.
Completely retarded. So
they fucked up.
Yep.
They did. I sent you the Tizzy video. I don't know. We can watch a little bit of it.
Oh, okay. Well, we can watch this.
Trump's response. You got something lined up.
I have the Trump's talking about this in the watch together.
Media post that you took down.
I'll play. I got to go to the bathroom. You can play the video then.
Okay.
Media post that you took down earlier today.
It keeps stopping.
Talks about they don't like to talk about.
Media post that you took down earlier today. The White House says that a staffer sent it. Who sent it, and are you going to fire them?
I looked at it. No, I looked at it. I saw it, and I just looked at the first part. It was about voter fraud in someplace, Georgia. There's a lot of voter fraud, 2020 voter fraud, and I didn't see the whole thing.
God, look at Nutlick is behind Trump, looking at him. God, girls, you got to get a guy that looks at you like this. I mean, he is in love. He is enamored. Old Nutlick is like, holy shit. I see this man and I think, Nutlick.
I guess during the end of it, there was some kind of a picture that people don't like. I wouldn't like it either, but I didn't see it. I looked at the first part, and it was really about voter fraud and the machines, how crooked it is, how disgusting it is. Then I gave it to the people. Generally, they'd look at the whole thing, but I guess somebody didn't. And they posted, and we took it down, and we turned it. But that was a voter fraud that nobody talks about. They don't like to talk about that post. We took it down as soon as we found out about it.
Mr. President, a number of Republicans are calling on you to apologize for that post. Is that something you're going to do?
No, I didn't make a mistake. I mean, I look at a lot of thousands of things, and I looked at the beginning of it. It was fine. And they had that one post, and I guess it was a takeoff. By the way, a lot of people covered. If you look at where it came from, I guess it was a takeoff on The Lion King, and certainly it was a very strong post in terms of voter fraud. Nobody knew that was at the end. If they would have looked, they would have seen it, and probably they would have had the sense to take it down. But that was a takeoff on The Lion King.
So look, the politics of the apology are completely different than the politics of what happened with the racially insensitive post. So obviously I think Trump played the politics on the post correctly. It seems like he did what you wanted him to do, Sitch. So are you saying he should apologize? Is that?
Well, I think he should, but I know you're anti-apologize.
Yeah, look, I think that's definitely the wrong move.
No,
I
but
think, look, he came out and said, look, if I'd known that it was there, I wouldn't have uploaded it. It was an innocent mistake.
Yeah,
I didn't
why did
make a mistake. I don't need to apologize for some innocent mistake.
Well, first of all, that's not necessarily true because it's negligent. It's massively negligent on his part and on the part of his staff.
I wouldn't apologize either. I think apology is the wrong strategy. If you think an apology,
I don't really want to focus on the apology because to me, that's not really what I care about.
Okay.
I mean, I think he should, but I don't think that's really important. What I said, if he just come out with that statement, even if he didn't apologize, if he just come out with that statement.
This is like the last statement he came out with. You're saying he should have came out with this first.
Yeah, they just said this.
Totally agree.
Like 5 minutes into the thing or an hour after the thing, they just take it down. Then I'll just be like, okay, it was obviously a mistake. They took it down. He said it was a mistake. Yeah, you want him to apologize, but it's not the end of the world, right? But the fact that it's just like, no, their initial inclination is to defend it. the double down. They don't want to remove it, and it takes half a fucking day to remove it after senators call them up and tell them they should take it down. What the fuck's going on down there?
But that was a voter fraud.
Well, look, I didn't know. For all I know, this is his first response to this. So that's why I'm looking at it and thinking, well, if this is his first response, that's great. Did you see Nutlick in the background looking at Trump like he's gonna nut? Like Nutlick is like,
I did see that, yes.
he's like, oh my God, this man. He's totally protecting me from all the Epstein accusations. I love him. I fucking love him.
Mm-hmm.
I owe my life to him. I'd be in a jail cell with Epstein right now if it wasn't for this man. That's the look on his face.
That is the look, yeah.
Lutnick does love Trump.
Because the way that the way I look at it is, if somebody, because I'd say like in the grand scheme of things, like, you know, putting, like, listen, I'm not black, so it doesn't offend me specifically. But I mean, you know, so
I have black friends. I don't. They don't like that shit. That's fucking bullshit.
I'm just what I'm trying to say is, like, in the grand schemes of things, to me, like, this is relatively not like the biggest deal that they accidentally post this thing. But to me, that makes their reaction like worse, because if someone fucks up on something minor that is easy to fix, and you like drag your feet and you basically have to be like forced into doing it after hours of time, it's like, well, then why would I have any why would I think that you could then fix the big things? Like, if you're not willing to fix something super easy, like deleting a fucking post on social media, and it's something for like a minor mistake, then why would I think that if you make a major fuck up, that there's going to be any fucking hope or chance or dream that you're going to do anything to fix that? Especially with all the Epstein shit and Donald Trump trying his fucking best to, you know, downplay that shit, and them dragging their feet to get rid of the Epstein, to release the Epstein files, and then redacting all sorts of fucking people who are not supposed to redact.
I mean, I am incredibly surprised when people get to the right decision ever at all, anytime. So I think, yeah, it took them a while to get here, but at least ultimately they did arrive at the right place. So points for that. It just wasn't quick enough.
Well, I already said my argument. So
yeah.
Okay, well, here's another story. I'm curious how you feel about this. No, you said there was something you wanted to show.
Did I?
I don't know what it was.
I don't. It's Tizzy, but
we
don't have to.
Okay,
Tizzy is responding to this. Well, I mean, you can see if Tizzy has the correct response, or if it's like
Tizzy does not have the correct response to anything.
He's not. He's definitely going to say like Trump coming out and deleting it is just.
They're gonna say he's gonna say it was intentional.
Yeah,
there's obviously some sort of intentional.
He's fucking with him.
Yeah, that's what his son.
But he's doing that.
Said it was intentional.
He's doing that because Tizzy's very upset at all of those black people that voted for Trump. And Tizzy's argument has been, you black people who are Trump supporters, MAGA conservatives, are being duped by a racist who's laughing in your face. So he wants to make that argument, which I just think is so fucking patronizing. How does he get away with that argument? How's that argument not racist? You dumb black people is basically his argument.
I mean, I didn't watch the video. Does he say that? Does he imply that?
That is the implication, obviously.
Right.
Even if it's not explicit, right? You're so dumb to let Trump fool you. Tizzy, the man of intellect. Yeah.
So, did you hear about? I mean, I guess this has been going on for a while. Donald Trump is suing the IRS for $10 billion.
Oh my God. For real? Because someone leaked his tax returns, right?
You didn't know about, yes. So Donald Trump, the president of the United States, is suing the United States of America for $10 billion. So that's not $10 million. $10 billion.
The question is, and the president makes The president makes $400,000 a year. That's the salary for the president of the
Oh, but he
United
doesn't. He
States.
says he gives it up, right?
Exactly. But Trump says, I'm not going to take any taxpayer money. Keep your $400,000 a year. Now, $10 billion if the IRS loses this case.
It's a little different, right?
Where does that money come? Is that taxpayer money, Sitch? Explain to me where the money comes from.
Well, it is, because it's going to come.
It is
Where else is it going to
taxpayer
fucking
money,
come
isn't
from?
it?
Right? Of course.
He's like, I don't want $400,000 a year. I mean, that's not even $2 million for
Right.
4 years of the presidency.
That's nothing.
I want $10 billion.
$10 billion. So you say to myself, okay, what is this lawsuit about?
Mm-hmm.
So there was a former IRS contractor named Charles Edward Littlejohn who leaked the Trump tax information to two news outlets between 2018 and 2020.
Shouldn't he sue the guy, though, that leaked these? Why is he suing
Well, that
the
guy,
IRS?
that guy is in prison for 5 years for doing this.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So that guy didn't get
Really?
That guy,
Holy
yeah.
shit.
Yes. So that guy did not get off scot-free or anything. He pled guilty and is now serving a 5-year prison sentence for doing that action, which
He
should.
probably feels he was doing it for Kamala Harris, right?
Yeah. I assume.
Boy, that really worked out for you, didn't it?
Well, I guess it was for Biden because it was 2018, 2020. So it was before. Right. Yeah. So guy's in prison. So he's suing for $10 billion, which is pretty difficult because, first of all, obviously, like the insane level of conflict of interest, because normally if you're suing the government has going to have lawyers that are going to argue, and to protect the government, right? How do you have a situation where the head of the government is suing the government? Is there going to be any lawyer that's going to push back against the president here in any sort of good capacity? You think they're going to be like, oh yeah, Donald Trump's going to be like, I'm suing you guys. Get your best lawyers on the case to fight against me, right? Does anyone think for a fucking second that's going to happen?
The IRS gets a public defendant. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. It's like hyper fucking conflict of interest, insanely corrupt, obviously, from the way it just looks. And then the asking amount too, $10 billion. So, we have this whole thing about how, oh my God, America has a spending problem. Imagine if Doge, remember Doge has to cut all this money. Well, it turns out all the money Doge is going to cut is just going to go to Donald Trump when he sues the government for $10 billion fucking dollars. So now potentially the government's going to be another $10 billion in debt to Donald Trump.
It is funny because the only reason I know he only paid $750 for 2 years is because of that leak.
There you go. Yeah.
That's the only way we know. There was tangible damage.
But then it's even weirder because so when you're suing, you need to show that the damages have to you just throw a random number out there. So he's claiming that he suffered the guy who's the literal president right now is claiming he suffered $10 billion of damage. How?
Well, it could hamper his deal-making ability if people believe he's a tax cheat or that he's not as wealthy as people believe.
Really? So
yeah.
There's a pastime. All wealthy people do is try to figure out how to not pay taxes. That's the entire fucking idea of being rich is how do I not pay taxes? In fact, the fact that it came out that he didn't pay taxes would probably be beneficial for other rich people to do deals with him because he's a smart guy. He figured out how to not pay any fucking taxes.
Yeah, but it's the wealth. It's how wealthy he is. Because wasn't it revealed that he's far less wealthy than he claims to be?
That could be a different
tangible
damage. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
You're basically saying, I'm this big Trump Inc. corporation. And it turns out you're just like a mom and pop liquor store.
I see.
That definitely will hurt your
right. So that was $10 billion worth of damages. $10 billion.
Does he have to list out how the damages or?
He's going to have to make some kind. Well, I don't know. Normally, you'd have to make some kind of argument about how you've taken $10 billion in damages. Now, since it's hard to imagine that the IRS or anyone in the government is really going to properly defend against this, who the fuck knows, right? They could send in the fucking F squad here to deal with this shit. It doesn't matter.
We might as well just give him the $10 billion.
Oh, yes.
Right now.
Right.
Case closed.
No, though, to be fair, listen, you got to say, Trump has claimed, he's claimed that he's going to donate that $10 billion to charity. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He just for no reason wants the government to pay him $10 billion so he can just turn around and donate it to charity for no reason. That's of course, right. Of course. This is just for charity money, Adam, obviously. It's just for charity.
What's the charity?
We don't know yet. Who knows? Who fucking knows? Maybe it's a charity his fucking children run. And oh, look, we're a nonprofit. We're going to pay ourselves. Who the fuck knows? It's for charity. We're going to have to pay. Remember when we were like, oh,
is
we're
it
so
for the
glad
Kennedy Center? I heard he's
there you
fixing that place
go.
up.
For the Kennedy Center, right? Which, basically had to be shut down because people were so fucking disgusted that his name was slapped on it. You have a situation, remember this whole conversation, oh, we can't be giving foreign aid. We can't be giving out millions of dollars in foreign aid to all these countries, right? It's so terrible. We're giving millions and millions of dollars of foreign aid to all these countries around the world. We need to stop that. But it's good to take $10 billion and we'll just give it to some fucking, supposedly some random charity that Donald Trump wants to give $10 billion to. That's fine. That's fine for the budget, for the debt.
Did you just say the debt?
I did.
These are the people yourself.
No, because these are the people that was the whole argument with Doge. We have to pay the debt. Remember?
No, and Elon got sent packing.
Yes, we have to pay the debt. That's so important. A lot of people said, Adam, you're crazy. The debt's so important. It matters so much, right? Now,
that's
Donald
what Elon
Trump
said, and nobody. Look, everyone else was like, "Yeah, get over it."
But if the president
Besson doesn't think that the
wants
debt's
$10
a big
billion,
deal,
then it's that's fine. It's totally fine because Trump wants it, so it's okay.
The debt trajectory is,
of course,
what they say the problem is. But look, Trump, this is completely ridiculous. You shouldn't be suing the federal government for $10 billion. A lot of people seem to like this, though, because they're like, fuck the IRS. This is great. That would be one hell of a refund, right? How much has Donald Trump paid in taxes? He'd be ahead of the game.
Well, maybe that's probably why he wants to give it away, too, because he now has to pay taxes, right? I give away $10 billion.
Oh, my God. The IRS is like, okay, here is your settlement. Now you owe 50% taxes on it.
Right. Yeah, there you go.
They're like, there's no way you're escaping us.
You'll know they'll get around it somehow, of course.
You bastard.
Yeah.
What if they only pay you a portion of it because, like, the rest of it's in taxes? We're just keeping it. We're saving you the time.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to file your taxes.
Yep. This is crazy.
I was going to look something up, but now.
So there's another story. So there's another interesting story kind of related to the corruption is legal. The grift is legal, I guess, now. So the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, they wanted to buy a bunch of high-end AI microchips.
Oh, that can't be good.
Now, we here in America land weren't really on board with them, selling them or allowing them to buy a bunch of these high-end advanced AI chips for a couple of reasons. One is like we need them for ourselves, right? Kind of fuck the UAE. Another reason is we don't really know what the fuck the UAE is going to do with them. And then another even bigger reason was we were afraid, or previous administrations were afraid that the UAE might turn around and sell them to China. And the whole thing is we're trying to prevent China from getting access to these high-end AI chips because we're in this, the AI race with China, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which, unfortunately, and maybe fortunately, unfortunately, it looks like, I don't know if you saw, China came out with some new video AI that looks pretty amazing so far. So,
really?
Yeah. Maybe I'll show you some of that.
Not as good as ours, though.
It looks much better than what we have so far. But we'll say, obviously, Trump administration not doing a great job on keeping AI chips out of China's hands. But so we were afraid that if we sold this to the UAE, that they would probably just turn around and sell a bunch of these chips to China, which we want to stop, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not good. Makes sense. So then it turns out that the UAE, or a UAE investment firm, announced that it planned to deposit $20 billion into a Trump firm, okay, a Trump crypto firm. Right?
What?
Yes.
What?
Yep.
That doesn't seem.
Yes.
That sounds pretty grifty.
Let's see. This summer, Steve Witkoff, remember old Steve Witkoff? President
do.
Trump's Middle East envoy paid a visit to the coast of Sardinia, a stretch of the Mediterranean Sea crowded with super yachts. On one of those exaggerant vessels, Mr. Witkoff sat down with a member of the ultra-rich ruling family of the UAE. He was meeting with Sheikh Tanoon bin Zayed Al Nahyan, a trim dark figure in dark glasses who controls $1.5 trillion of the Emirates' sovereign wealth. Okay.
Okay.
Says at the heart of the relationship are two multi-billion-dollar deals, one involving a crypto company founded by Witkoff and the Trump family, and that they both benefit from financially. So remember, Witkoff is the guy that Trump has sent to keep fucking trying to make these deals with Putin too. That somehow this guy's going to, bring peace to the Ukraine and Russia. And so, basically, to make a long story short, Steve Witkoff's son announced that they made some deal where the UAE is going to deposit $2 billion into World Liberty Financial, the cryptocurrency startup founded by Steve Witkoff and the Donald Trump in the Trump family. And suddenly, a few weeks after that happens, would you be surprised to find out that the White House has agreed to allow the UAE to suddenly get all those hyper advanced AI computer chips that they wanted? Oh my God.
Are you insinuating that this is part of the deal?
Who could they possibly have foreseen this, Adam? We're like, the UAE is like, hey, we want these high-end AI chips. And America's like, no. And then they're like, here's $2 billion, Donald Trump. And he's like, here's your fucking
Let me
chips.
see what I can do.
Here's your fucking chips.
Oh, okay. This doesn't look good. This looks like corruption.
It does look like corruption, doesn't it? It looks like a massive corruption. Looks like insane high levels of corruption. Yes. So I'm so glad we're gambling with important resources like high-end AI chips and national security so that Donald Trump can make some money. Him and Steve Witkoff. So fantastic.
Horrible.
Okay.
Oh, that's painful. That's painful. I like to think of Donald Trump as being someone who's honest and forthright.
Oh, do
someone
you?
who's going to do the right thing. Yeah.
Mhm.
Do the right thing for his voters and for the American people.
Mm.
And what you're saying is Trump is the kind of individual that will just take an under the table crypto bribe to immediately open up the sale of chips that could be a national security threat to some other country.
Mm-hmm.
Is United Arab Emirates an ally, or are they an enemy?
They're like, it depends on the day, right?
Right. Okay.
I mean,
Where'd
if they're an
that
ally,
come
we wouldn't
from?
have to worry about them selling chips to China.
Where'd this reporting come from?
I'm not sure. I had a food in my mouth.
Maybe we need a new poll here. The chat seems divided. Some of them think
totally
Trump
fine.
is grabbing as much cash as he can before he's out on his ass in 3 years.
That's obviously what's happening.
And some people think that Donald Trump is not really doing these things. What's an alternative thesis for why this happens, Sitch?
Well,
What's
first of all,
the respectable thesis?
it's
Give
not-
people some hope.
It's not questioning whether the UAE is going to, has promised and is putting money into the Trump crypto thing. That's not like a fact claim. Like, it's like we know that's 100% happening. That's not like something that's questionable.
Mm-hmm.
It's not an anonymous source saying it. Like, they're doing it. It's been announced. It's all happening right in front of our faces. So now I guess some
There's-
people can still cope and say it doesn't
Is
matter.
it Melania coin or is it Trump coin?
It's whatever that firm is that runs these coins.
Right. So they just send them. How much money do they send them?
That $2 billion.
$2 billion. That's what I thought it was. They send them $2 billion and they say, listen, buy some coin for us. We don't care if it's Melania or Trump. We don't give a fuck. This is a bribe. We want some of those AI chips.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it goes, I don't know how the logistics of it work, but.
Yeah.
Well, you tell me,
I'm pretty sure the way the logistics of these coins is I launch a coin, okay? And I give some of it away, but look, I mint the coin, so I can always mint more, right? But if someone comes to me and says, I want to buy some Trump coin, I control 90% of the coin. So, and if there's no market, if there's no open market where they can go and buy from other people who've bought Trump coin and want to sell there, say I bought some or you gave me some, but I don't have access to a market where people actually want to buy it, I'm stuck. I just own the coin, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if other people are like, hey, I want some Trump coin, and Trump is like, well, I own a lot of Trump coin, I control 90% of it, then they're just basically giving him $2 billion for a bunch of digital assets that who they're basically worthless, like Trump coupons.
Right.
So that would be how the money gets in his pocket.
Right. I'm saying, like,
Yeah.
when they say that they're buying, when they say that the UAE is buying a 49% stake in World Liberty Financial, like, I don't know what does that mean, that they're just buying tokens, or does it mean something else? Like, I don't know what the logistics of that is.
Well, if it's a private company, it means they're buying stock in the company.
Mm-hmm.
Companies sell portions of the company to stakeholders, right? If
Right.
it's a publicly traded company, it's a stock trade, right? They have stocks that they sell. You can buy on the open market, the NYSE or the NASDAQ. If it's a private company, then they're not on those markets. But a lot of companies stay private so that they don't have as many SEC regulations, right? They don't have to do quarterly reports. So he's buying a 49% stake in the company for $2 billion. Is that what you said it was?
Yes.
So obviously, when you're selling a 49% stake, you're interested in keeping 51% so you can control the destiny of the business, right? Whoever owns 51% of a business is usually the decision maker, the one who sets the rules. So it's a big stake of the company. I don't know how the company makes money. So if they think that the company is going to bring in 10 billion next year, then that's a good investment, right?
Mm-hmm.
They own 49% of the company and technically own 49% of the profits. Well, I don't know. That's usually in the contract how it's divvied up. They may not have access to that income stream. So I don't know. But I thought they were just buying coin, which coin is like a lot more.
So let me say, this is from the Wall Street Journal. It says 4 days before Donald Trump's inauguration, they secretly signed a deal with the Trump family to purchase 49% stake in the fledgling cryptocurrency venture for, at that point, for $500 million. I guess it's increased since then.
So if the company Liberty Financial is just like a coin, like one coin, so it's not really a company at all. They don't have employees. They don't build anything. They don't produce anything. It's just like, it's a coin. It's a digital collectible. That's our company.
Right.
Then that is hugely scammy, right?
Of course.
Yeah. They're basically spending $2 billion for something worthless, which makes it seem like it's really a bribe. They're like, we don't need any value for our $2 billion. Our value will be, you're going to hook us up with the people who make the chips we want. Because ultimately that's what they want, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're like, let's work out some sort of three-way trade. It's not legal for us to buy those chips because of some sort of regulation. Congress said we can't buy those chips directly, right? So we'll buy a bunch of coupons from you. You get the money, You buy the chips, and then you slip us the chips under the table. Everyone's happy.
Right.
You buy the chips for us.
So it says a World Liberty Financial is a decentralized finance protocol. The Trump family receives 75% of the net proceeds when World Liberty Financial sells tokens, as well as getting a cut of stable coin profits.
If Liberty Financial is going to sell stable coins and they're really going to move those things, then maybe it is a good business venture. Business venture.
Well, is it?
That's really what people say.
Regardless of, hold on. Regardless of whether the UAE will make their money back or not, the president's direct children get 75% of the profit that a company makes, and a foreign government's like, yes, I'm going to put in, billions of dollars into this company, and then gets a massive green light from America to buy these AI chips that they were not able to buy before, specifically. It doesn't matter if the UAE makes their money or not. It's obviously insanely corrupt.
Look up, what does Liberty Financial produce?
They just make the crypto. It's the
So
crypto.
it is
they make
just
the
a
crypto,
coin.
and they're the platform that makes the crypto. That's all it does.
Right. Yeah. Well, if they have a bunch of suckers that are buying their crypto coin, if it is Melania coin and Trump coin and all this, and they got a bunch of MAGA supporters that are out there buying the shit hand over fist, thinking, oh my God, to the moon, diamond hands. This shit is going to be the new currency. We're going to be rich. We're all going to be billionaires. Then they do have a revenue stream.
Okay, that's
fine. It's a detestable revenue stream.
Right.
I don't agree with it. I think it's awful. I think those people are getting bilked and taken advantage of, and these people are taking advantage of their followers and fans and are bad people for doing it. They shouldn't do it. But a lot of people will say, oh, they're suckers. These people deserve it. They love the digital collectibles, and they get the dream of being rich one day. So even though it's a fantasy.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I would lean towards this as a total scam.
Obviously. This is a total scam.
Well, look, you seemed like you were faltering a bit. Like, maybe they do make money.
No, I'm saying that whether the UAE is able to make their money back or not, whether they can scam people to make money back from this insane business or not, because it's something that's like they're trying to create some kind of platform for people to trade crypto or do some nonsense. Okay. That's irrelevant to whether it's like the most disgustingly, blatantly corrupt thing that a president has ever done, at least in my lifetime, in terms of pay for play.
Well,
you pay me billions of dollars, I give you a bunch of high-end AI chips that we didn't want to give you before.
It's not a question of whether or not they're going to make their money back, because it's really a question of the ethics. Even if it's a bribe, the whole intention of a bribe is to make your money back. You're stupid if you're bribing people for more money than you're actually going to get from whatever deal you work out in the bribe, right? You're just basically greasing.
Well, no. I mean, I don't mean. Well, I don't understand. You could definitely bribe someone, and then the person who pays you the bribe isn't going to get their money back.
Well, you said they're going to make their money back on the $2 billion. If I had to wager, I would wager they are going to make more money from whatever situation they set up, because they're going to there's a quid pro quo going on here. They're giving them $2 billion,
right,
and they're going to get some sort of chips that are worth
right. But
$10 million.
Okay. We're talking about two different things, right? I meant from the actual investment in
the business,
World Liberty Financial. Yeah, obviously,
that's a scam. Yeah,
that's the scam, right? Yes, they obviously
it's a subterfuge for a bribe.
Yes, they obviously think the $2 billion is worth whatever profit they will gain from the AI chips.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you understand that you're a fool if you're bribing someone whatever amount, and then what you get out of the deal is
less than the cost of the bribe. Of course.
Yeah, you're like, okay, well, this was a bad idea.
Of course.
I should have just stayed away from the bribery. I would have been better. I would have had more money.
Right. And I doubt it will end at the AI chips. I think $2 trillion is more than AI chips. That's going to be continual deals for the UAE.
I thought it was
for
2 billion. Now it's 2 trillion.
I'm sorry. I said 2
trillion.
I'm sorry.
Is like,
I read because it says that their entire wealth fund is 1.3 trillion, which is insane.
okay. Yeah.
So I just read that. It said, yeah, the $2 billion. So I guess, yeah, what's $2 billion from 1.3 trillion, right? I think the $2 billion is going to net them more than just the AI chips. They're going to be getting favorable shit from the Trump administration for the entire time he's president.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Oh, man. That is the one thing that Trump has completely just reimagined Washington, D.C. There was always sort of the undercurrent of things being transactional, right? Like it's under the surface. It's not really out in the open, but Trump has really kind of put the transactional nature of politics in front and center.
Can we ever come? Can we come back from this? Are we like fucked forever now?
I mean, that's a good question. Is it if it's always been there, but it just is not, it's kind of hidden because people don't want the optics of impropriety, but Trump is like, I don't give a fuck about the optics. This is the way it works anyway, and I'm just gonna show
like,
everyone the way it works.
Remember when like Carter was president? There was some big controversy, like the brothers, his peanut farm or something. That
I do,
brother.
yeah.
Yeah. I was like, oh my God, he owns like a peanut farm. You know, he's the president. Like, this is a crazy controversy. I was like, he's got to sell the peanut farm. Like, how dare he do this if he's going to be president? And then there was something too, like the Clintons and some properties they owned or whatever. Like, oh, they have to get rid of these investment properties because he's president now. Like, it's just so controversial, right? And so I think a lot of people do make up a rationalization where they say, well, a lot of presidents probably made money, you know, in corrupt ways when they're president, which is, I'm assuming is true. I've seen a bunch of charts people always bring up. They're like, oh, look, you know, Clinton and Bush and Obama made X amount of dollars while they were president, right? Their net worth increased while they're president, which is true. And they should obviously go to jail if they did super corrupt things when they're president. But from those things, it's like, okay, so they made like $10 million or some $1 million, right? None of those people even scratch the surface to our awareness whatsoever of the making billions of dollars range and the making billions of dollars in a way that also weakens or potentially weakens U.S. security. That hasn't happened before. And so to me, it is a complete cope for people to be like, well, other presidents were corrupt too. It's like, yeah, they might have been corrupt on a scale that was like 1% of this level of corruption.
Yeah, the weakening American security is the part that bothers me. I'm not as triggered by the transactional nature of it. I think business is good for society. I don't mind things being somewhat transactional. I think it makes people nicer.
But you always,
it's more
there's a
pro-social.
difference between, okay.
But if the transaction is
Wait.
you're literally selling America's security, then that's where I have the problem.
But this, talk about the transactional thing. This is important. Okay. If the president does something that's transactional, that's viewed as for the benefit of America, then that's fine. That's the way it should be.
Yeah, no.
But if the president is saying, hey, if you pay me enough money, I'll give you a pardon, which is essentially what he did, again, through the crypto. Or if you pay me enough money, I'll change some government policy. Then that's
totally
not the
wrong.
That's like, that is the literal textbook definition of corruption. You're in a position of power. You are getting paid to do a policy or to pardon someone or to do something for someone's benefit. You're not doing it because it's actually good for the country or good for a policy. You're just doing it because they're paying you money. That is the textbook ground level definition of what corruption is for politicians.
Yeah, if the person that you're pardoning is guilty, you shouldn't be taking money for a pardon. And if they're innocent, you shouldn't be taking money for a pardon. You should let them out anyway, right? They're fucking innocent. Yeah, you can't. There's no way to square that, taking money for the pardons, but that happens all the time, which is completely sick.
And
yeah.
When the reason I asked, like, do we ever come back from this is because what you're saying is true. Like, there was some, and people make this argument all the time. I don't think I think it's a bad argument where they say, well, there was always some level of corruption in Washington or in former presidents or whatever. And I prefer that Donald Trump does everything out in the open because at least it's not hidden. And that's a bad argument because when the people had to hide this shit, they had to do a lot less.
Some level of shame that was.
Well, there's some level of shame associated with it. B, there could be accountability if it ever comes out. So it's possible they can get in trouble for it. And C, it's harder you can't be moving these vast sums amount of money around while also trying to hide it, or it's much more difficult to do so. So it's also just by hiding it, you're adding a layer of making it more difficult to reach the highest levels of corruption. If we just accept that it's totally fine to be as blatantly corrupt as you want in public as possible to the tune of billions of dollars, then all bets are off at this point. Who gives a fuck? There's nothing at this point. Can we ever come back from this? Because the next president comes in and they just basically start getting billions of dollars to do whatever. You say, well, it was fine when Trump did it.
Yeah. Kamala's going to be transing all the kids, taking billions of dollars to do it. Shame.
There you go. The big trans lobby. Yeah.
God, I hate it when they say that, when they do the shame thing. The shame and the shame. Total Game
we
of
need to
Thrones
bring back
ripoff.
shame. There is no shame in this country anymore. I feel like there's almost no morality in this country anymore. From a political perspective, there's no sense of morality outside of team playing and tribalism. Is there?
So many people on the left are reflexively anti-business, anti-making money, anti-starting companies. It's just like, it's too much. It's too far. Any kind of transaction is considered evil. So, but I completely agree with what you're saying about these kind of corrupt exchanges. Like, there's a reason they call them bribes, right? It's not, you're not buying something. It's like, it's something that's not, it's a transaction that's not supposed to take place, right?
Yeah.
So, but so many people are reflexively anti-business to the point where it's like any transaction, like the peanut farm thing, where, they go too far in the other direction. They're like, there can't be any sense of impropriety. Why can't we just have some sort of reasonable middle ground where it's like people who go into elected office don't have to divest themselves of every single fucking business entanglement that they have. But at the same time, they're not selling pardons, right? Or insider trading, which they are trying to get rid of.
Yeah. Remember when everyone complained endlessly on the right about, I can't believe Nancy Pelosi has been making all this money insider trading in Congress. How dare this bitch do this, right?
But they look the other way when Trump does it.
And then Trump does it like in 1 year, eclipses Nancy, like does what Nancy Pelosi dreams of in 1 year. And they're like, it's fine. Whatever. Who cares?
Well, this is different than insider trading, obviously. He's like,
this is worse than insider trading.
This
is 100 times worse than insider trading.
Yeah. I think if you ask Trump, Trump would say, "Oh, this isn't any kind of security threat." But he's incentivized to say
as he's getting paid billions of dollars.
I know.
Obviously,
there is no way in hell that anyone can be objective. I always say, look, Trump has been really good for the stock market, so it's hard for me to be objective about the whole Trump situation. I think you and I both filed our taxes, and the no tax on tips thing.
Yeah, could definitely pull through.
Pretty
definitely
fucking
pull through for me. Yeah.
Came through, yeah. Really came
Right.
through for us on that one, didn't
Right.
he? Yeah.
Well, it's crazy because this is a scandal that in a more normal political environment would be like, you're getting impeached for this. Like this is that level of insanity. A president using their position of power to, make $1 billion deal with
Well,
a
look,
foreign country is just psychotic.
This is an interesting question. I'm glad you brought this up because it is fascinating. So I think you're correct. Obviously, in a normal situation, everyone would be like hair on fire, impeachment,
Right.
fucking corruption. Trump has done a lot of good things, I think, though, which I think could add to the difficulty here. Most presidents are just fucking garbage, right? They don't do jack shit. They don't do anything. So I think it might be easier to go to a president like that is just completely useless, not really making any sort of policy work or making any sort of policy achievements for your side. Obviously, everyone's partisan, right? So it's a lot.
I don't think that's
it's a lot harder to look the other way if you're getting nothing out of it.
I don't think that's the calculation. I think the calculation is, I don't know if you can hear that. It sounds like someone's driving a motorcycle upstairs in their apartment above me. I don't know what's happening though.
I can't.
Okay.
Look, I used to work on my motorcycle inside my apartment.
Oh, really? Okay.
No,
Okay.
just kidding.
But
I had a friend that did that though. So I was
maybe
like,
they're doing
you probably
maybe
shouldn't
they're
do
doing
that.
maybe they're doing battle bots with like Roombas or something, because that's what it sounds like. But no, I think I think it's a form of sunken cost fallacy, which is that Trump supporters have sunk so much cost into supporting Trump and defending Trump that to turn away from him or against him is just almost unthinkable. Not just because of the amount of energy and time and emotion you've sunk into him, but I think there's a worse element too, is that if they come out and they say, yes, Donald Trump is, crazy corrupt and he should definitely be impeached by this and blah, 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 then they're going to have to deal with the left, rubbing in their face and being smarmy and say, we told you, you fucking retard, that Donald Trump was a fucking, horrible person, fell for it again, memes, through the fucking moon from heaven. Like, just to deal with all of that shit of like the left dancing all over, their pain, right? If it's finally acknowledged that Donald Trump is a corrupt grifter. I think that, of trying to avoid that scenario is the reason why, on an emotional level, people are just so sunken cost into Trump.
You're kind of linking it into a personal status thing. Like they feel like I've defended this person and therefore
yes,
I have to continue to defend them. I think it's more, and look, this goes
back to our classic disagreement.
It is. Yeah, it is. It's over the policy versus vibes. Yeah.
Right.
Because I think here's the calculation that people do. They think, look, I wanted mass deportation. I wanted something done about this immigration. I wanted something done about fraud in government. And Trump is really delivering. We're seeing all this fraud come out of Minnesota. We're really seeing ICE step it up and deport these people. And those are policy wins that I never dreamed of. Like their policy promises, people making campaigns, but never deliver when they're finally in office. So if there's a level of corruption that they don't like, because they're like, look, I would love to have a president that's a saint, that's not on the take, but they're willing to take that exchange. They're willing to like kind of be like, this is uncomfortable, I don't like it, but I'm not going to make waves because I'm getting a lot out of this as it is. I think that's the calculation that they make.
Yeah. I think that's the logical cope that they tell themselves.
You're so incendiary.
I know. I think that's the logical cope.
You're like, oh my God.
Listen,
we know how
the mind works. Okay. You have your moral intuition, you have your emotional reaction to something, and then the logic brain comes in and it justifies it.
Well,
right?
look, why
that's the
is
justification part, and I understand it.
but it
makes
is a
sense.
good look. It is a good justification because they're actually
Maybe.
getting some sort of policy
I would
prescription
say
that they want. This
Right.
is why my argument was, if they're not getting that, if this was another president that came in and just was all talk and didn't give them anything, they're like, Trump has been president and it's just about building a ballroom and they don't like give a
Right.
fuck about the ballroom.
Right.
They're
That's
going to
fair.
look
That's a
at
good
this and they're going to jump in and say, fuck this guy. This is corrupt. They're going to turn on him so fast. They're
I
going to
don't
say, this is corruption. Impeach his ass.
I don't know. Well, I mean, we'll see, because it's like, okay, some people might be say like, yes, I'm happy that people are getting deported, something which, I mean, I imagine would continue under JD Vance. I don't think JD Vance would be like, oh, we're going to stop deporting people, right? Like if he becomes president.
They're like, thank you for the deportations, but we're impeaching
Yes.
your ass anyway.
Right. Well, think about it this way. It's like, okay, so that's great. You got some deportations. Now they're going to build the largest AI data center in the fucking UAE. And if that ends up, leading to China dominating the AI market and us all getting, fucked in the ass, it's like, well, I'm so glad we deported those people. It was so worth it. It was so fucking worth it, selling them a bunch of fucking chips and screwing us over so that Donald Trump could line his pocket with billions of dollars.
Yeah,
That's
look,
great,
if the calculation turns out to be incorrect and society does, America loses its standing in the world, especially in the realm of this new technology, then people are going to have huge buyer's remorse. They're going to be like, "Oh, my calculation was completely wrong."
I've been saying this for years on the stream. Okay, it's the frog and the scorpion problem.
Mm-hmm.
If someone comes up to you and they show you that they're a corrupt liar, excuse me, they show you that they're a liar or they're corrupt or they're a scumbag, and you laugh and you say, well, I'm not the one getting screwed over. Well, then you're a fucking retard, because they're going to screw you over because that's that person's nature. And so the idea that like Donald Trump is like, oh yes, he's going to be, selling all these chips and, risking American security to line his pocket. But, it's not in his nature to, harm me and the things I want in other ways if it financially suits him. Like, then you're just a fool at that point.
Yeah, in that situation though, the person knows that they're fucking people over. They're like, look, I am a scorpion and my intent is to screw you over.
Yeah, but it's the Tim Pool retard point where it's like, I'm not licking the boot, I am the boot.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And that's a retarded point, because like, well, okay, you understand how governance works, don't you? Like sometimes the boot shifts the foot. It's not always going to be your fuck. First of all, there's a moral principle there, number one. But number two, even if you put morality aside, you don't care about morality, and we're just going full, cynical pragmatism, then it's like, yeah, the boot's going to be on their foot at some fucking point. If you just wave your hand away and say it's fine.
Yeah.
And so like you keep like, this is the problem. Like, it's like, okay, well, Trump is the scorpion, and you're like seeing him sting a bunch of other frogs that are frogs you don't like. So you're fine with it. And you're like, well, he's not going to sting me because he likes me, because I'm a frog he likes. It's like, okay, we'll see.
I'm thinking, I don't think Trump sees himself as deliberately fucking people over. I don't think he would make the deal. And look, obviously I agree with you that he's biased, okay, because he's getting his pockets filled. So it's impossible for him to see this clearly, right?
Yeah.
Same way it's impossible for him to see the 2020 election clearly. He's got too much on the line to see it clearly.
Right.
But he believes in his heart of hearts he won the 2020 election. He believes that selling the chips are not going to be some sort of security risk. Okay. I agree with you. I think he's wrong. I think it is a fucking giant security risk, and other people should step in and say, hey, this is probably not a wise thing to do. But in the case of the scorpion is like, no, I am screwing you over. This is a security risk, and I'm doing it because I don't give a fuck. I want the money, and you're going to take the security risk. Right?
Yeah. So instead of having a scorpion that's just like, I'm going to kill you, the scorpion's like, listen, a little bit of the venom, it's actually good for you. Okay. It toughens you up. Right. It'll make you stronger. It's fine. Okay, you could take a little bit of the venom.
I don't.
right?
That's not the analogy I'm making.
That's not. That is kind. No, but that's kind of like what's going on. It's like, yeah, he doesn't think it's bad. Who gives a shit?
What's
Who
a
gives
nice
a fuck what
scorpion
he
that
thinks?
doesn't sting, that only makes
Yeah,
win-win deals?
I'm glad he
What is a
obviously
scorpion
can Eric
equivalent?
Cartman cope himself into believing that it's going to all end up fine and also benefit him where he makes billions of dollars, and that he didn't actually lose the election, and that all these bad people that wronged him should all go to jail forever. Yeah, I'm sure these are all great. I'm glad that he can, like, whether he rationalizes it or not, it's irrelevant to me. Who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter whether anyone can rationalize any behavior if it's self-serving. Who cares? The entire point of having free will is the ability to be like, oh, maybe I am just rationalizing this behavior because it's self-serving and it's actually a morally wrong thing to do.
Well, I mean, I agree with you there. What's a scorpion equivalent what's a scorpion that stings with like ketamine?
With love. Okay.
Exactly.
Where's the scorpion that sting with love? Yeah, exactly.
A scorpion that stings with LSD.
Right, yeah.
That's like the poison dart frog, right?
Well, I don't know if you can just lick a poison dart frog and it'll make you I don't know what happens.
So do you think this is going to interfere with your ability to wear that Make America Great Again hat that
it might. It very well might.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it very well might.
Oh no.
Right.
You're going full scorpion on us.
I might have to go full script. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, I think
We'll see
it's
how I
right.
feel.
Look, if Trump does something corrupt like that, I think you made a deal with someone that you thought was an honest interlocutor, but it turns out he's not an honest interlocutor.
There you go. Look at this. You're very good at this. I like this. If I ever need a rationalization, I'm like, Adam, give me a.
I'm great at it.
How do I get out of this situation?
I'm good at it. I love. This is my favorite thing to do:
This
sit
is
around
great.
and figure out ways I can rationalize myself
This
into
is
doing things I
great.
probably shouldn't do.
Yeah. And it's weird. It's interesting to me too that, like, I don't know. It is interesting. Like, there is some movement on the Epstein stuff at the least. There is some movement with people just realizing the Epstein stuff is just so insanely corrupt, and that the Trump administration is obviously doing things to try to cover up stuff.
It's got to get under Trump's skin too.
Yep.
Because a lot of this could come out after he leaves office when you have no control in the situation. Oh my God. If it's a Democrat administration, their whole goal in the rest of their lifetime is going to be to mar his legacy.
Yeah. Well,
They
he's doing
think
a very
he's
good job
marred
himself. So
Obama's legacy. God, it's so weird. It used to be, well, maybe it never really has been. Maybe it's always been go after the ex-president's legacy.
Mhm.
It seemed like there was a time when it was like everyone looked kindly on ex-presidents. You did your time. Politics is a rough game. But, let bygones be bygones. But now it's like your legacy must be destroyed. Obamacare? Fuck you. How about fuck you care?
why do they keep the worst part of Obamacare too? Like,
What is that?
the whole you can only enroll in medical insurance in January. Like, what's up with that? Why didn't they get rid of that?
Yeah, you should be able to enroll year round.
Whenever the fuck you want.
Why
the
would
fuck
they?
it-
Why
it's
would
like
they
insane
make
to
a
me.
huge bottleneck?
Yeah, it's
where you've
insane
got
to me.
Every 300 million Americans that have access to a market, but only once a month, only once a year.
Right. We're gonna make it like so easy for the health insurance companies to fuck you over because you can only buy health insurance at this very specific time period, and then you're locked in for the rest of the year. And if you don't buy health insurance in the beginning, then fuck you. You can't get it at any point, unless it's some sort of like crazy emergency or whatever. It's like, fuck you. What is this nonsense? Get rid of this shit.
I didn't know that was the case. And
It
look,
is.
I hate Obama just for that, for adding that to the bill. That is so bending over for the insurance companies.
But
That
that was
gives
like-
the insurance companies a massive advantage.
But that was the whole
You can't
thing.
threaten to leave even.
The whole thing with Obamacare was, okay, we're going to get you lower, supposedly, right? I don't think it worked very well, but at least the theory was, we're going to get, health insurance costs down by basically forcing everyone to buy health insurance and buy into a giant pool together, and also, do favorable things like, the open enrollment period only being in January, all this other shit, right? So then it's like, okay, well, we decided that we don't like Obamacare anymore. So instead of just getting rid of it, they're like, well, let's just get rid of like the beneficial parts of it and keep all the shit that still fucks you over. It's like, what's like the worst possible scenario?
Yeah. Oh. It's politics. They want to make it worse and worse and worse because it's got Obama's name on it. It's part of marring his legacy.
I don't know if people think of it from the perspective of like, oh, well, the enrollment period still exists and it's Obama's fault. Like, I don't know, maybe people think that way, as opposed to just being like, well, why doesn't Trump just get rid of it? Why the fuck is this still like a thing?
It's politically advantageous,
I guess. So I sent you. So there's a new video AI program in China that just came out called C Dance. I don't even think you can get it in America. And people are posting clips, and it looks pretty impressive.
This is their video generator.
Yes. So
I looked at one because I was thinking I might make Dick Smashers into a movie.
Right.
And oh God, it's so cool. It's got all the different lenses and film stocks, and you basically communicate with it like a director. You tell it like medium shot, wide shot.
Oh, that's very cool.
Yeah, it's so crazy. And you just put in a picture and you're like, here's what the actor looks like, and it completely puts whoever you want in the scene. It's crazy, the level. So I'm thinking, look, who knows? We might be making a movie, Sitch.
We could be, yeah. That'd be awesome.
That's the thing. There's going to be the first AI movie that is like a giant hit, like a smash, like a Star Wars level hit, like just a phenomenon movie. That's going to be in the history books. So we should be competing in that game. We should be competing for that movie.
There is, I forget who, there's some, I think, I don't know if it's a full film or like a short film. There was some big director who was associated with some AI generated movie.
Oh, really?
Who it's kind of
all the big directors are kind of missing the boat because they're like, I will never, which it's got to be infuriating. Yeah, this looks great. I brought it up. Wow.
Yeah. Isn't this crazy?
This was all made with AI, huh?
Yes.
Wow, it looks good.
And it has sound too.
Can I play it, or is it going to get us copyrighted?
There's no music or anything.
Okay, here we go. 25 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go. Very authentic sound. Oh, I love that sound. That's the Dexter Laboratory sound.
The little shing sound?
Yeah. The little shing sound.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
Sound, I'm like, that's like Saturday morning cartoon sound.
It's the well, in Dexter's Lab, whenever they had the lens flare, that'd be the sound.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is a live action fight from Dragon Ball, from the cartoon Dragon Ball.
So is this in a movie or is this just
it's in an anime.
Who made this?
I don't know who made it.
Oh, okay.
Well, his name is, I know, some random guy's name.
Right.
Now, I don't know if they made it by like, I don't know how they made it in terms of, is this like a shot for, like, did they put like this specific scene from the anime into the AI and it just made it live action or what? Like, I don't know if they did that and that's how this came to be. But either way, it's like very crazy good compared to other stuff I've seen.
Higgs Field is the one I was talking about. Higgs Field is the one that's like it's an AI generator for filmmakers.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Pretty sure it's Higgs Field. Yes. So the Higgs Field is good because you can record stuff, like you can have an actor do a scene and then put an AI character on that actor, and it will completely mimic their performance. Right now, you can't get the AI. You can't tell the AI to do a performance. The performances are super weird. They're like inhuman. So I don't know if this video was made off of people doing these performances and then AI people are superimposed on top of them. I mean, the multiple arm thing is really, really interesting. Yeah, the arms kind of come out of his side there.
So I'm kind of like scrubbing through.
Yeah, so am I.
No, I'm scrubbing through the original fight.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look like they didn't take like a scene from the original fight and have it do like a shot for shot. Because it's been so long since I've seen the original Dragon Ball. I don't even think in the original fight, Tien doesn't look like he even grows his multiple arms in that fight. So they must have just been using like old information or like additional information about Yamcha and Tien and just told to like make a fight or something. Or maybe they just put the whole fight in it and just said like generate a 30-second clip or something. Kind of like this. So it's not a shot for shot, which is, I don't know if that's more impressive or less impressive.
Yeah. It is an interesting way to make a film, because obviously you always start a film with a script, right? And you're happy with the script. You're like, things work in the script, but then you try to shoot certain things and it just doesn't work. The actors can't pull it off, or the set is wrong, or just doesn't have the emotional resonance that you had hoped for that was there on the page.
Mm-hmm.
So you're kind of forced to reconstruct as you go. Yeah, a lot of people. I think I did a poll on. It was about a third of the audience is still super triggered by the AI stuff. Which I was thinking about the directors, who the directors have to be so pissed, right? Because filmmaking is like war, man. It is difficult. It is a tough job where you're on the set. Especially if you're the director, you're on the set 12 hours a day. Like you're shooting anywhere from weeks to months. And you're there before everyone. You leave after everyone. It's just murder. You're dealing with people. You're dealing with the challenges of the vision that you had and the reality of the world that's not giving you what you want. And then to have these AI tools come in that just some fucking shit some asshole in his room can put together something that looks this good. And you're looking at it, you're thinking, oh my God, this would have taken me 2 weeks to shoot, right?
Right.
I have to hire all the actors, do all the casting. That's got to be painful, right?
Mm-hmm. I guess unless, I mean, you could use it for yourself, but it's one of those like, it sucks because I had to work so hard and it's so much easier for you.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, can you imagine this? The location scouting that went into this temple.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, no, that's all AI, dude. That temple? Nah. We just generated that in the computer mind. Sea Dance V2. Here's another great example. Okay. All of these different AI people are trying to generate their thing. Trying to make their nut.
So I'm looking up because I'm curious. A lot of people were wondering, is Bad Bunny going to make some sort of political statement during the halftime show? And at least from what I'm seeing on X so far, it looks like the only thing they did was at the end of it, there was a banner that said, the only thing more powerful than hate is love. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful?
It didn't say fuck ICE.
Did not say fuck ICE. No.
Look. Cowards.
True.
Oh, that's so great. I love to see them run like a dog with their tail between their legs.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about love. I mean, you had a real fuck ICE attitude a week ago, but look, okay, I guess it's about love this week. That's okay. I'll take it.
Now I know Turning Points USA had their own halftime show.
It wasn't at the Super Bowl?
No. It was supposed to be like, if you don't want to watch Bad Bunny, you'll watch the Turning Point USA halftime show.
Oh, okay.
So
I'd
currently it
watch
has
that.
111,000 views on YouTube.
So it wasn't millions of views.
Not yet. No.
They're boycotting. Should we bring it up?
Not really.
You don't want to see the halftime show?
I don't really want to see it. Holy shit, Kid Rock is so old now.
Kid Rock is in it?
He is. He looks so old.
Don't bring it up then.
Oh God. That's weird to see.
Grolth for $20 says, Adam, well, I think we'll eventually get to the point where you could create a high quality movie. You're definitely assuming a lot from the current state. One of the biggest issues with AI right now is keeping continuity.
Mm-hmm.
I totally agree with you. The Higgs realizes that that's an issue, and they have somehow, well, look, you might have used Higgs, so you might know better than me. Maybe they're just talking their book. Maybe they really don't have the shit down on continuity. They're marching around a bunch of examples that seem to get over the continuity problem pretty easily. So the continuity problems that I've seen is when you're using word prompts to generate a character and you're describing the character. But the ones that I've seen where you input photos of the character, reference photos of the character, it seems to be fine. And they can map that character onto some actor that actually does a performance.
Right.
So I would do a lot of the performances. I'd probably try to get Sitch to do a number of the performances. Hell, I might get some of you guys to do some of the performances if you could give me some good performances. Because look, I could say, hey, do the performance where you are on video, and it can be even low quality video. And we can, as long as it's at the right. Well, look, I think you can even change the camera angle, because some of this stuff I was like amazed, because they were saying, you turn this into a wide shot, or rotate the camera around the character as they're talking, and it would do it. You're like, fuck, that's amazing. So you would have access to people.
Well, I mean, I'm looking, because the consistency problem is a problem, but like I'm looking at the Yamcha Tien fight there. You just kind of look. I mean, the characters seem very consistent. The background, the text in Japanese, it all doesn't seem to change.
No, yeah.
And I think it could be like, there probably will be some play element to it. Like when you're watching a stage play, like you kind of have some suspended belief, because you they're not really in the background, they're not in. So I think there's a level of like consistency that's like good enough that will be like, at first anyway, people will like accept that they'll accept the little errors, and they'll say it's good enough for a while. It's kind of like early CGI. Like early CGI looked like dog shit a lot of times, and people just kind of accept it. And then once it gets good enough, then you look back and you're like, oh my God, how did we ever watch this? This
is so much better than green screening. I can tell a green screen scene, because you see them in movies from time to time, even big budget movies, where they're like, okay, well, this is obviously a pickup shot, because everyone is in front of a green screen right now. This does not remotely have that green screen appearance.
No.
That green screen appearance is so much more trashy than this is.
That's what's weird too. Is like sometimes, I mean, and it kind of vacillates, because sometimes you see the AI video and the effects look kind of cartoony.
Yeah.
But then sometimes it's like this really weird, interesting mix of like cartoony and real that looks really fucking good. And you're like,
yeah.
And it's just impressive, because I've never seen something look like that before.
It is consistency is really the problem, because so much of it is the AI slot machine, where you're just churning out a bunch of different scenes and picking the one that actually works. But so many of them
Right.
don't work until you can get it where 90% of the content you're churning out is actually useful, and not the other way around, like 10% is useful.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be huge gains. Just that character mapping tool, though. A character mapping tool, because I could realistically work with actors and shoot an entire script that was just the performances, the characters interacting. I mean, I could do that in a month easily.
Mm-hmm.
Have it down all in video files, even edit it together. And then I could work with someone else to actually turn it into the movie, the finished movie.
And there's going to be like touch up AIs too, where it's like you get kind of the base of what you want, and then you can touch up individual scenes and stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that's happening now.
Yeah. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. It's cool. I mean, a lot of people have been convinced that it's like theft. So I think that's a lot of people's hesitation towards it. They're like, this is built on other people's stolen work. Isn't it interesting how it's always about the stolen? Is the stolen land or the stolen labor or the stolen?
I mean, it makes sense. People want credit for, what's theirs.
I always find it fascinating that it's the people who want to do away with property rights. They're always complaining about the stolen this and the stolen that. What's going on there, Sitch?
Oh, you think it's the lefties that are complaining?
The problem is property, private property. We need to get rid of private property. Why'd you steal all this shit from me?
Right.
Why are you dishonoring my private property?
I assumed it was mostly the people that are like more libertarian minded people that are kind of talking about AI theft and stuff. I don't know if is it the lefties?
Oh yeah. Oh, big time. Because look, a lot of people are artists are on the left, right?
Oh, I get. Well, there's your
lefties,
answer.
Yeah.
Is because they're financially impacted, right? They're not financially impacted by a bunch of rich people losing their property, but they're financially impacted by someone taking their art.
Yeah.
So
all of my art is in the original models. That's got all this started. When everyone was complaining about the models being built on artwork stripped from the internet, all my artwork is in there. So I feel I can take some liberty, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've never really been one of those artists that's like, don't copy my shit or don't. I don't know.
I think it's because you're like a film guy, so you've always had like, even though you had to like do pictures, you're looking at it from the perspective of I can eventually use this technology to make the movie I want to make.
Yeah, it's a tool.
Right. Where a lot of artists, especially they're not film people, they just make pictures or something. So like there is no I can then use this to do the thing I've always wanted to do at the end of the day.
Aren't we all filmmakers in one extent or another? Don't we all want to see movies of our dreams?
I don't know. I mean, I do, but we both are like with the film, do film stuff. So I don't know if that's everybody.
What movie would you do?
I got my own stories.
See, I never read any of your scripts. I have a script. I have like 10 finished screenplays.
Mm-hmm. I don't think I would want to do any of the scripts I wrote back in the day.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I have scripts that I've optioned, so somebody took an interest in them and thought they could get them made at one point.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome.
Dick Smashers, I really like.
I sent you. It's kind of funny. They use the new AI thing. There's a AI of Van Gogh fighting someone in like the Van Gogh style.
Oh, that's great.
That looks pretty cool.
There was like, I saw this one that was like thick impasto oil paint that was moving, and it was a scene, but it was kind of in the style of thick impasto oil paint. And the guy that retweeted it was an oil painter, and his retweet was just dripping with the pain of how this is amazing, but he didn't feel like he could enjoy it because of all the politics going around about AI art. And it was so ironic, because I was like, that's fucking amazing. That's an amazing piece of video. And the fact that you can't just look at it and drink it in aesthetically, just, there's something wrong with you. Okay.
Well, I don't know. I think a lot of people, it's kind of like special effects reach some kind of point where like it stops wowing people. And I think that's going to happen very quickly with like a lot of AI art and everything. It's like you can just look at like the most beautiful picture. And it just, you don't care because you're like, well, I can press a button. Like, and I can make that. Right.
Yeah, I agree.
So like from like a purely aesthetic standpoint, I think art will not be appreciated, but I still think it can be appreciated from if you make a whole movie or a story or something.
Story. That's it.
Right.
Exactly.
Because I don't think, I don't know, maybe we'll see. AI is not quite the point, I think, where it can write like a really great story. No, it probably will get to that point at some point, but we're not quite there yet.
Yeah, you're moving up the chain. You're moving up to the next level. The next level of art is storytelling, right? The movie making is so interesting because it combines all of the arts, right? It combines fashion and painting and just everything, right? Performance art. It's all in there. Aesthetics, composition, lighting, photography, music. It's all in there. That's why filmmaking is the ultimate form of art. And you're putting them together, but the level that you're operating at when you are filmmaking is the storytelling, right? That's the thing that people are consuming, right? I mean, they're consuming everything, right? But to some extent, the thing that binds it all together is the storytelling. That was my problem with The Myth of Man, because The Myth of Man, God, it's just the ending didn't pay off for me at all. And it's one of these movies that there's something really unique and beautiful going on in the movie. The whole time you're watching it, you're like, oh my God, I hope this pays off. I hope this pays off. I hope this is worth the investment that I've made, because there's a moment in the end of every movie when it's so simple. I want to cheer. I want to go. I want to be going, that's beautiful, or oh my God, that's amazing. Like you want the feeling of the release of this is just great, right? And if it's so much of getting there is working up to it, but if the payoff isn't there, you're like, oh my God, why did I spend 2 hours?
Yeah,
on
I know
this
how
movie?
I feel about Brazil.
Yeah.
So I don't like Brazil.
Yeah. Brazil is like a different kind of payoff. It really is. It's an ironic. Look, Brazil is a downer ending. So
super downer.
We went and saw that movie Send Help, and I would not recommend Send Help. I didn't particularly like the movie, but in the end of the movie, there is a scene. There's the scene. The movie is basically these two characters pitted against one another. And in the beginning, they set up the the female character as likable and morally just, right? But along the way, she sort of becomes a bad guy. And in the end of the movie, they're facing off against one another. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Who am I? I'm not rooting for either of these people. Like, why am I here? Why am I watching this movie? You just kind of check out. You have to be, I think, rooting for something. To really enjoy a movie, you have to be rooting for something, right? And it doesn't necessarily have to come true, but it's in the rooting for it.
Mm-hmm.
They can lose and you could feel, so close. In Children of Men has a great fucking ending because it's an ironic ending. I love the dramatic irony where the hero wins but loses. You haven't seen Children of Men, have you?
No.
I don't know if I want to spoil the ending.
You always talk about how good it is, but
so
no.
good. Yeah, exactly. But it has one of those endings where the hero wins but loses, which I just fucking love. That's like the caviar of storytelling right there. The ironic ending. So, but look,
Brazil is like the lose-lose ending.
Oh yeah,
it's generally where you can go.
You
for
brought
like
up Brazil as an example.
I know, that's what I'm saying. You said it was ironic. Like I don't know, because like there's the win-win ending, which is like the character is trying to get something and then they get it, and then they're happy about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's the win-lose ending, which is the character is trying to get something, they get it, but then they realize they don't actually want it, or it's not actually good, right?
Yeah.
And then there's kind of like the lose-win ending, which is the character loses whatever the objective is, but they end up getting something that's better or secondary.
Yeah, totally.
Right. And then there's the lose-lose ending where they lose, they don't get what they want, and it sucks. And you're like, okay, the fuck?
Right.
Why is this?
So many movies are mystery box, and it's funny. I think mystery box, the term came from his TED talk, right?
Oh, did it?
Yeah. I
don't think I've
did.
ever seen the original.
The mystery box TED talk.
Yeah.
Yeah. So much of the mystery box just feels like wasted energy because it doesn't pay off. You're like, oh, the box is empty.
Mm-hmm.
Or there's something in the box that's completely uninteresting. It's like, wow, you totally faked me out for this. I thought there was something interesting in the box.
Because it's so difficult
to pay off. I know. That's why you have to start at the end of the movie. You have to think, what is the scene that's going to make people stand on their seat and cheer?
It's not just, that's a big part of it, but it's also what we were talking about the other day where it's like sacrificing credibility and realism for the emotion. Because that's what the mystery box is. It's all just throwing shit that is emotional and makes you feel a way, but then it's never going to pay off because like the payoff makes no fucking sense. Which is why I was always very mad at Battlestar Galactica, is because Battlestar Galactica had all these amazing setups. And then it became very clear that they didn't know how to pay any of them off. And so when you get to the payoffs, they make no fucking sense or they're just super lame. And you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah. The Myth of Man is masterful at emotional resonance and really, I mean, you're involved with the characters. They really do a good job with that. But the payoff in the end is just, it's not even really clear. And I don't like movies that you walk away. Some people like it. Obviously, it's just not my taste, where you walk away and you're like, half a dozen things could have actually happened here. I'm not sure what did, but I don't want to headcanon the filmmakers.
Right. Like, was Leonardo DiCaprio still in a dream or did he wake up? Tell me the fucking answer, you prick.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I didn't like that shit either.
Is it the lady or the tiger? Which one fucking comes out of the hole? That's what you want to know.
Yeah. Yeah. In order for me to stand up and cheer, I got to know what the fuck is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's someone took, is kind of interesting. They took the AI thing. It has like a motion cap or motion reference thing. Mm-hmm. So they used the scene from oh my god, what's it called? The the Apple TV show about the memories.
Severance.
Severance. Yeah, they took that scene. You know the scene in Severance where he's like running through the hallways.
Yeah.
They took that scene where he's running through the hallways as the motion reference, but then they just gave it like a different person and a different kind of looking location, and it just does it, and it looks like it keeps all the camera movements and everything pretty well.
Yeah, see, look, these tools are going to democratize filmmaking in a way that we've never seen. Which I don't know how you can be one of these people who's like considers himself an artist and is against that, right? Filmmaking was always the thing that only the elites could do. Only the people who knew people, who had money, right? Who had rich parents and had disposable time and energy to do these things, right? This is going to make it so anyone can make a film. Anyone who's got a good idea can make a movie. That's power to the people. How are so many of the people who are in favor of power to the people like, nah, this sucks. AI needs to die.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of reasons. Also, people just have a general fear about like AI in general and what that's going to do for society.
Yeah.
And kind of the slopification of everything, which is it's a real concern. We have no clue what this is going to look like.
Yeah. No.
I mean, it's already hard enough, you go on like Netflix or, any sort of streaming service, and there's already like a billion things to scroll through. Okay. Now, like multiply that times like 100,000 or 1,000,000. Like the amount of content that's going to be produced is just astronomical with all this AI stuff.
Is it all going to be good?
No, it's mostly going to be trash.
Yeah. Okay. So it's all just filtering the good stuff.
How do you find the good stuff, right?
Yeah. We'll find it. Okay. It's the stuff that's going viral, right?
I guess.
Good stuff comes to the top. Sitch has not seen the episode 4 of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, which is like, I mean, I was busy, so I couldn't watch it the first day it came out. But I mean, I was wanting to watch it immediately. Like as soon as I got an opportunity, I did watch it. I'm surprised you haven't watched it yet. And it's definitely got an ending that makes you cheer. That's 2
good.
episodes now that had the ending where you're like, yes.
I will watch it. I want to watch the whole thing with Sam, so I have to go back and watch the first 3 episodes.
Look at David C. Puff here. David Puff is saying Adam is making the mistake of thinking that people have good ideas. Look, you're talking to a guy who's worked with a lot of people and seen a lot of bad ideas. Okay, so
also fair.
But look, I have seen a lot of good ideas that people just didn't have access to the right people or the right capital to make those good ideas a reality. Stuff that I would like to see made. I mean, I've collected my share of scripts that I thought were like, this script's a fucking 10. I can't believe this is not getting made. Yeah. I think those scripts will have a chance to get made now. So
true.
I see it. Yeah, there are a lot of people who shouldn't be making films who will have access to these tools and will make fucking terrible films, which fine, more power to them. They can always get better if they learn from their mistakes. A lot of times what's standing in the way of people getting better is their own ego, their own self-importance. People believe that because this thing happened in their head and was interesting to them, that it will be interesting to other people. They can't really have the perspective of, well, why is this interesting? What are other people interested in? Maybe I'm just interested. Maybe I'm obsessed with robots and apocalypses, and other people don't really give a fuck about that shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's very little interest there. They have interest in other things. So, but yeah, no, I think a lot of people, there are a lot of people who have good ideas that never had access to seeing those ideas made that will have access now. I mean, look, I've had scripts optioned by producers that really wanted to get the movie made, but couldn't get the right funding or the right pieces in place to make it happen. So those producers will have access to these tools now. So they'll be able to take movies from people who maybe only write scripts, but don't really have the movie chops and make those movies a reality.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is going to be great. I'm sold.
Metalworks 411.90 for $5 says, I think the company that will win the AI race will be the one that has a tight-knit group of artists that give royalties to train their AI.
Oh, that could be.
That'd be nice. There's also a lot of, they use AI where like people will kind of shoot like themselves running around their house in like shoddy cardboard outfits, and then they make it look great in AI. So like it's happening in some sort of dystopian future or something.
Yeah. I want to get someone who's playing with these tools that I can commission to do Social Justice Detective, the short film that I made,
mm-hmm.
with celebrities. I want to just cast it with A-list celebrities, right? And see if they could make that. Yeah. I don't know how much time it would take, so it's tough for me to say like what it would cost. I mean, I've worked with these tools and I understand the reality of the situation. A lot of people think, oh, all you do, it's like 15 minutes. All you do is type something in and it comes right out. That's not really how it works. So
mm-hmm.
I think all the artists that are doing stuff with AI, it's incredibly time consuming, and they get short shrift on how much time and energy they're actually putting into it.
Well, that's part of the issue. It's still pretty time consuming to do a lot of this stuff. So
yeah,
and finicky too.
You want to read some super chats, or do we have other stuff you want to talk about?
No. Equishadox for $5 says AI video is getting good enough to spoof reality. Plus, it's ByteDance, Chinese company. If we weren't a post-truth world before, we certainly are now. That is true.
To one of my dad's friends, I sent you the video. There's this video going around of Rachel Maddow talking about how Republicans are turning on Trump and he's about to be impeached. And one of my dad's friends was convinced like Trump was days away from impeachment because he watched one of these fucking AI videos and he showed it. He's like, look, it's Rachel Maddow. And I immediately, discerning eye, was like, that's AI. It doesn't look realistic at all.
Yeah, it's crazy. You sent it to me, and I mean, we could tell. Young whippersnappers, we could look at it and we could be like, okay, it's an AI Rachel Maddow, and she's speaking in a kind of AI voice. But yeah, if you're like a boomer, you could watch that and think it was real.
He came to me thinking, oh my God, look, what do you think of the latest news? Like, this was the latest news that Trump was about to be impeached. And look, I looked around and there's a bunch of videos on that same topic. And if it gets in his algorithm, he's just going to see video after video of Rachel Maddow building a case that Trump is about to be impeached.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a completely different reality. That's a bad use of AI right there.
Right.
And we're going to get more and more cooked on those things.
Okay.
I'm bringing up the super chats now. We should try to get. I don't know if Death by Sloth has ever been on, but I am curious to talk to him about that movie just because it's.
Sure.
He really seems to like it, and I'm just like, I have a feeling I understand what he likes about it, but I can't get over the ending.
The Oceanist for $5 says, seeing this AI fight is crazy. Look up the AI videos from 2023 to see how far we've come. Yeah, it is crazy. I mean, there's all sorts of videos. You see that they do the Will Smith thing. You see Will Smith eating the spaghetti from like 3 years ago to now. And now it looks Like Will Smith, like, 2023 is like the spaghetti videos look like a backroom video of like the spaghetti melting into Will Smith's flesh. And then now it looks like a normal person eating spaghetti. It's just totally crazy.
Yeah, no, we're gonna see. I mean, Sitch and we're both gonna own robots one day.
Mm-hmm.
All of us are gonna own a robot one day, just like we all own cell phones. Like most people own cars. It's funny because you're probably more likely to own a robot in the future than you are to own a car. Such a crazy way to reimagine driving too, with having a fleet of cars that spends 90% of its life on the road, when cars now spend 90% of their life parked, right?
Right.
That's such a interesting change in society.
Grawl for $5 says, my wallet can't handle the AI discussion. AI tools are amazing and useful, but we're in a difficult to predict position to know what sinks or swims.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know exactly how it's going to turn out, but I do think it's going to turn out in a way where everyone's going to be able to make their own movies and stuff. It's hard for me to see that that's not where we're going to be. Like, I don't know how long it's going to take, but Schneider Alexander for $5 says, I always see art as a window into the mind's eye, and AI art as art that isn't necessarily artistic. What do you guys think? Well, I wouldn't say it's not artistic. It's different in terms of, like, if it's like, I can't draw very well, but I can have a story in my mind, and I can have like a clear idea of what I want the story to be or to look like or something. And so I'd say, okay, if I can just, like, if I sit down with an AI and I keep, working with an AI to produce the story that's in my mind, I mean, I wouldn't say that's not artistic, just because a computer was able to generate the visual images that I lacked the capability to draw myself. It's different, but I wouldn't say it's not artistic.
Curation is a form of art as well, obviously. As a movie director, what you're doing is you're gathering performances, right? But ultimately you're taking 9, 10, 20, obviously different film directors do different shots, and you're selecting the one that you think has the wins aesthetically or emotionally. And that ultimately is, you develop an eye, right, for selection. There are some people who I don't think have the eye for selection. Like, you can show them 10 different pieces of art and they'll pick the one that just objectively is the ugliest thing you could imagine. They're like, this is the one I think looks best. And I wonder sometimes what's going on there, right? Because if you showed those 10 pieces of art to like 100 people, people would gravitate towards one that's like the best, right? So I just, if you're looking at art as that kind of building your eye, building your selection mechanism, even if you're painting, even if you're developing the image from scratch, you're developing it to fit that profile that you've developed, that aesthetic that you've developed is your picker. So, and I do think there are people who are like excellent pickers that are not necessarily, they can't produce the art, but they know what good art is when they see it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and art, as we think of it today, is the marriage of the two. It's the person that is a good picker and a good creator. They can create the thing that you want to see. But there are a lot of people that create just fucking trash. Like, they're not a good picker and they're not a good creator. So I would lean more towards the person that has a good eye as being the real artist. Maybe that's my own personal perspective, though. I don't know about you. I mean, Sitch, you see art that other people create that's like trash. Do you think, oh, it's great, it's their art?
I mean, in my mind, there's like two ways to look at it. There are things that I think are not bad, but I don't like.
Right. Okay.
Like, I can say, okay, like, I understand that this is good to some people, right? And I always use Stanley Kubrick as kind of the example. I really don't like Stanley Kubrick movies for the most part. I don't really like the way he tells stories, but I don't think they're bad. They just don't appeal to me really at all.
Aesthetically.
Yeah,
right?
aesthetically. And it's kind of the same thing with like kind of the David Lynch stuff. I don't really get stuff like that. I don't really like the high arts. Um and existential is not the right word, but like the more like kind of symbolic-y sort of things. I that's just not what I like. Um, but I understand that you can do those things and you can do them well, that people who are into that and that like that aesthetic will appreciate that. And I think there's a difference though where there is someone can do something in some sort of aesthetic that you do like, or that you can, judge, and you can look at this and say, no, this is just dog shit. Right. We can kind of have like a more like, I know this is just bad. It's not like a taste aspect.
Right.
Kind of like
yeah.
the Star Wars sequels and the Star Wars prequels too. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, you're such a rebel.
I know.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Earl says right now there's a lot of hidden costs around AI tools. Most have so much offset, it's guaranteed the tools would need to be multiple times more expensive for a cover cost. Now, to be fair, there's a huge demand and lots of money to be made figuring out how to make and run the AI models cost efficiently. Yeah, that is true too. Or effectively. Yeah. We'll see. We don't know how it's all
Yeah.
going to work. That is a good point. Okay, let me go to the top here. Pig Venus for $2 says Melon of Troy. Is there a better one out there? Melanin of Troy.
Yeah.
There you go. It's pretty
That's
good.
pretty good.
Oh, well, let me go to the bottom here for a second. Schneider Alexander for $5 says, what would you guys recommend for someone who wants to improve their storytelling and crafting, books, video, advice, etc.?
I always recommend Save the Cat. I think Save the Cat is a great book that really just synthesizes what works in storytelling. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, you have you read Save the Cat?
I did a long time ago.
Right. I just read the Save the Cat for novel writing, and it's not done by Blake Snyder, but
Oh, interesting.
she does a super good job too. And I reread various books like that to kind of brush up. Obviously it's a skill, it's a strategy to attract attention.
Zero Fox for $5 says, thought social justice detective got a cameo and a million Amelias by Skybrows, but it was his self-insert. Music video got Shoe's vote of approval.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
So you've seen, yes. You must have been around for a while if you've seen Social Justice Detective. Yeah. That was kind of the first thing you and I worked on together. Because, you didn't really work on it. You gave me feedback.
I just gave you feedback, yeah.
You did give me great notes on the intro.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Gypsy Harlow for $5 says, I sure do love seeing engagement farm bait of miracle cure articles from the past year to create propaganda against the U.S. after leaving the WHO.
Well, that is a terrible thing that we have to deal with.
Majin for 29 months. Being a free will seeker. Thanks so much, Majin. Says, when is Adam and Sitch going to do some gaming again since Sitch is being ... creatively slow? His video for Sammy. Read Bug's Ego, Sitch. Bug's Ego. Okay.
Is that a book you should read?
It's anime. Oh, that's the manga that one made. Okay, yeah. Thank you. I do want to check that out.
Wow. I love that guy.
Yeah.
What's his real name?
I don't think, do we know what his real name? I don't think anyone knows what his real name is. A lot of mangakas are like hide their identity and stuff. So I'm not sure if you know what his real name is. I would just call him One.
He's the artist for One Punch Man, right?
He's the writer. He's not the artist.
Oh, he isn't? Oh, okay.
Well, he's the artist for the original shitty looking version.
Okay, I'm thinking of the good artist.
You're thinking of the guy who draws the beautiful paneling, for the manga. A Kid Truck for $10 says, hey guys, looking forward to the stream and getting real world things off my mind. My dog was hit by a car Friday. It hurts a lot. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's terrible.
Yeah, that's awful.
Wow, that is awful. Leica 001 for 11 months says, instead of saying something intelligent and insightful, I'm spending my 11-month freebie on saying I prefer Adam's real glasses over the AR cool shades.
Yeah, I never did my trick. I set my painting up back there because I was curious if it would steal my glasses with the new glasses. What do you think is going to happen? Look, Sitch, I set the painting up sideways. Will the filter detect them?
I think it'll be less likely, right? Because it's sideways.
Yeah, of course. It'll stop stealing my glasses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what happens here.
Let's see.
Oh, no.
What happened?
She didn't steal my glasses, but the new one puts glasses on her too.
Oh, the Amelia's is like the Amelia British thing. Okay, I didn't even know what the fuck you were talking about.
But you played it off. You did great.
I had no clue what you were even referencing at all.
So no glasses. Thanks for the feedback.
Oh, because that is funny. There is because they do have some YouTubers in it. Like Count Dankula's in it, Sargon's in it, and there is a guy that looks like Adam.
Really?
Yeah, wait, let me bring up.
Can we throw in the watch together?
Oh yeah. Well, here, but don't turn the sound off though. I mean, it's an AI sound, but turn that sound off just in case.
It's off.
Okay. One second here. Wait, where is it? Okay.
Oh, this guy's great. This AI animator guy.
I've never seen his stuff before.
He's the one that did the Elon video, right?
Oh, is he?
I believe so.
Okay, here we go. There's Count Dankula. And look, there's Adam.
Oh, yeah.
There's Adam. He's got his little Amelia waifu pillow and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. But no, also the Skybrows guy kind of draws himself like that too. So maybe that's just himself.
Oh, damn him.
We can say that that's Adam. There's
That's
Adam
okay.
hugging the Amelia waifu pillow. So
Who is Amelia?
you don't know about the Amelia stuff?
No.
There's like how to explain this. There was like this AI, I think it was AI generated, right? There was some sort of like Amelia. Uh-oh. What's going on? Sammy says she's been listening to this song on loop for a week and a half. I never even heard the song once.
Oh, it's good?
What? I don't know. She wants to cosplay the character now. And I'm like, the character like might be racist. And she's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, okay, forget it.
Amelia is racist? That
Well-
probably makes her want. Isn't she a Trump supporter? That probably makes her want to do it even more.
There you go. There you go.
Oh, I got a there you go out of you.
Yeah. No, there was like some like video or something that was for like an anti-racism video, I believe. I actually never saw the whole like original thing it was based off of because I saw the memes. And it was like a British video, and there was some purple-haired girl named Amelia. She was supposed to be like the bad guy in the video, and it was supposed to be kind of one of these like, don't be a bad person and don't do what like Amelia says. But then everyone just liked her instead anyway. So it became kind of like a meme where instead of making her the bad guy, everyone's like making her like the heroine.
Uh-oh.
So
And that's the pillow that I'm hugging.
yeah. Well, I mean, people are using a lot to be like very, anti-immigration in England, right? Deport all the people from England and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I
All
was
that good-
right. This is the guy.
Right.
Here's the Elon Musk video. Elon's Musk.
So it was a game. It says the game was called Pathways Navigating the Internet and Extremism. Allows players to choose between a young man or a woman, both named Charlie, who have just started university and want to socialize and make new friends. The player meets Amelia early in the story. She's introduced as a classmate, according to the plot, is involved in political activism linked to right-wing movements. If the player selects the wrong answer, joining Amelia and taking part in a protest against mass migration and in favor of traditional values, the game ends in a prevent referral. So I guess it's some kind of like choose your own adventure game where they're like, well, if you're anti-immigration, then you're a bad person or something. That's what it sounds like.
What makes you a bad person?
Because you're against immigration. You're not allowed to be against immigration in 2026.
In the video game?
Yeah.
So
now everyone's casting her as the good guy. So, which, should have been expected. But so good job to that guy who tried to create something for the left and then accidentally created a giant meme for the right.
Doesn't that always happen?
Big oops.
Isn't that
big oops? Yeah.
It's like the regular thing now.
Mm-hmm. So what happened? You didn't want everyone to see you hugging the pillow anymore?
No.
I liked seeing you hug the pillow.
Okay, just hit the back button.
Oh, this is the Elon one. I was like, where's Adam in here? And it's like, oh, this is the Elon one. Okay.
Well, I wanted to see if it was the same.
It was the same guy. You were correct.
Testing my memory. Come on.
Okay. Edward Sr. for $10 says Helen's father was Zeus, but her mother was either Leda via the Swan or Nemesis, parentheses incest. Which version is your favorite?
The incest version, right?
Well, Nemesis in Hades is pretty hot, so that makes sense, right? That makes sense.
Are there?
I mean, that's what's better, right?
How white were their arms?
How what?
How white were their arms?
They're kind of dark skinned, but it looks more like dead dark skin. Like zombies have kind of like a tint to them. So, but so what's better, incest or bestiality? I think incest is less bad than bestiality. If I had to wager, right, between those two choices.
Sure.
So, I guess we'll go with that. PC for $5 says they should have made Helen multiple actresses and then switch the actress depending on the scene or point of view. Think The Expendables, except with hot women. That's an interesting idea. I kind of like that. Like every person sees her as like their own beauty.
Will you be able to select the actor in the movie you want? Is that going to be a thing?
That will be a thing. You want to see? Yeah, that's a great point. This X movie with insert whatever actor you want.
Yeah. So you're going to like the 3:30 with one actress or
right.
The 5 p.m. with a different actress.
There you go. Like that. Martian says, LOL, new question for guest. Yeah, what's worse, bestiality or incest? Who's going to say? Is it? I feel like, is anyone going to say bestiality is less bad?
And live it down again.
I don't think anyone's going to say that. We need one that's closer. I don't know what that would be, but leaving Dev's wall specifically for $5 says Pathways was the name of the game. It's the biggest backfire in propaganda. You don't deter people from a political position by giving them a goth girlfriend. Very true. Very true.
Oh yeah. Huh.
Jay the Slime. Thanks so much, Jay the Slime, for being disciplined. Equals freedom for 9 months. Says, I'm reminded of the film Gods of Egypt. A lot of people were mad that a film set in Egypt had no Egyptians. Those same people don't care about Greeks or English stories. The hypocrisy is nauseating.
True. Very true. I'm always nauseated by it.
Jason for $5 says, what Birdman doesn't understand is that Matt Damon could be Greek based on looking at him. It's an argument of appearance, not race or nationality. Yes, that is true.
Yeah.
And you could, I mean, listen, you could take, Matt Damon, you rub some, a little bit of dark cream on him, right? Bronze him up a little bit. He'll look Italian, right?
Sure.
He'll look Greek. That's fine. You could do that.
You could take Helen and put her in whiteface.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if you get in trouble if you rub some like a white cream all over a black actress. I think you get in trouble for that.
Just AI it up.
Oh, okay.
People won't get mad about that.
Swamp Faye for $5 says they are doing this for the Oscars. They hype and the pushback is good for them, saves them money and ads. A quote for your consideration. They all hate the plebs. That is probably true because since it is the Odyssey and not the Iliad, I mean, Helen's not really in it at all. I think it's probably just some flashback or something that someone talks about for like 5 seconds. So, yeah.
Is this Oscar release time for movies though? Wouldn't this be for...
it's a little late, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a little too late.
Well, I think isn't it early? I mean, wouldn't it be for the next year?
I guess you're right. It'd be early for next year. Well, it'd be too late for this year, early for next year. Well, actually, I don't know. When does it come out?
Yeah, I don't know when the cutoff date is.
Odyssey 2026. Release date. Let's see. It says July. So, yeah, I guess that's a little early. But I would agree. I do think it's to appeal to a certain audience.
He's like, look, if we want to get nominated, we got to have our quota.
Helen has a cameo at the beginning of the Odyssey. Well, there you go. Josue Callejo for $5 says, look at that. What a coincidence. Says acting, film, and theater is one of the few domains where discrimination is sometimes required. Fences, etc. requires requires a black cast. It gets tricky. That's true. If you're trying to cast for something very specific.
Yeah.
Tim Walks for $5 says affirmative action was going strong, but white people weren't targeted in the 90s. Good point, Sitch. Not mention the attacks during the LA riots. Okay.
What's that all about?
I think what they're trying to say is that because we didn't live in a perfectly racially harmonious country and that there were LA riots, that therefore my point about the broader culture being in favor of colorblind individualism was untrue. I'm assuming that's what they're trying to say, which I would say is their point is completely untrue because yes, I never said we lived in a utopia. I said that was the general mainstream idea that was being strived for, that people agreed what broadly is what we should be searching for.
Right.
They also said for another $2, white people were under attack in the 90s. There you go. The Oceanist for $5 says leftist hates individualism because they see it as white supremacy. There's an obvious contradiction here. That is true. Nux HB6 for 6 months says, what's the best argument against the quote, everything is political crowd? I keep getting side eyes when I say you're looking too deep into that show. I mean, that's
a good question.
What's the best argument? I mean, not everything is going to be political. I don't know. What was the argument? You have to, I don't know how to give like a universal argument for that because it depends on the show. Some shows are political, some shows are not.
Well,
some shows have like
can't force anything through a political lens, but it's not necessarily advantageous.
Yeah. Anything can be shoved through any pattern recognition lens and you can get something out of it. The question, I guess, is, does it make sense? Was it the intention of the author to do this? You know,
our romantic comedies, like forcing a romantic comedy through a political lens, is that necessarily going to be good?
When the people say everything is political, what they really mean by that is somewhat insidious. What they mean is that every aspect of ways that we interact with each other and tell stories are all based on concepts and ideas generated by our society. And all those concepts and ideas generated by our society have some sort of political metric embedded within them to maintain the ruling dominant hierarchy classes in our society. Because the evil elites that control us would only allow certain ideas to become politically or culturally relevant or popular if it suits their interests. It's like a very top-down conspiratorial view of how society works, which I think, as we all know, it's not really the way society works. A lot of stuff, especially we see it now with memes and everything, a lot of stuff is a bottom-up process in terms of what is appealing to people, in terms of media and culture and all these other things. When they try to shove things down our throat, you get a lot of failed properties, which is why Hollywood's having a lot of trouble nowadays.
So I would phrase it as advocacy for the status quo, and the status quo is bad. That's kind of the perspective. Because obviously if you're advocating for a status quo that's good, that's not really controversial, right?
Right.
Because you'd think like in something like movie that's just meant to be inspiring. You're not really just trying to point out something that's beautiful. And in that sense, you are advocating for beauty, right? But that's not really controversial because beauty is a status quo everybody wants, everybody desires. It really is about advocacy, right?
Yeah.
That's the key. Advocacy over entertainment.
Well, they want to make an argument. There's another element, level two, is that yes, they want to make an argument that everything should be advocating for their political agenda.
Well, no, they're making an argument that there's advocacy in every movie, though. But I think the problem is if, like, then you have to stretch. You have to go like, oh, Forrest Gump. It's just like inspiring, right? There's not really an advocacy. Is advocating for beautiful things some sort of advocacy?
Yes.
It's not really, is it?
But I don't think it is, but they would say it is because they'd make the argument, say, well, what is considered beautiful things? Is this some sort of political question? Okay.
Yeah. But that's when it goes back to the status quo has to be
you're
bad.
Appealing to the, the patriarchy or whatever. Because it's very self-serving.
A normative status quo.
Of course. Yeah. It's very self-serving because what they want to argue is that all movies and media should contain their political narrative and message. And when you say, well, not everything has to be political, they say, well, no, everything already is political. It's just political on some sort of unconscious or subconscious level that's maintaining the evil status quo. And so therefore, that's why it's okay for me to try to shove my politics into everything.
Your politics are advocating for some sort of normative society that I disagree with.
Right.
Well, if most people agree with it, it's not really controversial. But it is controversial because I disagree with it.
Right.
It's not beautiful to me.
Landor for $5 says, hype to see the video where Birdman defends gods of Egypt because for all we know, Horus could have been Danish. True.
Yeah.
Schnitzel Rada for $5 says, leftist activists, Arrow, committing terrorism on bystanders every week. No one, absolutely no one. Dev, but guys, have you considered Trump bad?
Boy, there's some of you really don't like Dev.
I know.
We're going to have Dev on again. I think he wanted to come on this weekend, but he was I think he was sick. He said he was sick, so.
Seems like everyone got sick. Like a wave of sickness just spread through the continent.
Yeah. I feel great. Sorry, guys.
Well, I was sick last week, but
right.
I mean, I got sick from my dad. Fucking coughed all in my face, and I was like, "Oh no!"
Oh, Dad!
Can't believe he did that.
What are you gonna do?
I know. What a jerk. True. I would say for people that are like, listen, Dev already acknowledged that like a lot of stuff he says on X is to troll people. So
yeah, he said that.
Don't get too triggered by it. All right.
Yeah, he's trying to troll you.
Trying to troll people.
But we'll shake him. We'll get him on. How do we get that Birdman guy on? Any of you guys know Birdman? Why doesn't he go on?
That'd be great.
It'd be great content for him. It'd be great content for us. We're not mean. We're not going to bite.
You can be a little mean.
No. Look, as long as he's cool with us. I mean, I think we could have an interesting conversation. I understand his grief.
Okay.
I get his gripes on movies and whatnot. He wants more black representation in movies. Okay. I think he is black, so it makes sense to me.
True Power Zay for 36 months says, Sitch, we know healthcare workers use their high charisma stat to stop criminals. Evil police are just barbarians. They only use their strength stat. Like, you know what? That's a good point. That's a great point. That's exactly, I bet, what happened. Yeah, that's true. Renoro Zoro's here for $5 says, unrelated, but have either of you seen the anime Black Lagoon? By the way, Full Metal Alchemist mangaka is getting an anime this spring for one of their other works. I have not seen Black Lagoon, no.
I haven't either. No.
But yeah, that's cool. That's good that the Full Metal Alchemist lady is going to get another anime. Good for her. Good for her. I think I actually saw something about that. Wasn't it another like brothers thing too? I'm like, oh, this lady likes to write animes about brothers. Isn't that interesting? The premiere anime about two brothers is written by a woman. What's up with that?
Some women
How'd that
get it.
happen?
Some women understand men.
I guess. That's
Yeah.
Insensitive for
no feminists understand men though. There's something about feminists that makes you less likely to get men.
Right. Well, they're obviously not a feminist, so there you go.
Yeah. So
Insensitive
Sitch,
for $5 says goyim jerky. LMAO.
have you ever tried goyim jerky?
I've never tried goyim jerky. I don't think that's kosher, actually. To eat people seems very not kosher. So
Right. Ugh. I don't care what religion the jerky is. I'm not eating people.
Leaving Dev's wall specific for $2 says putting dollars in the Alex Jones was right jar.
Oh, okay.
Kristen
Alex
Brandon
Jones
for
was right about Kanye. I totally agree with that.
Kristen Brandon for $10 says I feel like we were screwed and we need a reset of government on and every level of government and people on the right who pretend this is the Epstein files is nothing burger. You don't care about the USA.
Well, I like that. I think we definitely need a reset.
Leaving Does Wall specific for $2 says reminds me of the How to Cook a Mr. Mime comic. Oh, that's terrible. I never saw that. That's really gross. Mr. Mime is a Pokemon, so I guess someone made a comic about how to kill and eat a Mr. Mime. It is weird, Adam, when you think about it. In the Pokemon world, there's no non-Pokemon animals, so they have to eat Pokemon for meat.
That's crazy.
Is that weird?
Sometimes I'll eat like a piece of chicken or something and I'll drift off into, I wonder what kind of life this chicken had. Imagine that with people jerky. Oh my God. It's like 10 times worse. Like, holy shit. This is a person.
Right.
No.
Sammy says she also wrote one about a farm school, but Sitch doesn't listen to me, it seems. LOL. Listen, I listen sometimes, okay? Sammy's Latin. She talks a lot. I can't remember everything she says. Okay.
You're not listening.
I'm reading. Listen, I read your little chat, okay? I'm seeing you in the chat.
You're going to be replaced by the AI boyfriend who can
the cloud robot. Yeah, it's the cloud
how to listen.
Okay.
Who knows how to listen to everything.
Has perfect
listen to
memory
every detail.
Yes. Exactly.
Oh, that's good. Is she in the chat? Oh, hello. Look at this. There she is.
Yeah.
Can't believe you never pen your girlfriend's chats. It's so.
I know. Terrible. Brian for $5 says, sounds to me this is coded language to launder money or children. Who knows? It does. The whole thing's bizarre. The whole thing's weird. And I don't know. For all this talk of jerky, it's not like, has anyone seen a pictures? There should be a bunch of pictures of Epstein eating jerky, right? I'm like, oh, maybe he just really likes beef jerky, but I don't know. Talking about freezing all this jerky seems sus.
I love beef jerky. I don't think I've ever emailed anyone about beef jerky. It's like, and I eat a lot of beef jerky. I'm a regular buyer of beef jerky.
Wow,
I mean, it's a good snack. I mean, I have beef jerky on my desk right now.
I'm eating beef jerky every stream.
Pretty much.
You didn't know. No one knew. I wasn't emailing Sitch about it every day.
Are you eating beef jerky too? Do you like beef jerky?
No, I do like it, but I'm not eating it at the moment.
Right. Yeah, no, I eat a lot of beef jerky, and look, never once have I said beef jerky in an email. This guy's got a lot of weird.
Right.
Why are you talking about how much you like beef jerky with? That's not right. Can you imagine me messaging you, Sitch, about how much I love beef jerky, and you should?
I would be like,
too?
Why do you keep telling me about beef jerky? Are you trying to come on to me? What's happening? Like,
you would immediately think this is coded. He's trying to tell me something.
Like, what is this? Weird. Shinto Art, thanks so much for joining the free will seekers.
Yeah, what's up? Welcome back.
Leaving Des also for $2 says it's a multi-level marketing for child trafficking. Yeah, I know, it's fucking disgusting, insane. Kristen Brand for $5 says I'm so tired of sports, politics, both left and right. It makes sense to me. Politics is not sports. There's no score, and you have to wait 2 or 4 years.
So true.
Yes.
So true. I always feel like that Dr. Manhattan meme on Mars.
Carl says, well, the question is, will the jerky market rise or fall with a keyword search? Yeah. Are people going to run out to buy more jerky because they hear all this like talk of jerky? Just it makes you think, I kind of want some beef jerky now. Or are people going to be turned off by it? They're going to walk by the beef jerky and they're going to think of human.
It could be human beings, right?
I'm going to wager that it's going to increase the sales of beef jerky ever so slightly. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, it's hard to say, isn't it?
Harrison Dill for $5 says some people think Epstein is still alive and his death was faked.
I know. Some people think anything. You name it.
I mean, would I be that shocked? I wouldn't be that surprised. Like, I don't think that's what happened, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happened. So, who knows?
Yeah, I guess at this point, nothing would surprise us, right?
Yeah. So I did see there was like a picture of his dead body. People were like saying, "Oh, his ears looks different," but I was like, "No, it doesn't. It looked exactly the same." So I don't know. I don't buy that. Leaving Dev's wall specific $5 says, "How long until we can find out Human Centipede was a documentary?" Yeah, exactly.
Oh, please no.
Leaving this wall specific $2 says, "AI Asman Muppet Show was singing roaches when." That's disgusting. Terrible.
The Wooster.
Oh, I missed this one. Sorry, the Wooster for $20. Shame on me. Says, I think I can explain the growing use of the word hebophile. People have noticed the disturbing trend of many online being accused of PDFs as a means of clicks and views. It even turns some people into violent psychopathic. Okay. Plus, and then for $5. Plus, Tracy has a history of contrarianism, and I think he's annoyed by the Epstein hysteria on the right wing and decided to counter signal it. I mean, I'm guessing, but that's just like insane to me that you're so emotionally motivated by contrarianism that you're like, oh, this is all hysteria. I have to fight against it. Like, yeah, I'm sure there's obviously some people that are going to be hysterical about the Epstein stuff, but you should be. This is fucking crazy. This is a crazy fucking thing that happened in our government, in our society, and it could still be happening. People should be hysterical about the Epstein stuff. The hysteria about the Epstein stuff is the only reason we're getting what we're getting out of the government now.
God, as a father, to find out some 50-year-old billionaire is preying on your daughter, oh my God. Fucking rage.
Yeah.
The rage.
They're like, that guy better be dead because if he wasn't, I'd go find him and kill him myself, right?
Yeah.
Lord Stuck for $2 says, in the old country, his family's name was Ligma. There you go.
Ligma.
That was for Lutnick.
Nutlick. Nutlick.
Yeah, his before he came to America.
Ligma Nutlick.
Yeah, he came to America and they changed his name at Ellis Island because before it was Ligma, so they changed it to the Nutlick.
Now you'll be called Nutlick.
Yeah, exactly.
God, that was hilarious. I don't know why.
Yeah.
It is kind of childish. I did feel like, oh my God. But I couldn't stop laughing.
Right.
And you kept playing into it. Forever.
It was a good. It was a
Every time
good.
I hear
it was a good
Lutnick,
joke.
I'm gonna
It was a good joke.
Nutlick.
VW Vance for 44 months being a discipline equals freedom. Thanks so much. Says, hey fellas, my daughter. Oh my God, my daughter just got diagnosed with leukemia and started chemotherapy Thursday. Can you shout out her fund? It's pinned under Finn_life.
Sure. Yeah, that
I don't know what that
sucks.
means. That's horrible. But I don't know how to find that or what that means. Finn_life. Can you send? I don't know. Send us something on like X
Send us
or
a
something.
DM
So
if that's what you're
that's
asking.
horrible. Yeah.
But yeah,
Jesus.
So-
Well, everyone send their free will thoughts and intentions and prayers. Send the free will healing to Vance's daughter so that she will recover completely.
Yeah. Did they give you odds? Is leukemia one of the easier ones to?
I don't know. I mean, I
Pound
dated a
into
girl
remission?
who had leukemia and went through it when she was younger. So when she was like
Look
much
at
younger.
you,
So
Sitch. Always dating the charity cases.
well, this was like years later. Okay, like that we were dating. So it's not like I was don't give me any props. Okay, I wasn't sitting there when she was like going through it or anything. This was years and years later.
She had leukemia. I was holding her hand in
Yeah.
the hospital.
Lord Stug for 10 gifted memberships. Thanks so much, Lord Stug. Leaving Dev's wall specifically for 2 hours says Epstein couldn't find a pig farmer for the bodies. Yeah, exactly. That's the key right there. We learned from Snatch. Shortside Goblin for $5 says, I don't know what to think of Charlie. 50% of his videos are funny, 50% are super cringe. He's a quirky pick-me guy a lot of the time. Old School for 37 months says, thanks, Adam. I'll never be able to carelessly flip my Scottish broadsword upside down in the scabbard again.
It sounds like you shouldn't be have been doing that in the first place.
Right. Guys, I was not talking about Sammy. Sammy did not have leukemia. Okay. When she was a child. The Jack of Subtrades for 34 months says, I just hope both sides lose and nobody has fun. S class is A team. There you go. Kino Flex Reviews for $5 says, this guy threatened to sue me for criticizing him in my videos, yet hasn't followed through. He's totally bitch made.
Wow. He's throwing around the lawsuits? Really?
That's
Or is he going to come
hilarious.
after us?
I hope he tries.
Oh.
I mean, we
made
covered
an
his
impor-
other video much more in depth. So
We made an important statement of fact in our title here.
right.
Birdman really, really, really hates white people.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I can't believe that I tried to sue you. What did you say? Oh my god, look at this. Sammy says, Sitch is my charity case. Whatever. She wishes.
Oh my
She wishes. Okay.
I feel a pin coming on.
I don't know. Listen, one of us was drawing fan art for the other one. Okay. One of us was sending gift packages to the other one. All right.
Uh-huh.
I'll just let you know. You could guess who was the one doing that before the relationship started. So
Who's living in whose apartment?
it's a joint apartment now. Okay.
That was a long silence there.
Yeah, it's a joint apartment. All right.
Oh.
What do you mean? How dare you?
Did you guys go looking for it together or?
No. Listen, you know how it is. Okay. I'm a guy. She's a girl. She's got like 900 times the amount of stuff that I have. Okay.
Right.
I don't have, I'm a very
A guy
minimalist
is like,
person.
look, you just grab your toothbrush and you're good to go, right?
Yeah.
You're
I
like,
mean, my
hey, I'm
toothbrush.
moving in.
Listen, I got my toothbrush and my laptop and I'm like, I'm good. That's all I need.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Clothes? I'll
Right.
buy some new ones.
I'll get some new clothes. Exactly. Kristen Brandon for $2 says, can someone draw Trump as Frieza and Obama as Goku?
Oh yeah.
Like, I'm sure someone's done that. Kristen Brandon for $5 says, don't get it why Trump and Ben care about Obama even though out of office 10 years.
Yeah.
Yes. The Rooster for $5 says, when Trump sues the IRS, he's acting on behalf of the American people. Most of us wish to be in that position. That's like the emotional feeling of it. It's like, well, I don't like the IRS. I wish I could sue them. It's like, okay. But it's going to come out of our pocketbook. So it's not really worth it, obviously.
What if he gives it in Trump rebates? What if we get a Trump dividend?
Well, but that would be smart if we did something like that, right?
I would take a Trump
Yeah,
dividend.
that'd be smart. But he's saying he's not doing that. So Brian for $5 says, Sitch, are you sure the deal was for $2 billion? I think it was for 500 million. Let me check. Let me refine the article.
500 million. Wow. Chump change. Hardly even worth sending the letter.
World Liberty CEO Zach, this is from the Wall Street Journal. World Liberty CEO Zach Witkoff announced that MGX, a Tanun, that's the guy, led investment firm, would use World Liberty stablecoin to complete a $2 billion investment into the cryptocurrency exchange Binance. So I said 2 billion right there.
2 billion? That's insane. I won't pay it.
Zach Witkoff touted the MGX stablecoin deal as an endorsement of World Liberty's technology. He didn't disclose that MGX and World Liberty were being led by some of the same people. Well, there you go. Commander Caleb for $5 says, I'm early in the stream, but as someone who made deer jerky yesterday, whoa, well, obviously you're going to tell us it's deer jerky, but obviously you're part of the Epstein stuff. You can just do a 12-hour marinade and then put it in the oven on low for a few hours. Yeah, but what if it's people? You have to do like a different process for that. Chris and Brandon for $2 says, what actual Justice Warrior / Sean think of the files? I don't actually know. I don't know the answer to that. Metalworks for $2 says, Adam, the whole point was to improve OC over time.
What's that?
I don't know. What does that mean?
I'm not sure.
Like your original characters over time?
Original characters?
I don't know what else OC would mean in that context.
Orange County?
Maybe.
I don't know.
Booster for $5 says, Sitch doesn't like Kubrick. I've said this like a million times, Booster. Barry Lyndon is generally my top 5 films of all time, and every shot is so beautiful with the vignette story of all men's lives. I don't like Kubrick. I'm not a visual person. He tells story so much through the visual frame and not through other avenues of storytelling in movies, which if you're not visual, you won't understand what the fuck I'm talking about. But he's so hyper fixated on the visual, and as a non-visual person, it's like all lost on me. Like I don't really gain anything from it.
Have you ever thought, I'm going to become a visual person? I'm going to learn the visual medium and improve my visual
You're just born
game.
that way. It's not something you can. I mean, I
Really?
could learn. I could
Really?
learn. Yes, I could learn to identify things, to see and be like, oh, I understand like why this makes sense. But that's just, you're just born that way, whether you're like a more visually oriented person or not.
Yeah.
Like when I close my eyes and I envision the picture, okay, you know, the Apple picture, right? Where are you on the Apple scale? Are you a 5?
Oh, I mean, it's perfect. Every detail I can rotate it in my
so you're
head.
like a 5.
I can zoom in and zoom out.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and Sam is the same way. She's like, she can like have like a completely HD quality like vision in her mind. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm out here like at the 1. I can see like, or like a 2 or 1.5. I have like a reddish blob in my mind. I'm like, that's an apple, right? I can't visualize it stronger than that. That's not like a learning thing. That's just, you're just born that way.
Well, I mean, part of your mind is used for visual processing. And I think that you can, I mean, it's give and take. One of the reasons why I think so many artists are dyslexic, why I'm dyslexic, is because I'm using so much of my visual processing in
Oh, that's interesting.
And creating that apple, creating faces, knowing the body anatomy, the muscle groups, that kind of stuff. You're literally taking, and they've done tests with this, where you're taking from your facial recognition area of your brain to recognize characters and letters. So part of your language is appropriating hard drive space from your visual processing. So the reason why I'm not really good at the reading stuff is because I don't devote a lot of my processing to processing words.
Maybe.
Yeah. So, but you're way better at processing words, so it's give and take. But I believe you, it's not that you're just born that way. Like if I gave up some visual processing and stopped painting and like doing the things that I like, I could probably move over to the language stuff. Because I'm right on the edge anyway. I spend a lot of time writing and developing stories and stuff like that. And
I mean, it's possible that if I dedicated a lot of time and energy, I could improve my visualization power.
yeah, exactly.
Um,
You'd be converting part of your brain to visual processing
right.
instead of
But
language processing.
yeah, but I think for most people, like I think everyone's born like at a certain level naturally, right? And so I was naturally born with a really like dog shit visualization skill, which I mean, yeah, I guess I could prove some much.
That is. I think it's self-fulfilling prophecy. I think
it's not because I didn't realize
that.
I didn't realize that until I was like an adult that was even a thing that I had shitty visualization. Like it never really occurred to me.
How do you gain a taste for things? Like your palate changes over your lifetime just for food and stuff like that, right? You're not born any specific way.
Yeah, but I don't consciously be like, I'm going to go and change my palate. Like one day you just eat something and you're like, I like this. And then you eat it like years later and you're like, I don't like this, right?
Right.
I didn't make a conscious decision.
It goes to you can't really say the mind is elastic is what I'm saying. That's my argument.
I'm saying I agree with you. The mind is somewhat elastic, but I do think there's a limitation on the elasticity of it, and B, like there's going to be a massive difference in terms of like people are just born. Like I don't know about you, but I don't think Sammy, like she was always able to just visualize things very strongly. She didn't like, work to like train her mind to be able to do this.
I mean, there's so much. I have a completely different experience. I did train my mind, and I watch anime probably completely differently than you because I'm looking at the drawing and going, "Oh yeah, that's an interesting way to do that. I should try that next time I draw."
Yeah, I don't think about it like
look,
that.
I when I was in my 20s, I spent most of my time with a sketchbook in my hand. Like I constantly was drawing and drawing and drawing, and it forces you to look at things. Most people never take in the detail of the world around them.
I can't, but the issue is like, my brain can't store the information.
Yeah, because you're wasting so much of it on this language processing nonsense.
Okay, but so you're saying I'm going to have to lose the ability to read. Adam was like, you should trade your ability to read for like be able to like have like HD visual.
It's
like,
worth
quality.
it, Sitch.
Yeah, okay,
come to my side. We'll get someone else to read the super chats.
Okay,
it'll be great. You'll be able to see the apple.
Yeah, I don't think it works that way. I'm pretty sure I was born this way. I don't buy this. I was born this way. I don't think this is. I didn't make some decision.
Born this way. Oh my God!
Like Lady Gaga, I was born this way.
Oh, you've completely adopted the left.
Well, no, it's true because even when I was like 3 or 4, okay, super young, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was very good at reading when they were teaching reading, but then they would do the little kid book where you look at the book and it's like,
right.
It's like, here's a picture.
Teacher molest you, Sitch? Is that where the story's going?
It's not going there. They'd be like, here's the picture. I'm sure most people have done this. You open the little kids magazine. It's like the picture of like the messy closet, and then you have to turn the page, and it's like, what's different? I can't do those because I can't hold the visual information in my mind, and I never could. But I could read, but I couldn't do that. So people just wire differently.
Yeah, but look, I'm saying you're part of that wiring process.
Okay.
I mean, you agree to some extent, but you're saying
to some extent, but I don't think I could ever get to a 5 or something.
You do. I think there is some pre-wiring that takes place, but I think your capacity to change is pretty wide. I wouldn't say it's limitless, but it is pretty wide.
It could be. I mean, my dreams are pretty blurry too. But it is weird because sometimes if I have a lucid dream, it becomes crystal clear, which is interesting.
Right.
Because then you'd say, well, then how are you doing that? Because it means that there's some capacity exists to some extent. So
I think the thing that I don't like,
is
I think that you're narrowing your perspective by you're cutting off the possibility. When you just say, no, this is something I can't do. This is part of, you're making it part of your identity, basically. You're saying, look, I am a 1 on the apple. When I would
I'm just saying, it's helpful for me.
Like,
it was helpful for me to understand this about myself and about other people, to understand how we all view the world differently.
This inability.
Yeah. Well, that's why a lot of times when I talk,
you're basically marginalized.
I'm very not, but in some ways, I'm not, because like if I'm much better.
Read, Sitch. I'm way more marginalized than you.
Right. But I'm also, because I'm like a much better, like people, like I'm much better at like understanding like things on a conceptual level.
Right.
I think, because that's how I think. I think on a conceptual level, not a visual level. So
well,
like so it's easier for me to understand information.
Visualizing concepts in graphs, and it's easier. It's better
for you because you're visual, but for me, I don't need to. I just the concept is more intuitively makes sense to me.
I think you can understand a concept much more when you can see it visually.
That's because you're a visual person.
I can't. How do you even process a concept without seeing it visually?
I don't know how to explain it to you, but I do.
That's so funny. God, that's got to be annoying.
No, I don't even think about it. So, listen. Well, here's this. So Zero Fox says Sitch can't rotate shapes. So it's so interesting because you would think that, like, that would make sense intuitively, but it's actually not true. If on the little tests, they like, because you'll see like the ask these on these like little tests all the time, where it's like they give you the shape and then it's like you have to rotate the shape and then like select which is the right rotation in the multiple choice. As long as I can keep looking at the shape, for some reason, I'm fantastic at mental shape rotation. If I can't look at the shape, I can't do it. But if I can stare at the shape, I can do it. I don't know why.
You're halfway to
it's a completely different. It's like it's a completely different skill than the visualization. So
you're halfway to the color apple, Sitch.
There you go.
You're halfway there.
Right. That's why Sitch saw a blue dress and not a gold one. Maybe I could see both colors. Maybe that's something to do with it. Who knows?
Is the next episode of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms out today? When's the next episode come out?
Wait, is A Night of the Seven Kings new tonight? Night of the Seven Kings release schedule has been thrown off thanks to Super Bowl, but allow us to break down the plan for February 8th.
Oh. February 15th. Sunday, February 15th at 10 p.m. Eastern.
Okay. Well, there you go.
So we're going to be streaming, right? What time? Oh, it's like 11 there now, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Well, we should just watch it on stream.
There
be
you go.
streaming.
Yeah.
We won't get a copyright strike for that, right? Hassan does it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, you want to watch the episode 5 with us?
Sir Fox says, Adam is asking a Sitch fish to climb a tree. I don't have the hands, Adam. I just got fins. Okay.
You're just limiting.
Right.
The hands are in your mind.
Oh,
Sitch.
okay.
Let's go.
Look, I thought I was a new age guy.
Be the spoon.
Listen, we got Deepak Chopra over here. Okay.
I told you.
Imagine the underage girl massaging you.
Oh my God. You had to go there.
Put the attention out in the universe.
You had to go there.
Okay.
Had to make it weird.
Right. I can't imagine. I can't hear music in my head, though.
Mm-hmm.
I can do that.
Yeah, look, everyone gets a song stuck in their head.
Yeah. Though it's not like, I know I've heard some people who say that they can imagine music so well that it's almost like they're hallucinating. I don't, like, mine's very clearly not hallucination. So I'm not there.
I've had some hallucinations though that were great.
Interesting. But yeah, I'm sure like a lot of the very like top musicians, probably had that ability. I'm sure it would help greatly if you could imagine, if you could imagine a song in your mind that clearly that you could like literally almost hear it.
One time I did some LSD with some friends of mine and we kind of fell down this hill, this gravelly hill. And I thought my friend Wayne had knocked all of his teeth out.
Oh no.
And every time I looked at him, I was like, oh my God, all of his teeth are gone.
Oh, like you literally saw that?
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
wow.
And
What were you on?
LSD.
Oh wow.
But look, and I was like, and he's too embarrassed to mention. And it looked like he was trying to like hide the fact that he had knocked all his teeth
That's
out.
hilarious.
And I was trying to look away and not look. And for the rest of the night, I was like, don't look.
Mm-hmm.
And like I saw him a couple days later at work, and I was thinking, please, please let him have his teeth.
Right.
And he perfect smile, everything looked fine. I was like, oh my God, I was just hallucinating.
Mm-hmm.
But it was the biggest, it was just, oh man, that was crazy.
That's funny.
Yeah. I could see like blood running down the corner.
Oh my
of his
God.
mouth.
That's
Yeah, no, it was
crazy.
horrible. It was horrible. I was like, oh, please, please let this be a hallucination.
This is why I've never done LSD.
It's the same as mushrooms. I mean, it's not any different than mushrooms.
When you're on mushrooms, you don't see things that don't exist. You just.
What? You're not doing enough mushrooms then, man. What are you talking about?
You see things that exist, but then they're altered.
Yeah.
So
okay.
like if
your
you,
friend Wayne, but altered without teeth. Your friend
No.
Wayne, but without teeth.
No, but but you're saying you saw blood that like didn't exist on his face. Like you would never see that on shrooms.
Yeah. I've seen shit like that on shrooms.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe that's a residual leftover from LSD. Whenever I've done shrooms, I've never you'll see
you got to do like an eighth. You can't just. You got to really get in there.
I would usually do whatever the equivalent of 3 or 4 would be. I don't know.
Little 3 or 4 caps. No, you got to get in there.
No, that's a good amount.
Nah, you need 3.5 grams. You need
It's
to really
you would see if there's a pattern, if there'd be a clock, it could if there's a clock and it had a waterfall on it, you look at it and the waterfall would look like it's moving when you look at it, right? You're like, oh my God, the waterfall looks like it's moving.
Yeah.
It's not actually moving, but it looks like it's moving. But you're not seeing oh, the waterfall looks like it's moving, and there's a tiny man in a boat, going up and down the river when there's no actual boat in the picture at all. At least for me, I would not just create things that didn't exist. They'd have to be something that actually exists.
Yeah.
But maybe this is part of you because your ability to visualize shit so strongly. Maybe that has some impact on.
Well, for me, that's the big thing is the mirror. You want to avoid the mirror because if you start looking at yourself in the mirror, my mind, I could turn myself into anything. I could turn myself into a devil, a zombie, whatever I want. Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting.
And it's just there's a part of you that's wants to go there just because it's trippy. You're like, oh my God, this is insane. I'm hallucinating. And then there's part of you that is this is scaring the shit out of me.
Mm-hmm.
So there was the terror of it. Yeah. Did you have that sensation, avoid the mirror, when you were doing mushrooms?
It would make me feel
did you
weird.
go look in the mirror?
If I looked in a mirror, it'd make me feel weird.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't see myself as a monster or anything. I couldn't visualize myself as my face would look weird.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember how, but I remember doing oh, something, my face looks weird, but it would make me feel uncomfortable, something about it. But it was more like a feeling.
Yeah.
Than whatever I was saying.
Yes. You've never done ecstasy, have you?
I've only done shrooms.
Only done shrooms, huh?
What's the safest
one?
one?
You? Well, look, it's terrible now because it's all fake. All the drugs now are
fucking fentanyl. I'll kill you.
Fentanyl and shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I would never. I feel so bad.
I feel so bad that kids nowadays can't enjoy drugs.
No, maybe look, maybe it's better. Maybe it's better. But look, I have done ecstasy, and ecstasy is the pinnacle of the drug hierarchy.
Well, that's why it's called ecstasy, I guess.
Yeah. Ecstasy is there's no, oh my God, it's and it's nothing like the hallucinations you get with LSD or mushrooms. Yeah.
Ecstasy is bad for your brain, though, so I never want to do it.
Oh, it's terrible. It is terrible, yeah. Especially if it's made wrong. All these ionized particles that form like big long chains of molecules in your brain,
Right.
like hair, just clogging up the
Gross.
software.
It's terrible. Yeah. Well, that's why I was like, I was
Yeah.
only going to do shrooms because I did a bunch of research and I was like, oh, this is seemed to be the safer of all the high psychedelic options. So,
But Sitch, let's face it, alcohol's a poison. It's not good for you.
That's
right?
true. That's true.
Everyone's got to live a little.
Yeah, but usually with alcohol, you got it's like, you're talking about long-term damage.
Mhm.
So,
Well, I mean, if you're gonna do it 5 nights a week,
Well-
you're probably gonna run into trouble. I don't.
yeah, I
think,
mean, I
like-
think even doing it once a week is probably not great either. But
Yeah, but once in a lifetime is. I mean, that's not gonna. Kill
yeah, but if
you.
you're talking about that's the difference between alcohol and like the chemical, like brain chemicals. So,
Yeah.
Squeeze Louise for $20. Thanks so much. Says I've done plenty of LSD and never seen something that wasn't there. Adam has brain damage confirmed. A-Team reigns supreme. Well, there you go. Look, there you go. You got
No,
the brain damage. Adam.
Come on, you guys need some heroic doses here.
Well,
guys
here,
are
let me ask
doing
you a question.
Weak sauce, little
Squeeze Louise,
microdots or something.
where are you on the Apple scale? Squeeze Louise. Was 0 through 5. Where are you on the Apple scale? Apple scale. I'm curious.
I think I told the story when we were in San Francisco and we were in the Catholic church, and they had these huge, like 12-foot marble sculptures of Jesus and Moses and different people from the Bible. And I was in there, and oh my God, I was looking at those sculptures and I was like, we got to get the fuck out of here because these sculptures. These sculptures are going to start talking to me.
That's funny.
I was fighting it because that's where my mind wanted to go. I was like,
yeah,
oh, man.
yeah.
I was walking around the room and their eyes were like following me and shit. And I was like, oh man, we got to go. We got to go before they start talking.
Right. That's interesting.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I never had that, but
Adam gets high and watches Eraserhead. I don't know if I've ever seen Eraserhead high. Eraserhead is like being high. David Lynch movies are like a psychedelic experience for people who don't do psychedelics. I think that's kind of the point of them.
do you ever think like whenever I would be on shrooms, everything would start to feel like I was on a movie set.
Sure.
That'd be like I think the most prominent description of it.
The first time I did mushrooms, I was with a friend of mine and I had a sketchbook because I always had a sketchbook with me. And I did a bunch of drawings in the sketchbook, and those drawings have been on my computer desktop because they became a photograph, and then it's like a JPEG that I continually use for the desktop. And when I was doing my new computer, I, for the first time in years, consciously recognized, oh yeah, I did those when I was on shrooms. It followed me around my entire life.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I still have those sketchbooks.
Jan Martscornton Cop. Sorry, I butchered your name for $5. So the scariest thing about Epstein is knowing he's the only one who got caught. No way all these people didn't just replace him with someone else. Very true. Very true.
Yeah, that's sad to think about.
Landor for $5 says, I've been studying the Odyssey and the Greek Bronze Age. I might be able to hop on stream and offer some insight when you review the movie. Well, look at that.
Sure.
Maybe we'll have a bunch of people come on. All you Greek nerds in the audience. Julio Access for $5 says, casting Hell of Sparta implies a black woman shares a lineage to a culture that runs on a state-dependent slave system. What did Nolan mean by this? That's a great question. That's a great question.
It sounds like he's pro-slavery, right?
I bet he is.
Yeah.
Was
He's like,
Helen a
why marry
slave?
women when you can own them?
That's true.
That's the subtext for me.
I do like that. That is a good point. Why not?
Yes.
Squeeze Louise says that they're a 4 or 5-ish on the scale. Okay, so look, They're pretty high up on the scale of visualization. They still never saw things that weren't there. So maybe you're just fucked at them.
Me?
Yeah.
You're really selling this.
Right.
You think I have brain damage? Maybe I
could
do.
believe it. From all the drugs.
How would I tell? How would I be able to tell I had
I
brain
don't know.
damage?
I don't know.
Wouldn't the brain be telling me I had brain damage? But wouldn't, I mean,
Not if it's too damaged to tell you have
I
the
know.
brain damage.
Oh, it's telling me everything's fine.
Yeah, like you're like, listen, won't my car engine's warning light's not on, so there must not be anything wrong with it.
Okay, well, hallucination is a step on the path to enlightenment. So you really should.
I do think that is probably true.
You should get with it.
Solid for $2 says there's a stream lab I left at the end of last Sunday that you missed. Oh, let me see. Solid for $2 last Sunday said this guy knows a massive Kyle Kalinske fan, so much so he can't even fathom why I wouldn't be. I told him about Kyle defending the Houthis, and he tiptoed around it saying Kyle was misinformed. Okay.
What guy is that? Was that Birdbrain? No, it couldn't
that was
have been,
probably
'cause
Birdbrain, yeah.
No, that's from the old Super Chat, though, right?
Yes.
That was before we were even talking about Birdbrain, so it couldn't
They
have
were talking
been
about Kyle.
Birdbrain.
I said Kyle Kalinske.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, listen, at the very least, he's at least he's in a moral position to just say, oh, well, at least Kyle is just misinformed, as opposed to just saying, well, that's based because the Houthis are based, right? So at least he's in a more normal moral state, right? Even if he's coping about Kyle.
Yeah.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, Birdman. This guy doesn't like the EFAP crew because anyone casually right-wing makes him see, but since he couldn't be bothered to watch EFAP, he made a video debunking random losers in their comment section. Interesting.
Really?
Kind of dumb.
That's so weak sauce.
That is weak sauce.
Why would you do that? I hope we can get him on sometime. He seems like an interesting chap.
Seemed like an interesting young chap. A young lad.
Yeah.
Let's talk over a cup of bubbly, would you? Yes, interesting.
He does seem like he would come at us pretty hard, though.
I think you're correct, sir.
Good day, sir.
Good day, blah, blah, blah.
Are you being a little cheeky with us?
Yes. Astral Spectre for $2 says, I pray Trump gets impeached so we can have 10 years of Vance. Trump has been nothing but a hindrance to conservatives, and I don't know anyone who has VDS except Sitch. Also, Adam, besides religion, I cringe at the drug talk. You know, it's funny that they posted that way before we started talking about drugs. So I guess they're cringing pretty hard right now. Yeah, they sensed it. They had a future. Why is your name? Your name is Astral Spectre. You don't like drug talk? Kind of asking for it at that point. Come on.
I mean, yeah. What's going on?
What's going on here? Yeah.
You need to get your shit together.
VDS sounds like an STD. I don't know. It doesn't sound good. Do you have the VDS? So there's a cream for that.
I think Vance could be a great president. I don't think Sitch agrees, though.
No, I don't. Dr. Diller for $3 says the only hope is Trump being in the Epstein files is in an incriminating way. It's the only sword that strikes straight through the Trump brain rot armor. If he's buried deep in there, the coalition to impeach Trump will be huge. I would not be surprised if there's nothing in there that's super incriminating to Trump whatsoever. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Metal Rules for $2 says tags you on X with a video of Wick in a debate with Rob Noir. He tells Pisco, quote, Rob's IQ is below Somalian level. Okay, it's crazy. Shows how easily lefties use racism to own MAGA.
Really?
Okay.
He like shits on the Somalis, huh?
You're saying Wick said that? That's pretty funny. So, Wick's not like a woke, so I think he's fine. I think Wick's fine making the odd racist jokes every once in a while.
It's like bananas and rice.
That video, like insane.
It's like, the bananas and rice.
Yeah, so bizarre.
She got arrested for something. There's some video.
Didn't she attack somebody?
Maybe.
Like I thought she did.
Look at this. I can't believe I'm bringing the Streamlabs up now.
Huh?
I've been bringing the Streamlabs up lately. We got Laz and J-Mac back to back.
Nice.
Laz, you got to tell us what's up with the 46.
Now, here's a video you guys should try if you have a young baby.
Mm-hmm.
The person is like sitting behind their baby and they're like gently scratching their cheeks with their fingers and then their forehead, and then it makes the baby fall asleep. And they say, you should try this if you need your baby to fall asleep.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
Get behind the baby and do the cheeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
See if it works. Okay. Anyways, is that it? Let's see.
Did you get all the Streamlabs?
I did.
Oh, wow. You're on it.
Proteron for 20 New Zealand dollars. Thank you so much. Says, hey, fellas, I'm curious. I'm doing a rewatch of the Gundam franchise. I'm wondering what your guys' experience is with it. Do you have a favorite series or Gundam? S-Class is the best class.
Wow.
Anything Reigns Supreme.
I don't know anything about Gundam.
So I don't know. There's like a billion Gundam series. I know when I was younger, they had some Gundam series on Toonami, and I tried to watch them because there wasn't really a lot of options for anime, and I could never, ever get into it. I don't know. I mean, I was younger. I thought it was kind of boring. Maybe when I'm older, I could find it more interesting. Because I think when I was younger, I was like, oh, it's going to be like robot fights. And I thought like a lot of it was like political stuff, which when I was a kid, I didn't really. I was just like, what's happening? So I don't know. Maybe I'd appreciate it more as an adult. I'm not sure. But I could never really get into Gundam.
That's with giant robots, right?
Yes.
That's right up my alley.
So yeah, you think it'd be right up your alley. That's true.
Yeah. I should watch more of them. All right. This was great. This was a lot of fun. We should talk more about drugs just to drive astral projection, astral specter crazy.
Right. Right.
This was good because I was talking about drugs inside a church. So it was doubly bad.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah.
Crossing
super
the streams.
offensive, right?
Yeah. That's always good when you can do that. Be extra offensive.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You made it to the stream. You were the true heroes. You were the true free will seekers. You were the true anime isekai protagonists who would make sure that you destroy the slave trade, destroy the sex trafficking trade. You would not actually embrace it as the degenerate Epsteins of the world, nor make excuses for it, as some people are wont to do. And we will see you all next time.
We only talk about drugs so you can learn from our mistakes. Okay,
That's
kids?
right.
Don't do drugs.
To not do drugs. Yes. Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm not going to end the stream. What is this? Did I miss a $50 super chat?
No, that's a super chat that the Chad father tried to send to us but couldn't because he said, but you can read it if you want.
I didn't even see that. The Chad father, well, just send us a $50 then. It says, Lupita, I don't know his last name, is hot for her age. Black don't crack. Well, there you go.
I guess you can't say black don't crack, but I think it's a compliment. So
okay, it is a compliment.
Not a problem. Yeah.
Take care, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Get the human jerky. Like the aliens from Future.